1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I'm Brandon Fogel. Tonight, Game Day Live goes back to its roots with coverage of the 2021 Boston Massacre Tournament. Almost exactly 1 year ago today, this network took its first steps into the world with coverage of the 2020 Boston Massacre. And tonight, we go back to the scene of the crime. Joining me tonight is Siobhan Nolan. Welcome, Siobhan.
Hello, Brandon. Thank you for having me.
Doug Moore. Welcome, Doug.
Hello, hello.
And joining us all the way from Melbourne, Australia is Mr. Andrew Goff. Andrew, welcome back to our coverage. I don't know if you appeared on DBN. I think you did some commentary with us before it was DBN. So welcome to DBN.
I think you're right, Brandon. Thank you very much for having me.
So I will say, before I say a little bit more about you guys, that collectively the four of us average more than one world championship per person. And because averages always need people who are below average, Siobhan and I are taking that role tonight.
Happy to be here for you guys.
Indeed. All right, correct me if I'm wrong. Doug Moore, you have 2 world championships, and Andrew Goff, you have 3. Is that right? All right.
That's correct.
And between Siobhan and I, we have, I think, a second place finish at a DipCon, and Siobhan has some tournament wins that are not world.
We're not going to talk about that, Brandon. Let's just scoot that under the rug.
All right. Well, tonight we are observing Boston Massacre. It's a tournament that has been around for quite a while out of Boston, obviously. This is the second time that it is being done virtually, like DixieCon last year. It was on the vanguard of the sort of virtual revolution. And have you guys ever been to an in-person Boston Massacre?
I have, yes.
All 3 of you?
It's been a long time.
Yes. Goffy and I together, and Goffy won the tournament I went to him with in 2016, I believe that was.
Well, it would be about then. I've been to a couple.
Yeah.
Really fun tournament, and a great city for being a tourist from overseas as well. So much history. Really a wonderful event.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your experience there? In the tournament itself, I mean.
Well, the first tournament I went to was the week before a World Championships, so it was just convenient. Mel Call was running it and did a fantastic job, and if I remember, Randy won, beat me by fractions of a point, and I thought that boded very badly for the upcoming World Championship.
Was that one of the ones you won?
Maybe.
So then you came back the next year and got revenge on Randy for Boston Massacre?
Came back about 7 years later, and I think it was 2016, and my back was absolutely killing me, and I spent most of the tournament lying on my back next to the board, reaching up, putting orders into the box like that.
I was going to talk about this.
Yeah.
Wait, so people were kneeling next to you to negotiate?
Siobhan was there and can.
I have very vivid memories of Goffy winning a tournament, laying in a corner of this like hotel ballroom, negotiating with people who would just bring chairs over and talk to him, and he'd be like, "Take my order pad over for me, please. I can't because your back was just completely. I don't know if it was back spasms or what. Doesn't matter." And somehow you were just magic enough that you still won that tournament. You didn't even have to see the board. Like there was an entire half a game where you didn't even get up and look at the board.
I couldn't have, if it had been staged, I couldn't have come up with a better psychological strategy that it made me look so unthreatening. even in Brandon's introduction here, he's setting Doug and me up to be the big scary people. So the diplomacy never stops. Lying on your back in a corner in pain is a pretty good way to make people think you're not scary. So maybe it was all put on, but it wasn't.
We'll never know.
Now that you're joining the DBN family, Andrew, we all have to think ahead to the next Broadcaster Brawl, which is a competition among the commentators. So, yes, I guess I am playing diplomacy. You're right. Doug, you are coming to us from Portland, Oregon, which is inside of a Dutch oven at the moment. Is that right?
It is quite warm outside here. Yeah, it's about right here. It's 7:00 p.m. and it's still about 104 degrees. It got up to 107, and we're supposed to be over 110 tomorrow. So even with like maximum air conditioning going, it is really very brutal outside. Yeah.
Well, you look calm and collected and cool as always. So glad to see that you're able to stay in a cool-ish place. And Siobhan, things aren't so uncomfortable where you are. Is that right?
No, that is correct. It is only about a very balmy 76 degrees Fahrenheit here in San Jose, California. A week and a half ago, we had our terrible heat wave, and we just sent it north because we figured Seattle and Portland could deal with that for a minute. So you're welcome, Doug.
Yet another stab.
All right, that bodes well for the broadcast tonight. All right, let's before we get started here, why don't I pull up the list of the top players who are participating tonight, and then we will dive into the coverage. So according to the newly released DBNI rankings that just came out this past week, if you haven't seen the episode of Countdown that was hosted by Brian Pravel and Zachary Moore, go to our YouTube channel and click on it. It's really fun. Those guys get more and more clever every time. But so according to those rankings, here are the top players who are participating in rounds 1 and 2, I should say. We'll do this again for round 3, which we handled separately. But at the top of the list is Ed Sullivan, DBN's own Ed Sullivan. Ed, came on strong toward the end of last year, made the Invitational, and has come out of the gate strong this year as well, with a tournament win already under his belt, and an impressive top to games played ratio up here. Below him, we've got Karthik Kanath, Jason Massbaum, everyone's favorite player. And that's the top 3, according to those rankings, participating tonight. Also in the top 10, we've got Johnny Gillum. I did it for Johnny Gillum. Morgante Pell, always a threat, no matter where he is. Timothy Crosby, Tommy Anderson. Hopefully we'll get a new nickname for Tommy tonight, because it couldn't be a DBN broadcast without that. Evan Sweetheart and Saren Kwok, who is making some noise. Saren joined the tour last year, and it seems like is very impressive in terms of her understanding of the game, but had some trouble translating that into results in virtual face-to-faces. Done differently online in speedboat and gunboat games, but now finally Saren is getting some results in virtual face-to-face. So it'll be fun to see how Saren performs here. And then also our previous favorite whipping boy, John Jameson. So it's nice to see John and Jason both on the top list here. All right, guys, let's. And do you guys have any comments about this lineup before we jump into a game?
That is a stacked lineup right there. Seriously. Wow.
I'm really glad I'm not playing this tournament.
This is going to be fun.
I'm kind of sad I'm not, because there's a few players in there who I'd really love to play against virtual face-to-face. You mentioned Saren in particular. I've played against her a few times in gunboats and not virtual face-to-face, and she is a force of the future. So I'd love to play a proper virtual face-to-face game with her. And also, I kind of owe Morgante one. He got me good in the last one. Let's see how he goes in this one.
All right, we will now turn it over to the games. Up first is going to be Siobhan and Doug. So Andrew, we will bid you adieu, only for a short time. So stick around, we'll see you in a bit. All right, let's dive right into our first game of the evening. This was round 1. Only had one board played in round 1, and this was played in the North American nighttime, which was the European morning time. And here, if I can get this working right, is the player list. Oh, almost.
It's just us, Doug.
Very close.
Two-way.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes,
All right.
Lord.
I have to say, before we talk about this lineup, which is definitely going to need some discussion, all of the boards tonight are named after people who figured in the actual Boston Massacre, the event that was one of the triggers for the American Revolution. Siobhan, you are our resident historian for the evening. What can you tell us about, first of all, the Boston Massacre, and then about John Adams?
So the Boston Massacre, depending on who you ask, whether it's an American patriot or a Brit, Andrew Goff can talk about his recollection from Dan Lester, an Englishman later, but it was essentially a street fight that occurred between the British soldiers and an American patriot street mob in 1770. And it all started, oddly enough, about an argument about whether or not a British soldier had paid his bill to a wig maker, of all things. And an apprentice to the wig maker and several people with him started throwing snowballs and stones and hitting the British soldiers with sticks. And the British soldiers took offense to this, and we'll get into some details as we get through the boards. And it all sort of escalated into what has been known as the Boston Massacre, which became sort of the instigator for the American Revolution, or one of them. And, some argue that it was all about that one little incident about an unpaid bill. And we'll talk about always pay your bills in a minute. But, others say it started 3 to 4 years earlier with the rising taxes from the Brits. And there's a lot of interesting history in this, and I encourage you to look into it. And historians don't always agree about really who started it and who was to blame. So it's a really interesting piece of history to dig into.
All right, thanks for that, Siobhan. What can you tell us about John Adams? Obviously, one of our former presidents, and there's a lot to say about him. But how did John Adams figure into the Boston Massacre?
So John Adams, and I will try not to slip in too many Hamilton references, but I know him.
Just thinking that.
Welcome, folks, to the Adams administration. It's John Adams was a devout American patriot. He very much believed in the American fight for independence, was very much there in the framing of the Constitution. I mean, obviously, American president, all of this. But despite all of that, he agreed to defend the British soldiers when they came to trial for their actions during the Boston Massacre. And he did this in a British courtroom in 1770, I believe, or 1771. I don't have that timeline completely. And he very much believed, and this has become a very modern tenet of law, that every single person, no matter what they've done, no matter what their action, was entitled to a defense. And he's regularly cited, even to this day, by defense lawyers. Even if you're defending a truly awful person, everyone is entitled to a defense. So we hear that everyone, whether you're represented by the state or a private lawyer or whoever, you get representation. And what is often said about John Adams is that he was a very proper and practical student of law. So we think of lawyers as being very flashy and talking about emotion, and especially in something like the Boston Massacre, you think you could appeal to that. But here, he defended these British soldiers without pizzazz and was the father of the legal standard reasonable doubt. And that is why he is cited to this day. If there is reasonable doubt, you cannot accuse someone of a crime, and got most of his clients off on all of their charges. So thank you, John Adams, for being a father of law.
So he was both an important figure in the history of our of this country, of sort of legal precedents in the country, also kind of a bastard for probably getting some guilty people off on technicalities.
I mean, historians portray him in all kinds of different ways, and it depends. Every historian has a slant. As in anything, as we DBNers do ourselves, we have our favorites, and we like to rep them as much as we do, but there is no reasonable doubt that can get Jason Massbaum off on any count.
I kind of think, though, that we need to refer to this board as like John Adams.
I know him.
All right, before we go on, it is worth pointing out that we are, we're paying homage to this person. It's also worth saying that there's the founding of this country involved a lot of very problematic things, and a lot of even a figure like John Adams, who was president and who did a lot of important things for legal precedent in the country, also presided over a country in which slavery was legal. And so it's just worth pointing out. And this also, this event, the massacre, is an event in which a person of color was killed by police. So we will get to that as we go on tonight. And one last thing, right? It's worth pointing out that this event, which is a gaming convention, is named after this other event in which a person was killed by police officers. So we have this complex. This game involves complex relationships between how we relate to one another as humans and how we treat each other badly as humans. It's one of the things we like about the game. But I just want to point out that while we are sort of enjoying this ironic amusement, we also do it knowing that there are complexities involved with the comparisons that we're making. All right. Anything else you guys want to add before we get started here?
Let's get this party started.
Let's
do it. All right. Here is the lineup for round one, board one, named after Mr. John Adams. In Austria, we have one of the biggest fish in the pond, Morgante Pell, out of Vermont. In England, we have Farron Jane coming to us from Austin, Texas. Farron lit the tour on fire at the end of last year, ended up making the Invitational, and made the top board and had a really eventful time. In France, we have Timothy Crosby coming to us from Interlaken, Florida. In Germany, we have Christopher Ward coming to us from Chester in the UK. And in Italy, we have Peter LeBeau coming to us from Mankato, Minnesota, in the US of A, this country. In Russia, we have Robert Shuppa, who I believe is in Germany. And I think I was told to add that, and I have not done it. I apologize, Robert. And in Turkey, we have some other guy.
Never heard of that guy before.
We have the 94th ranked player on the DBNI Invitational, the defending DBN Diplomat of the Year. Peter McNamara won the most prestigious tournament of last year's tour, the DBN Invitational, and he is a threat wherever he goes. So I'm going to ask you guys to give me your thoughts on this lineup without mentioning Peter McNamara. Siobhan?
100%. Aside from that unknown person in Turkey, I'm really excited to see this board. There are a few new names to me, Peter LeBeau and Robert Schupp especially. So I'm really interested to see how that side of the board plays out. The West is stacked with names that I know, Morgante, Farron, and Timothy Crosby. And I wonder if they've played together before, if that's going to play into how they play together now. I always root for Farron whenever I see them on a board. So let's see how that goes.
Doug, I'll give you the lineup as it appears on the board. Your thoughts?
This is going to be really fun. You have Morgante, who plays a pretty good Austria there, and so I think that's going to draw some eyes. I've played with Wardy a couple of times, and he's playing Germany. Christopher Wardy. He's a good, strong player. I'm looking for him in this game to be decisive and get over the hump, and because I've seen him a couple of times get right there and then stop, and I want to see if he can get over the speed bump tonight.
Yeah, Wardy's been a great competitor on the tour, somebody who clearly loves the game and is playing it a lot. And at some point that will bear fruit. But he's still learning the game, still figuring out how he can be effective as a player. So we're all rooting for you, Wardy. We're hoping this is the time. All right, we're going to dive right in here. Siobhan, you're on top, so you'll be in the West, and Doug will keep you in the East. Let us see what spring 1901 orders look like. And here they are. And Siobhan, we'll start with you in the West.
Jan, from Farron in England, very, very standard. We've negotiated a DMZ in the channel. Good to see. Crosby and Ward, whether or not the bounce in Burgundy was arranged or not, the story is no one got there. But the interesting thing is Peter LeBeau decides to just poke a little bear in Timothy Crosby and say, I'm just going to be in Piedmont. Not going to follow up with anything. I just want to be there. And I kind of want to know who convinced Peter to do that. Because it feels like someone had their hand in that.
Yeah, especially
Belgium. Look at Belgium, though. as this resolves. This is,
Go, Farron, go.
Farron's got 2 to grow right there.
Yeah.
Although I've heard a story about what happens to armies that go to Belgium.
Yeah, fair.
They multiply?
She puts north in Belgium, and Christopher Ward decides to forsake Sweden and take North Sea. That could be fun.
Well, we'll see.
Doug, like chaos.
Take us around the east, if you would, Doug.
Yeah, I was paying attention to the west because the east is a series of interlocking bounces and fairly traditional openings. Looks like everybody's feeling each other out, and you've got 2 heavyweights over there in the corner in Austria and Turkey. So that doesn't terribly surprise me. At this point, I'm looking at that move to Apulia as probably the most interesting thing out there. It looks like Italy is giving himself the maximum flexibility both in the west and the east, and I like the way that started there.
Yeah, and it's a really nice moment here for Morgante, who is gonna not have to worry about Trieste. So he didn't even have to make the deal, take Trieste in order for a strong AI. Trieste is not even under threat here. One more thing for people who are learning the game here. So a lot of Frances will support themselves to Burgundy from use the Marseille army to support Paris to Burgundy, which guarantees that it goes, and then also gives you the ability to cover Marseille from a mischievous Italian. So Timothy doesn't have that. What are the pros and cons of doing the support to Burgundy, if you would? Doug, can you talk us through that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty well known that a lot of times as France, I'll open up with that support to Burgundy. And the reason that I do it is even under the threat of 3 people going to the Channel, Burgundy, and Piedmont, you are assured that you will get one build. And the implications in this situation are Piedmont and Spain. You're not guaranteed that you're going to get Spain. Piedmont might hold. You've got to cover Marseille. You can't, or Italy could slip in. All of a sudden, you're putting yourself into a guessing situation. So I don't hate the bounce. France is very defensible, but I really like that support order in this situation for maximum safety.
Yeah, and sorry, we've belabored this a little bit too much, but my personal favorite opening for France, especially if I've negotiated a bounce, is to move Paris to Gascony and use the Marseille army to bounce. And then you get the same effect. You're able to cover Marseille, but you don't have to worry about angering the Germans. So, but other people don't like that opening for other reasons. Anyway, different topic, different time. Let's move on to fall of 1901 here. Siobhan, take us through.
Well, as expected, and Farron takes it with the fleet because she has learned what I have said, that Belgium is where English armies go to die. Thank you, Farron. Builds 2 in England. Fantastic. But as we see, Timothy Crosby had the guessing game about whether or not to cover Marseille. And so this is the thing, is that Italy is there in Piedmont, could go to Marseille, could also not go to Marseille. If you go to Marseille and Italy doesn't, you wind up also not taking Spain. Now you're only building 1 as France. We're still bouncing in Burgundy. I don't love this. If I am France, I'm going to Germany with everything I have and saying, I need to put this army into use elsewhere other than just bouncing it uselessly in the middle of my homeland. And it's just, it feels like an awful start for France. But, well played by Peter if this is just psyching out Timothy. Love it.
By Peter?
By Peter in Italy.
Oh, Peter LeBeau. Sorry.
Yeah.
Forgot there were 2 Peters on the
not
board.
the other Peter. There's the Peter I like, and the Peter I don't know down in the other corner that I'm not talking about.
That one we're not talking about. Yeah. The East is actually a love letter by Peter McNamara to Robert in Russia, is what I would say. He lets him into the Black Sea. He goes to Cannes. He, gives the homage here to our dear friend Andrew Goff, who will be joining us again in a bit, by going to Syria. That opens up his build to put a fleet, and he's got 2 fleets into the Mediterranean. We'll see if that pays off, but that's really what's dominating this board at this point. I like that move by he who shall not be named, Peter McNamara. Oh, God, I did it. The rest of it it's a good start for Morgante. He doesn't have any enemies. It looks like he might be working with Russia. We might have an AIR. Hard to tell at this point, but Peter is doing everything he can here to get a friend. And that's sometimes what you just got to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a heck of a start for Russia and England and Austria too by proxy, is just not having anyone attacking them at the moment. But yeah, early leads here for the EIR or EAR, I should say, the ear. All right, let's keep on going here. Here are the builds for winter of 1901. We find Peter putting down Fleet Ankara, so that tells us that he was not expecting the Russian fleet to go to the Black Sea here. So clearly not happy with how that turn went. Morgante opts not to put a fleet in Trieste, so that's disappointing for us, but better for his prospects. Peter Lebeau, the real Peter, puts down fleet in Naples. Timothy takes his one build and puts down a fleet in Brest. So that says something about who Timothy is thinking of trusting as he looks over the board. Farron, for their part, puts down fleet Edinburgh and London, and that suggests that Farron was not looking at Timothy as a target, since there is no fleet in Liverpool. Elsewhere, we have Germany putting down Fleet Kiel and Army Berlin, which is fairly neutral as Christopher could have gotten, given that Munich was occupied. And Robert puts down two armies, so had an option to build a northern fleet here, opts not to take it, and that gives Robert some flexibility. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1902. Siobhan, tell us about the West.
Okay, now we have 3 units bouncing in Burgundy. Can we please, I'm sorry, Timothy and Christopher, I'm going to harp on this for a minute, but there are better things that these units can be doing. I understand that the self-bounce between Paris and Marseille, you think it saves Burgundy while also protecting Marseille, but I'm just going to say that we talk about unwanted supports on this broadcast a lot, and this would be a really cute moment for someone to unwantingly support Marseille up and let Italy take Marseille and join on Italy's side, and please don't let that happen. Be more careful than this. So England and France seem to have resolved whatever their issues are, given all the fleets that were built and are moving them away from each other. Well done, you. And what the heck is happening in Scandinavia? So Denmark supports Norway to Sweden, St. Pete supports Sweden to Norway. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so we've got an EG with a France that's just kind of like, let me come along for the ride, please.
And Doug, take us to the East.
This looks like a pretty cut and dry AIR here against Turkey. You've got a dislodge in Bulgaria, and then you have a support into Armenia. In the meantime, there's not a lot more to say about that. This is what it is at this point. We've seen a lot of these on the broadcast. What I think is really interesting in this whole board, and probably the most important move, is what Wardy's doing here. What Germany is doing in there is basically saying, Russia, if you're in the AIR alliance, you're going down. And that is what Germany must do in this situation, as we've seen from a lot of the statistics that's out there. If Germany doesn't react quickly, which Christopher is doing in this instance, Germany goes down very quickly after Turkey. So well played. If that's what's happening behind the scenes, it's very well played.
Because Germany, Austria and Russia need some place to go if they're not going to fight each other. They're unlikely to fight each other because the West is probably unified at that point, which they have done in this case. So Germany was just likely to get squashed between England and France on one side and Austria and Russia on the other. That's what you're saying.
Yep, exactly.
All right, let's carry forward here, fall of 1902. And let's start in the East here with Doug.
We've got a lot of red arrows is what I would see first. Pretty strong defense here by Peter in Turkey. He, loses Bulgaria, but at the same time, he pretty much protects everything else. I'm curious about the slip here from Vienna to Galicia and what that portends. Is that, a presage to a stab here for Romania or perhaps Warsaw? Very interesting. Very interesting to see. Yeah.
And Siobhan, what about the West?
I just want to say, Timothy Crosby, did you travel into the future and listen to my commentary last season? Because you only moved 1 unit to Burgundy. And look at that unwanted support that Munich gave from Marseille to Burgundy. And how awful
Yeah.
would that have been for you? And this is like a cherry on top of a little cupcake that is my favorite flavor in the world. Thank you, Timothy. Love to see it. Also, can we talk about Sweden walking out?
Yeah.
I was going to say, what about Skagerrak and Baltic?
What is happening?
It's one of the most peculiar ways to make the Western Triple run that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I thought this was a pretty obvious Western Triple, and there's some support. So North Sea, no, wait.
It's almost like, honestly, Farron and Robert had actually worked this out. I mean, either that or Farron just expected a double support from Denmark and Baltic and is surprised not to get it, but is also surprised to get Sweden anyway.
Yeah, wait, so North Sea convoys Yorkshire to Norway, correct?
Yeah, yep.
And Belgium supports North, because what else is it going to do? But Christopher Ward in Germany? Okay, I'm confused now.
Yeah, what happens here is clear. Why it happens is unclear. And the biggest curiosity, so it clearly looks like Robert Ward has decided doesn't want to stay in the Western Triple. So you've got this clever by half support here, and then
That's my favorite part of this turn.
Yeah, but after supporting Norway into Sweden in the spring, doesn't follow it up in the fall.
If you're going to do this, well, why? Okay, I like Munich there. That's fun. Why not slip up to Ruhr to put yourself in position to take Belgium if you're also going to Skagerrak and Baltic? Maybe this is like I'm paranoid. Could be.
Or just take Sweden yourself. I mean, also he's got this army in Prussia, which isn't doing anything.
Right. I would have wanted to bring that back home because all it's going to do is be antagonistic, and it's a little far away to be helpful for anything else. But Morgante could be saying like, "Hey, I'll put you in." Also,
we shall see.
That move to Galicia is delicious, and it does make you wonder what the heck is going on here.
That guy is not long for this game in Romania.
We also know that the Big Peter in the corner is dropping a unit this time, so we'll have fewer tactical options in the fall. What we find his choice is Ankara goes away, opts to keep the two armies, probably going to try to crush that fleet in Armenia or something. Elsewhere, we've got Morgante Pell waving a build. So perhaps Galicia was agreed upon or wasn't supposed to go there, and maybe he thought he was getting bounced or something. Either way, that is a fascinating wave build. Also be useful to know if that was intentional. Could have been unintentional, but if it was a strategic decision, fascinating one. Elsewhere, we have Timothy Crosby in France, dropping down another fleet, and we've got Farron Jane putting down another army. So it's hard not to like sort of how Farron is gaining some tempo here. The army is already deployed in a useful place, and doesn't have a reason to build another fleet. So it's nice as England, right, to have builds but not have a reason to build a fleet. All right, let's keep on going here. And in spring of 1903, Siobhan, let's start with you. See a lot of black arrows in the West.
So many black arrows. You can't not love Farron's position here, and Christopher Ward in Germany is just like, so I put these fleets on your border, let me pull them away now. I don't know what happened in negotiation here, but it kind of seems like Farron went and said, excuse me, and pulling back to the mainland, makes a tap at Belgium. Wait, what is
Holland is tapping Belgium. Belgium is supporting North.
Which was supporting North Sea, which tells me that maybe Christopher Ward originally had in some orders to take North Sea, and tapping Belgium was a part of that. I don't know. But has changed their mind one way or another. And the EF is as strong as ever. Timothy Crosby in France, losing Marseille this turn. You have a unit in Burgundy that, even if it can be tapped from Munich, should be supporting Marseille.
No, this is actually great. With combo to Tyrolia, that fleet is now stuck there and is going to get blown up.
Okay, that's fair. So maybe it's just a thought of like what's coming in fall.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a really clever tactical play because that fleet's going bye-bye.
Okay.
And Burgundy's free to go to Munich if he wants. All right.
Also true.
I mean, just saying, like, could go to Munich, could support
right.
Marseille, could do.
All right, Doug, can you help us make some sense of what the heck is going on in the East? Because
I will endeavor to do my best, which is everybody still wants to kill Peter, but I think Peter LeBeau in Italy has put himself into, I think, a pretty vulnerable position because Peter McNamara is making it pretty clear, I'm not letting you grow out of any of this. You're killing me here, man. So I'm not going to let you grow. So in the meantime, what we have is a series of dot swaps. You know, Austria gets Khan, Russia gets rum, and Austria then retakes rum. So it's basically net +1 at the moment for Morgante, who also has a wave build, so could get like really, really big, really, really fast. I'm really interested to see if that's going to be a fleet in Trieste, or is Trieste going to get bounced? Because I love that move to Tyrolia in this instance. This is a great move from Wardy.
All right, let's see how it works out. Yeah, and fall of 1903.
Oh, he gets in.
Why didn't Morgante build that? Yeah, I guess what we need is to know whether it was intentional or not. Then we'd be able to say a lot more.
That is mean. Just over there. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Talk us through it if you would.
Yeah. So Peter McNamara used the force. This is not the center you are looking for, and got everybody to walk out of his center somehow. I mean, this is some serious magic over here.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, so all the moves that they just did, they just conga line back out. So Bulgaria goes up to Romania, Khan goes back to Bulgaria, so they don't do the swap. But the fun part of this was, the dislodge, but they didn't cover Trieste. He didn't cover Vienna, so Germany gets to walk in and get a bonus build, and that could be crippling for Morgante at this point.
So actually, Christopher is not going to get a build. And can you tell us
what
they took
No. I believe if you reveal those moves that Norway convoyed to Belgium.
You're right, because Kiel actually gets into Holland here.
Yeah, Kiel goes to Holland. I spent a second staring at that because I was just like, how delicious is it that Farron just walks in oh, it's not Holland. I mean, as expected, Doug called it piffing the fleet in Marseille. All is well for France. Can't love seeing Farron in the English Channel. Wonder how she's going to explain that away.
It was almost really good for Timothy. It was almost really good.
90% of me is like, this is great for Timothy based on how the beginning of the game went, and Farron's in the channel.
Yeah. So look at his position. If you just ignore the Farron in the channel part, look at all this. I mean,
yeah. You take away Brest in the channel and what's happening up there and who has builds and who doesn't, looks great for Timothy in France.
Boy, so Morgante's got to be regretting that wave so hard right now.
Morgante has to be kicking himself. Farron just has to be sitting there in the catbird seat ooh, yes, please.
So we've clearly seen what is now a strategic reversal in the West. So what was a kind of dysfunctional Western triple, a Western triple of sibling rivalry, it is now just an EG going after F, and they have phenomenal position, and it's going to be hard for Timothy to come back.
I gotta say, there's nothing here that stops Farron from one-dotting both of them, because look at Denmark right there.
Well, I mean, Germany is building one.
Yeah, but you got to be building an army in Munich here, don't you?
I mean, but don't you at least hesitate because you're looking at Farron and stealing Denmark off of? I mean, I don't want to just toss all of my coins into the ring for Farron, but I kind of just want to toss all of my coins into the ring for Farron here.
All right, and the answer is all of the coins in the ring with Farron. All right, we get an army in Munich. Slightly surprising fleet in London, actually. I would have thought either Army London or Fleet Liverpool here.
I agree.
Army, you can make a good argument for Army London because it can go right into Brest. But you also think you're probably going to need fleets with some retreating fleets coming from the
I mean,
front.
do we think Farron's regretting going so hard after Timothy in France?
Not one bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think so. But
But the film tells me otherwise.
All right, elsewhere we've got a Peter LeBeau rebuilding that unit as a fleet in Rome. And that's it. All right, let's keep the train rolling. And that gives us a spring of 1904. We'll keep things as they are. Surprising amount of nothing in the West. Siobhan.
Surprising amount of not much. I mean, Farron, as expected, takes Denmark. Christopher Ward in Germany just walks out, says, you know what, Farron, yours, fine. Yeah, we see some reshifting of the French fleets back to the MAO because Farron, well, put a bunch of units against the French. I think a little overly cautious on the part of Timothy Crosby here, given Farron's builds. And I don't know how the negotiations went, but Christopher Ward definitely seems to still be on side.
Yeah, well, so you think that the giving of Denmark is probably agreed upon? It seemed like an odd agreement for Timothy or for Christopher to make.
I mean, agreed upon in so much as, well, I have the units there, I'm going to take it, and there's nothing you can do to stop it, and I have a plan for us to move forward despite that.
Be nice to me.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Doug, tell us about the East. I see something that is dismaying already.
The demise of Morgante has begun with the blown up unit in Bulgaria and the long, slow march of Peter McNamara out of the corner begins. They let him out of the penalty box. Don't let him out of the penalty box when you shove him in there, guys. Don't do it. And also then, Wardy decides he's going to Vienna because why not? It's like, go for it. And I do want to, I don't want to wade too deeply into the long-standing debate that Brandon and I have here, but this might be the one time that I think Munich should have gone to Bohemia.
Oh, I actually thought it did when I first looked at the map, and I was like,
wait. I just want to pause here. Do you two have some argument over Bohemia that I'm unfamiliar with?
If you're dropping down on Austria at this point, I actually think that Silesia to Bohemia and Munich to Tyrolia is way better in this situation than like trying to make what is probably a futile attack on Warsaw.
Yeah, and honestly, like send a unit up to Kiel, and you can get Denmark back. You'd probably lose Holland. It'd be a guessing game there, but.
Yeah, this really invites Farron to take Holland right here. It's like,
Farron has to take Holland, especially with France covering Paris and moving back. There's literally
there's no
left
reason
to support it.
What does Farron need Germany for?
Right.
At all.
She can replace him very quickly. And I almost wonder if Morgante is like, yeah, I don't care what you do, Germany.
Actually letting him take Vienna.
It could be something like that too.
Well, let's see if he kicks him out in the fall. And the answer is no. All right. Doug, tell us about what doesn't happen in the
clearly Morgante is mad at somebody, and that somebody is Russia, because he doesn't care about Germany at all. And instead, Germany and Austria combined to put Morgante, it looks like, into Warsaw, which is fascinating. So Morgante, one home center and one Russian home center. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Oh my God. This game is people following motives that have nothing to do with maximizing score while Farron wins.
Do we have a misorder from Russia in there, like that Romania support? It might be a misorder there.
It's supporting Bulgaria to Serbia.
Serbia.
Yeah, that's a sensible thing.
But yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All right.
All right, Siobhan, take us around the West.
Okay. Well, before I go to the West, I want to talk about my favorite part of the East, which is the French fleet retreating into the Ionian. While, as Italy takes Naples back, France is just like, thank you, please, I'll take Tunis.
That was completely unnecessary, actually, right? Peter didn't need a convoy here.
None of this needed to happen. It's just delightful to me. Elsewhere, as expected, Farron takes Holland. We've got a triple bounce in Kiel, which, you do what you do. And and Farron repositioned some fleets to have position on Timothy Crosby now, because as Doug said, I can be Germany. I can fight both. This is fine, because the East is just...
And it's worth pointing out that Timothy, by covering Brest, can't build a fleet there. A badly needed place to build a fleet right now. So Farron has Mid-Atlantic guaranteed here.
Farron is up 2.
2 builds.
Two
All
builds.
right, Farron put 2
Double
fleets.
fleet.
Oh, Army, London, Fleet, Liverpool, right? What do you need another? Oh, because there's a fleet in Helgoland. That's it.
Okay, I can see the argument for a fleet on the west side, but do we really need to get Liverpool here? There's nothing in west. There's nothing in Naf.
It's a conservative play. Look, she's not trying to solo here. She's
going to force the Mid-Atlantic, and ultimately, that's going to get Brest and Paris, and she's got a lot of preponderance of force. She's just in a great spot. She doesn't really have a wrong build here, except for 2 armies.
All right, going around the rest of the board here, we have Christopher Ward. After helping Morgante into Warsaw, says goodbye to one of those armies. Peter Lebeau drops the fleet in Rome. Peter McNamara rising like the phoenix from the ashes with a fleet in Smyrna, which essentially replaces the Russian fleet in Sevastopol, which leaves this world. Spring of 1905. Siobhan, tell us about the West.
As expected, Farron forces MAO. We see a retreat to Gascony, which, fine, I get it. France is pissed at what Farron is doing, putting herself into North Sea. And Germany, Christopher Ward is doing his best to reposition some units to do his best to stop Farron. Farron does lose St. Petersburg in all of this effort, though, because there was nothing left to support it. And it seems to be about all she wrote.
That's a good one to lose. It's worth pointing out that Timothy and Christopher ought to be coordinating every single unit.
Fair point, yes.
Having that army in Burgundy do nothing is not optimal. Doug, tell us about the East.
Peter and Timothy did a nasty here. They put a big old stink bomb into Albania. Green guy that just popped over there, and that's taken Trieste, I suspect.
What are they doing? That is fantastic.
Oh my goodness!
And then nothing else happens except for Warsaw goes to Galicia. Big deal.
Yeah. Okay, but let's take a look at this for a second. If you look at the East holistically, Russia is now retaking St. Petersburg. Austria is in position to retake Vienna, can't be stopped. And Italy could take Trieste, so they could sort of reform the line if they want to, and they could shove Peter McNamara back in the box and sort of we lost a ton of pace, and Farron's doing great, but we could sort of resolve this and let bygones be bygones here. They really could do that right here.
All right, let's find out. Fall 1905. Doug, what happens?
They don't do any of the things I just said. Instead, Russia, I don't blame Russia for this. It takes Warsaw, and, Morgante is uninterested in helping out anybody but Christopher Ward, which, is interesting. And I really like this sneaky, devilish move here, which results in the blown up fleet. Peter McNamara supports Timothy Crosby into Greece. We have a French fleet in Greece.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Robert Schippa in Russia is picking up 2 builds here. That's Warsaw and St. Petersburg.
Nope.
So, fascinating. All right. So glancing at the West here, Siobhan, Farron loses Holland but gains position. Is this a win for Farron?
I'm not sure about that with France building from Greece, of all places. I don't hate it.
She's down
losing
2.
Holland and St. Pete.
Yeah.
While France is building.
And Germany's building as well.
And Germany's building this. Yes, if it weren't for St. Petersburg, sure, but I need to know what was promised to Farron here. I don't like it.
Or maybe just got outwitted. Went for the went to try to blow up the fleet in Helgoland and thought they could get away with
You
But-
can
All right,
really
so-
see, you can really see some of the diplomacy ability, I actually think, shining through here in some of these moves. Like
Mhm.
Peter McNamara has orchestrated, England effectively losing a dot by giving France this dot in Greece.
Yes.
And I think that's like really worth talking about, because it's really hard for us to talk about what happens diplomacy wise. We can point out good moves and bad moves, but the net effect of this move over here is it advances Peter's position, and it's probably essential for that loss in the West. Like, this is very canny going on over here.
All right, let's see. Let's see if we can make it work. Are you guys hearing an echo?
Yes, I am.
A little bit.
All right. Hopefully it'll just go away. It went away. All right.
And there it goes.
Here are the builds for winter of 1905. Farron has difficult decisions to make. Decides to pull Army Belgium. So it took a while, but Belgium is a place where an English army went to die. Also, the fleet in Norway, which is also an interesting build. That's going to require some diplomatic work to keep the greedy Russian from trying to make some noise up there. We do have an army in Paris and an army in Munich. That's a little bit of a bonus for Farron. It's a silver lining of this turn that her opponents can only build armies here.
Well, France could have built a fleet in Marseille.
Right.
Would have taken it 2 seasons to become useful to the English fight, but...
Right. Yeah.
In any case, it ends up as an army in Paris. Morgante, I want to say, makes a difficult decision, but I don't know. Morgante has been making decisions look easy for the last 3 years of this game. All right, here we go in spring of 1906. And Siobhan, lots of movement in the West. What is the net effect? Can you glean it for us?
The net effect is Farron just says, sorry, Timothy, I'm out, I'm gone. Like, yours, my bad. I have made a terrible, terrible mistake, and I would rather focus on getting, I guess, St. Petersburg back is the end goal. But, I mean, Timothy's in a great place when he wasn't just a few years ago, like picking up Belgium with no contest, in a great position to move on Farron if he wants to, with also putting something back in West to, I don't know, do something against Italy. Like,
Farron can't lose Belgium here, right? Looking ahead to the fall, Farron has to get Belgium back.
Depends on what Germany does.
Or something else. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. What about the East? Wow.
I mean, this is like, I hate to say it, but it's a little bit of, Peter McNamara now really has a big opportunity. He has an ally in Russia. Look at, they're vacating the Black Sea and Sevastopol and moving everything west. At the same time, they say, thank you for taking Greece and hamstringing our opponent. We are now taking that ourselves. So now Italy is taking Trieste and Greece, and that's fantastic. Turkey's on the march. The only question at this point is, like, who's going to turn on whom in the East? Does Turkey keep working with Italy? Do they turn on Russia? How does that play out? But Morgante's demise has been sealed, and, Peter McNamara is not just outside the box. He is, ripping it to shreds and throwing it at other people and distracting them from, making good moves.
It pains me to say this, but I mean, we should wait until after this turn goes. But it's hard not to marvel at the recovery act that Peter has brought here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here are the moves for fall of 1906. He keeps Serbia, so Peter is now going to be up to 5, and is an Ionian, and could actually have had Greece here, although it would have meant torching the nascent alliance with Italy. What else in the East is worth talking about here, Doug?
We've got a enormous PIF over there in Budapest, which is significant. Russia actually cleared a build for St. Petersburg based off of that move, which isn't the most important thing ever, but it's going to be really hard for England to break that down. Now, Farron, they're going to have to bring 4 units up there to break that down. So it's going to take a little bit longer than anticipated based off of that clearing.
So we will say goodbye to Morgante in a moment. Siobhan, what else in the West is worth discussion?
I love Belgium just walking out to Ruhr. I'm just going to say, like, France walked into Belgium in the spring, and it's just like, oh, no, Farron, it's yours. You've got the support in there. Germany is deciding to move everything that direction. Let me just slip one little army unit into Ruhr. It's always fun. Some shifting of the fleets, you know, Spain to Mao, Mao to West, West to Tis, wanting to get some position down there in the Mediterranean before Peter does too much damage, which maybe is just prescient on the part of Timothy Crosby.
I love Timothy's move back to the Tyrrhenian Sea. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's great. I mean,
like, it has to be done.
He's in a great position at this point in the game. And, you know, look at the convoy possibility as well. Just flagging it.
Oh, just saying. Very, very correct about that.
Say a convoy into Naples or Tuscany.
The Italian boot somewhere.
And, you know, Timothy already has a fleet on the other side of the boot, right, in Albania. So if Farron weren't as strong, Timothy, you know, would be looking at a monster game here. But it is impressive. I will, you know, follow up on Doug's comment here. It's impressive how Timothy and Farron have been able to work things out.
Yes.
And they have now gained an enormous amount of unit efficiency by being able to leave their to demilitarize that border that they had. Still have some units back there, but they've made a lot of progress in that direction.
Yeah, that's a really important point, Brandon. And not just the fact that they are getting economy and efficiency of units right now, but they were able to patch things up even though they were in a really nasty position where Farron could have like gone after. The diplomatic flexibility here by both of them is really noteworthy. It is something that, you know, is difficult to pull off, but well done by them.
All right. Let's see how it works out. So we have a bunch of adjustments here. Right. So we forgot that Timothy was losing Greece here. So Timothy does have to.
Peter is building 2 in Italy.
Yeah. Yes, Peter LeBeau is going to be building 2 here from Trieste and Greece. Finally, Trieste, which stayed German for far longer than we would have thought. But, you know, Big Peter in the corner is rising. So Farron retakes the lead here, and Timothy has a difficult decision to make. Is it going to be Mid-Atlantic, which would reopen things, or is it going to be Army Brest? The answer is Army Brest. Well done. Christopher Ward drops a fleet in Berlin, which also makes Farron's future path somewhat pleasant. Robert Schipa interestingly puts down a fleet here in St. Petersburg, and that could end up being particularly useful. But Robert really needs another unit free in order to create the 4th unit up there. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1907. Siobhan, tell us about why don't you cover the whole board for us here?
Sure. I mean, my eyes immediately went to, you talked about that build in the north coast of St. Petersburg, which I just figured is like kind of not great because it's just going to sit there forever, or you're going to try and move it and then you lose St. Pete, and lo and behold, we have lost and disbanded that newly built fleet immediately. So well done, Farron, for taking that back and covering the retreat to Barents. Elsewhere, I'm going to go back to the west because that's where I remember Timothy Crosby in France is pulling Ruhr and Burgundy back, moving the fleets, doing what they can. I'm seeing a whole confusing mess of arrows around the Ionian. So I believe Tyrrhenian Sea supports Albania to Ionian, while Naples supports
over here. I only get to talk about Peter.
Oh no, he told me to do the whole board.
Yeah, well, we'll have you do the fall, Doug.
Naples supports Greece to the Ionian. Peter just slips up to the Adriatic because why not?
Yeah.
And moves the rest of his fleets to the Aegean and East, and it's.
And then France and Italy double bounce. It's a supported bounce.
It's a double supported bounce, and if you're Peter McNamara, you can't help but love that.
Yeah, because you've got Greece in the bag here. You'd probably take Trieste if you want to.
Yeah, fabulous. And yeah, Italy snuck into Tyrolia. That was.
All right, let's find out what happens here. Doug Moore, you get to tell us about the whole turn.
All right. Yeah, Peter gets back into the Ionian Sea and they blow up the French fleet down there in the south. And we have, pretty good coordination here between Italy, Russia, and Turkey, which is going to be interesting. Peter has the catbird seat here. He always just gets to sit back and be like, whatever, I'm cool. It's good. I'm helping you. So I just think for the long term, that is, a phenomenal position. That's where you want to be as Turkey, kind of going around the rest of the Med. I don't love the bounce in the Mid-Atlantic and then going to Western Med. I would have rather gone. I understand why Timothy needs to do that. It doesn't get you a whole heck of a lot here, and you're just ruining the use of that fleet.
It may not have been negotiated because
it's possible.
Look what happens in northern Germany.
Yeah, I mean, I expected that Farron was going to be making a play here against that. The only thing that is really bizarre is the lack of support from Belgium. Why wouldn't you be supporting that if you were doing that? Maybe there was the expectation of a bounce, but to me, it looks like she just walked into Kiel in Holland here in the fall.
It's hard not to see this as a stab, and it's hard not to see this as a stab, and I think that this just must be a misorder. Belgium left unordered. Maybe it was a last-second decision. Maybe Farron was like tossing this back and forth for the last minute, like just couldn't decide, and then finally just said, "Screw it." I
mean, that's Farron +3 here.
Yep.
To be fair, so maybe you're right. Maybe that was, oh crap, she's going to go there. I've got to pull back.
So Farron +3. Timothy is even, but gets a rebuild thanks to that. Thanks to the enormous effort that the East put into both utilizing the fleet and then discarding it like so much trash. But at this point, it's hard to see anybody pushing Farron back. Right? This game is Farron's if we're just looking at the board top.
I'm afraid to say that again. I've said it before, and
I wouldn't discount Peter's position here. Yes, he's down in Turkey and he's got a long way to go. But, he can grab a bunch of dots real fast and grow very, very quickly from here without a lot of effort.
Yeah, but I feel like the moment may actually have passed Peter by because Peter needed to be able to convince Timothy to keep fighting Farron, but instead Peter was advancing his fleets. So maybe a deal to carve up Italy, a year or two ago might have been a better strategy.
Yeah, I think that Robert and Peter are going to take Trieste and Greece right now. There's no reason not to. Mm-hmm. And then you're in a pretty good fight. He's in position where he can convoy over to the boot immediately. So, I think that the Peter LeBeau's time on this board is ending, and Peter McNamara is going to be trying to get as many dots as he can.
All right, let's see how it goes. And Siobhan, take us around the whole board, if you would.
All right, so Peter McNamara, as expected, taking Greece, making some moves, putting into position to take Trieste next turn, as Peter LeBeau in Italy has to come back and cover against the coming Frenchman. Because the Frenchman is divided between trying to take dots from Italy and defend against the unstoppable tide that is Farron Jane, who can just go in just about every direction at this moment. And, poor Christopher Ward losing Munich to the Italian-Russian onslaught board is like...
Italian and Russian?
Yeah.
That's just mean, isn't it?
It's just mean, and it okay, so we've got an Italian, Russian, Turkish-ish alliance where Peter McNamara seems to have said, oh, you're going to take Munich, so I'll take Greece. It's just a one-for-one trade. We're fine. Don't worry about me back here. I'm Turkey. Look at England. They're so dangerous.
And I definitely haven't put all my units in position to also take Trieste.
No,
Peter, this is a Peter-to-Peter negotiation. I think we shouldn't speculate on what might have happened there. Instead, let's look at the moves. And,
there it is.
These are they.
Serbia goes immediately to Trieste. Kabam. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yes.
What has happened in Moscow? Robert walked out, giving...
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's very decisive.
Wow.
Yeah. Oof. Wow. Okay, there's a lot that happens here. Let's summarize, because we've got a destroyed Italian unit with a French take of Venice with Turkish support. That seems significant. We have Italy losing Trieste as well, and Greece, so Italy's down 3. Remember last turn I said that Peter was going to be the architect of Peter LeBeau going down. Well, that just happened. So Italy's going down 3. In the meantime, Russia just managed to lose Moscow. I don't know how you could do that.
But takes Berlin.
But takes Berlin and blows up the German. Okay, that's all good. And then we have a convoy to Belgium, which is interesting, but not all that crucial, instead of forcing the mid-Atlantic. So I think Farron has lost a little bit of pace based off of this, yet at the same time gained it by taking Moscow unexpectedly.
I think you're right that this is potentially decisive. The taking of Moscow is a decisive moment here, because Timothy is getting a build here, and is also forming a good alliance that would enable him to push back Farron. But now Farron has broken through in the east, and it's hard to see. Farron's now ahead by 4. It's hard to see the rest of the board pushing Farron back.
I mean, it almost requires Peter to attack Russia just to save something of the position, so that even with that, it's going to be painful.
Well, in any case, so we get an army of Paris. Peter puts on an army and a fleet. We get another army in London. Moving on to the spring of 1909, this is where the game ends. So this ends with Farron. So it looks like the rest of the board recognized what we did, that holding back Farron is fruitless at this point. Mid-Atlantic's guaranteed, and now armies could start shuffling into the east. Farron tops this board by 4, which is significant in the scoring system that they're using here. There is some bonus for the gap between the first and the second place players. It's a really sort of a complicated hybrid system that is being used here. It's called Detour 09. And first place gets a bonus, second, third, and fourth place all get smaller bonuses. If you tie, you don't share the bonus. You both just get the lower of the bonuses. So if 2 people tie for first, then they both get actually the second place bonus rather than sharing the first place. So there's an incentive not to tie for any place, and there is incentive if you're the board topper to have as big a gap between you and the second place player. And you also get points for the size that you are, and you get a little bit of a bonus for surviving. And you get a tiny bonus for if you get eliminated for how long you've survived. So there's a lot going on in this one. But the net effect is that Farron Jane comes away with a score of 36.8, which is almost twice as high as the next highest in the game, Peter McNamara and Timothy Crosby. Peter is a TD, by the way, and so his score will not count toward the standings. So Peter cannot win anything in this tournament. That's going to wrap it up for this board. I'll give you guys a chance to give final thoughts. Siobhan, how do you feel about this board?
I think it's a fantastic result for Farron, especially in a round 1. You've got a great result. You're 4 centers above the next power, and in a scoring system that rewards that. Take this result, go into the next rounds, come in strong. Well done.
Doug Moore?
I really want to give Timothy Crosby a shout out for the ability here to salvage something when it looked like he was completely doomed, whether that was diplomatically or tactically or some combination thereof. I thought that was really well done. And, Farron obviously played a great game, but Timothy recovered from a very difficult position. And that's my hero of this game.
All right, we'll leave it there. And that means that it is time to let one of you guys take a break. Who is it? I think Siobhan. Is that right?
Sure.
I think I take a break and Andrew comes on.
Indeed. I had it completely backwards. All right, Doug, we'll see you in a little bit. Have a nice break. And that means we bring back to the stream Mr. Andrew Goff. Andrew, welcome back.
Thank you. What a great game of diplomacy that was.
Go for it.
I mean, the commentary is obviously what makes it, but the creativity and the play in that game, that was really good. I hope this one is as good as that one.
Yeah, there was a lot of nice deep strategic thinking going on. I do think we took a bit too long commentating on the game, even, probably partly as much fun as it was. So I'm going to push us to be a little bit faster in this game. I'll take the blame for it since I'm supposed to be the ringleader here. With that, let us dive right into the second round, board number 1, which was named after Crispus Attucks. I didn't make it almost. Here we go. Siobhan, can you tell us a bit about Crispus Attucks and the role that he played in the Boston Massacre?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do my best to be very, very quick. Crispus Attucks was a multiracial man born in 1723. There is some debate among historians, but he is largely believed to have been an escaped slave person. He was half Black and half Native American. So as an escaped slave person, he did become later in the 19th century an icon of the anti-slavery movement. After his escape, he was a seaman, which was one of the few jobs available to people of color back in the 1700s. He worked on a whaling boat. And he was very much known for being very, very large. He was 6 inches taller than the average person at the time. And he was in the Boston Massacre, and he was angry at the British for competition over work, specifically around whaling and other seafaring work, and talked a lot about it. And he was believed to be the first person to have been killed in the Boston Massacre, struck by 2 rebounded bullets. And that is his story. He has become an icon in the anti-slavery movement and racial movements all over the country ever since.
Thanks, Siobhan. And this is the board that is named after Crispus Attucks. In Austria, we have Tornado Teutonic Tommy Anderson, coming to us from Massachusetts. In England, we've got Noam Brown out of New Jersey. In France, Ed Sullivan, the big dog on this board and on the tour this season out of Houston. In Germany, we've got John Jameson coming to us from Vancouver. In Italy, we have a new player, Gene Hutaro. I don't know anything about Gene or where Gene is playing from, unfortunately. If Gene is out there, please let us know. In Russia, we have that guy, Morgante Pell. We just heard a lot about him. He was eliminated as Austria on the previous board. And in Turkey, we have Timothy Crosby, just played France, a bit of a back and forth game that impressed Doug Moore and netted him a second place. Out of Interlaken, Florida. All right, let's just dive right into the commentary, and we will. Why don't we switch you guys up? Andrew, I'll have you in the west. Siobhan will put you in the east. And here is that board. All right, spring of 1901 moves. Here they are. All right, Andrew, you are on the clock. What do you see in the west for spring of 1901?
I love all of the openings. All 3 of them are my favorite openings. So I hope whatever happens, all 3 of them get an 18 here. I love Munich to Tyrolia. I think it's a chaos move that really gives you a chance as Germany to get a really big score. It's a high risk, high reward move, but it just makes for really interesting games as well. And sorry to cut in on your turf there, Siobhan, but
no, please, there's so much fun here.
There's something coming the other way as well. So this is a fascinating start in the center.
This is one of the craziest openings I've ever seen. But I mean, I honestly, of all of the crazy here, is Marseille to Piedmont the nuttiest?
I love Marseille to Piedmont. And going back to the previous game, the ways you can defend against everyone moving towards you as France, Marseille to Piedmont, either by an agreed bounce or just walking in, is another option. Paris to Gascony, Brest to Mid-Atlantic. It's just great.
Genius.
It's just
there is
really,
not a single bounce on this board.
Wow, 1901, no bounces.
Venice walks into Trieste, Turkey walks into Black Sea, Sevastopol decides to hold, while we have Warsaw to Silesia, Vienna to Bohemia. Like, all of
just
it.
Brilliant. And strategically, I think the best part here for everyone on the board is no one's heavily committed either.
No,
so even
so
though it looks like chaos, no one has made that deeply committing move. The closest I can see is St. Petersburg, but even that doesn't necessarily mean anything in any kind of face-to-face game.
Plus a northern opening from this is amazing.
Great opening, brilliant.
It's worth pointing out, so a bunch of these players, so Ed, Tommy, Morgante especially, have played a lot of games with each other over the last year. And so this is the culmination of a lot of deception and betrayal and fun. And
I love this board.
And we are thankful for it here at DBN. All right, what happens in fall of 1901? No time to speculate. You see one thing I like already.
I see so many things I like. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna start this. So Tyrolia to Vienna, while Bohemia and Silesia take Munich, because why the heck not? Shouldn't Austria and Germany just swap dots?
And France being Napoleonic and moving Piedmont to Tyrolia, that's
it's brilliant.
amazing.
All of this. Like,
when Morgante passing up Sweden to go to Baltic must have expected the bounce from John. And
it's all you can imagine, because why else would you go to Baltic in this instance? And John, the chaos monkey that he is, moves Denmark to Albania because, of course.
Wow. All right. I think we covered it.
What a great event.
Winter of 1901. Let's just focus on the center of the board here.
You wanted us to be faster with this board, Brandon, so here we go.
We've got 5 countries have armies here.
Total chaos.
You've got Munich, Vienna, and Trieste, none of which are owned by the country that owned them at the beginning of the year.
I would like to profess my love to every single person who is playing on this board right now. And thank you so much.
All right, for builds, we have all fleets in the West. Fleet Marseille, Brest, Edinburgh, and Berlin. The only non-fleet build here is Army Kiel. Gene Ataro playing. It must be Gene's head must be spinning, wondering what they walked into.
Maybe they've masterminded it all.
Yeah, maybe
all their plan.
Fleet Naples, Army Rome. We've got Timothy Crosby, who had to rejigger his units. Ends up having to build a fleet in Ankara. Possibly didn't do that. Didn't reorient the units well enough to. Position him west-facing, if that was his intention. Morgante does get the build from Romania, puts down an army in St. Petersburg, and we do get an army from Tommy Anderson in the lone home center that he managed to retain in 1901.
You got this, Tommy.
This will definitely get a nickname. If he lasts longer, this could be 2-year Tommy, actually. All right, spring of 1902. Goffey, let's start with you in the West.
Well, it's all so interwoven now. If you just look at the West, you think, well, Germany's in a little bit of trouble here. But then you notice they've got an army in Galicia that's going to cause all sorts of havoc for the Russian who's attacking them. Russia pulls back Finland to St. Petersburg. They're trying to make peace with the English. Strategically, I'm not sure that was ever going to happen. So that one is a bit of an issue for Morgante. Could lose St. Petersburg here, especially if Berlin cuts Livonia. It can't be stopped. I really like the French position. The army in Tyrolia is powerful. The fleets, they're outnumbering Italy on the fleets, and they've got enough to defend Marseille as well. And no one else is attacking France. So I think France is in the strategic box seat here in the West.
Interesting. No one's going to be in position to take Belgium here unless, Germany's not going to go for it. Doesn't even have a place to build. But Siobhan, what about the East here? Anything of note?
I mean, nothing except for that cough, cough, Black Sea. And I guess can take Romania unless the German wants to decide to let Morgante keep it, which I don't see why John Jameson would do so, given that the Russian has just taken Berlin, even though John walked out of it, to be fair, because it turns out Silesia just walked in. It looks like we're not going to see Tommy 2-year Anderson because he's taking Vienna back.
Yeah.
Seems to have made a friend with the Italian. We'll see how long that lasts, because Tornado Tommy can blow out as fast as he whips it up.
All right. Let's
Sorry, can I just add in one quick little thing here? I think it's negotiation. The move of Munich to Burgundy is just so powerful. But sometimes, sometimes you just have to sacrifice that kind of opportunity to help your ally. So Austria has obviously promised support to Russia into Berlin, so they have to do it, even if there would have been this, I could go to Burgundy and here we go.
I don't know that I could have resisted Burgundy in this moment.
Yeah, but sometimes the alliance is more important than the strategic.
we could have had Austria being the first country to take Belgium.
Beautiful.
How often has that happened? All right, fall of 1902. manages to hold on to Munich, and Germany does take Belgium. Interesting. Let's I'm just going to run through this board, and then I'll give you guys a chance to comment strategically. We've got John Jameson taking Sweden, thanks to, we've got England, Noam and England taking Sweden, thanks to John Jameson's help. And we have that luscious French army in Tyrolia being blown up, thanks to effort of Italian without any help from the Austrian army in Vienna, although it probably wasn't technically needed. Yep.
Interesting that it was a choice to blow up the army. It could have retreated to Bohemia, but he chose to disband it rather than retreat it.
Yeah, so presumably to consolidate his forces and maybe put something down in Marseille here, or put something in Brest and reorient this game completely. Elsewhere, we have Serbia taking Romania with the help of the German in Galicia. So the German at least doing something with the army. Interesting helping the Austrian here. All right, so what do you guys see? What sense can you make of this?
Well, certainly Germany and England look like they're working together. Germany's stepped back to Belgium. France seems to be playing very passively, which is squandering a little bit of the opportunity. But at the same time, it also looks like they have a plan. So my suspicion is they've got something going on. It's just not clear from the board what that is.
Siobhan,
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I don't mind the passive moves from Ed Sullivan in France at this point. I feel like with the rebuild and other options available, like Goffey says, there's a plan there. I'm most confused by Morgante in this moment. Like, it's not just, I mean, Galicia supporting Serbia and Romania is a lot of fun, but let's talk about the fact that Romania walked out.
Well, presumably it was covering Sevastopol, expecting...
Yes, and I guess it depends on who you want to punish more. So keeping Turkey out of Sevastopol versus letting someone take Romania, it feels like a bad turn all around for Morgante.
Yeah,
there's some gutsy moves by Morgante there. He didn't cover Warsaw, and he defended St. Petersburg when the obvious move was probably to cover Warsaw. I don't know if it worked out for him, but... No. His moves make sense. It just turned out not to be a great...
One's up even, I believe, because up Berlin, down Romania.
That's right, and opted not to disband the fleet in the north, which would have allowed a rebuild in the south, which you could argue could have come in handy. Interesting that, so Tommy Anderson here is going to have 2 builds but only 1 home center, unless Peter... God, his last name is blanking me. Who tried to build in Serbia in that World Championship?
Oh, Peter Jurgen. Yeah, we have that on video where Peter Jurgen told Andrew Goff, "I can just build in Serbia," and Andrew Goff looks at the
camera. Classic diplomacy moment. All right, so Tommy Anderson, not 2 build Anderson here is only going to get 1. Ed's going to get that rebuild. Let's see what he puts down, and that is an Army Paris. So not in Marseille. And not a fleet in Brest, but clearly worried about that Austrian army slipping into Burgundy and wanting to be able to do something about it. We got an army in Edinburgh, and John Jameson pulls that army in Galicia, which Tommy Anderson doesn't need to cry about because Tommy's got the forces to replace them. All right, so let's keep on. Go ahead.
After 2 years of chaos, we're back to a fairly sensible position after those builds and disbands.
But the button on the blender gets pressed again. So let's go back to East-West here, and Siobhan, talk me through the East.
So after all of that, Tommy is trying to do some repositioning, loses Vienna to Gian Hitaro in Italy, who has decided, oh, those look so tasty. France and I have apparently made our peace. I don't want to step on Andrew's toes too much there. Timothy Crosby shifts some things around, and it's, in a decent position, out of the box-ish, but not enough. And meanwhile, Morgante has more English-German issues as we convoy something into Prussia, and etc. And I'll give it over to Andrew at this point.
Well, you've called out most of the board here. I think the interesting thing here is the strategic realignment that France and Italy have wrought here. I think this is what is now moving the board here. Goff, why don't you talk about what you make of that? Is that a good call on their part?
I think it's a great call on Italy's part. I think it looks a little bit like a Southern Triple to me, with Turkey involved as well. If that comes to fruition, could be a really strong alliance. I like it a lot for France, except no one seems to have gone with the attack. So where is Germany going? Who is France's ally in the West? And again, a little missed opportunity to go to the Irish Sea and convoy an army straight into Liverpool. But I like it strategically. I want to see France and who they're allied with before I'm convinced it's going to work.
So you think it was a mistake to go after Belgium first here? It'd be better to go after the British Isle.
I don't know who France is attacking here, and I don't know who their ally is. It looks a little bit like they're having a bet both ways. If you're going after Belgium, you want to be allied with England. So why are you moving to the English Channel?
Well, I mean, you could make the argument that it's to get leverage over Belgium, but
and you could also make the argument that the whole moves are to get Picardy convoyed into Wales.
Right.
So there's a lot of options. It's a very dynamic position, and I think there's a plan, but I want to see what the plan is and if the other parties go along with it.
All right. Well, we're here to find out, and we have our answer. So I'll call it out, and then I'll give you guys a chance to talk about strategic analysis again as well. Picardy is the mover into Belgium here. So France has chosen both to take Belgium and to help Germany into Munich. So John Jameson in Germany is playing Janissary and getting something out of it. Manages not to take Berlin thanks to Munich tapping heel here and preventing the taking of Berlin here. So John is not going to get a build. It's up and down. We wouldn't have a home center open anyway to use it. Elsewhere in the north, nothing happens thanks to good defense. And in the south, we have Ed Sullivan making the big move back into the Mediterranean. So this was a détente with Italy that lasted one turn, but has been enormously successful for Ed to gain position and also get a build out of it. Jean has gotten some position in the east, but isn't getting a build out of it and is now vulnerable in the back. The only other thing that happens in the east is that Sevastopol is back in Romania thanks to the support of the Turk, Timothy Crosby. But the triple attack on Bulgaria doesn't work. Would have if Jean had been convinced to tap Aegean, but that did not happen. All right, this was an eventful year. Is anyone? Can you identify anyone besides Ed as a big winner? Siobhan?
I love this turn for Ed, getting the Italian so comfortable to push so far east and yet being able to pivot back so quickly is brilliant. I'm not sure I love that we've peeved off England a little bit here. Again, like, we're still in the English Channel. We've forced the English to pull back a unit, and the English are getting a build, if I'm reading this correctly.
Left this out. Prussia slips into Warsaw here. So
I want to say Ed, but at the same time, have we made more enemies than we can afford to keep?
Yeah, Goff, let's go to you here. From this position on the board, who do you like the best? Who would you want to be?
You're going to think I'm mad. The obvious answer here is Turkey, because always Turkey when they're getting out of the box. Something to be said for that position. But I actually really like Germany. I think the big winner from that term, if they've got to deal with France of any kind, Austria and Russia have been attacking Germany all game, and that's no longer a factor. They're going to get Berlin back. If they can keep it together for another year, then Germany's position is very playable. The biggest threat on the other side of the board is Italy, which is not a problem for Germany. Turkey growing. If there's a sort of England-Germany alliance coming here, I really like Germany's position. I'm sure John will prove me wrong just because he has it in for me. But I would take Germany's position here. I really like it.
All right. Siobhan, you want to pick one?
I mean, I can't pick Ed. So in this case, I actually really like England. Building one here, and like Andrew's saying, if we've got an EG coming out of this, I think they both have a ton of opportunity with a bunch of chaos happening elsewhere on the board. And if they can keep it together, Noam and John can do some really interesting things. And I think maybe England has the leg up on that one.
All right, interesting. I'm surprised. I mean, I just led myself into thinking that France had gotten very good position here. I tell you what, sorry, so I'm going to call up the builds here, but then I think I'd like us to do a whole year at a time and then comment at the end of the year for analysis, see if we can move through this a little more quickly. So builds, we've got Fleet and Brest, an Army in Liverpool, which is interesting. You could view that as a defensive build. And Gene Hitaro puts down the Fleet in Rome. Tommy Anderson has to pull 2 units despite having 1 in the bank. So that was not a good year for Tommy Anderson. About 3 units from 6 to 3. All right, let's push ahead here then, and let's see if we'll figure out how to do this. We'll just have one of you guys call out each year. Start off that way. Andrew Goff.
Germany in the North Sea is the big obvious move this turn. You'd hope he has support from the French. Berlin is walking out. I really like Germany's position, even though there's now 2 Italian armies walking up towards his border. Italy has other problems to deal with, so I think their position is very fragile. Otherwise, it doesn't look like it's going to be a great year for Russia with the support to Moscow.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, the move here.
Are we doing season at a time or year at a time?
No, let's keep on going. I laid out the idea and then I was going against it. But the move from Gene there is the most fascinating that I could tell. All right, fall of 1904. Siobhan, talk us through it.
I take back my love for the English position at this point as they lose Warsaw and the English Channel and various other things. And I throw my hat back to Andrew Goff, who's always more prescient than I am. I'm a little disappointed to see the Italian move up the center of the board and then move right back.
It was there, then it wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all right there. And, elsewhere, Morgante is doing the best he can and is bringing back Moscow and keeping everything for the moment, including Berlin. So well done you. I mean, I'm still just a bit mystified what these negotiations must look like, because everything just feels a little bit like tennis. Like, we're over here, now we're over here, now we're over here, now we're over here. And God, I want to be a fly on the wall in this group chat room.
It's such a melodic game, isn't it? It's great.
But hilariously, though, I mean, the East now kind of looks like
builds.
The East now kind of looks like it could have in 1903. Well, I guess it's only 1904. Anyway, so why does Tommy Anderson get another build here? Picks up Warsaw.
Because of course he does.
All right, so let's talk about this position now. Is a little surprising here that John Jameson didn't pick up a build. You were expecting that to happen there, Goff. Are you still liking John's position?
I'm still liking his position. I suspect Silesia is the unit that England will pull off the board, which means now he's guaranteed Berlin. He's got a fleet in the North Sea. He's got an obvious ally in France. France, Germany look pretty good to me. I would take either of them. I like John's game so far.
Siobhan?
All right, fine. I'll throw my hat in the ring for Ed. I mean, with England pulling one, even if it is the Silesia unit, Ed's got a great position, and if the FG continues on, it's only good things from here on out.
All right, and we'll see if Tommy Anderson waves this build, and the answer is he does not. And indeed, Silesia comes off the board. So yeah, all of a sudden we've got a whole new ballgame. Let's keep watching it here. Let's do the same thing we did again. Andrew reviewed the moves in the spring, and Siobhan we'll do it in the fall. What do you see in the spring, Andrew?
John has done me in, even from the distance. North pulls back to Denmark, which I would say that's crazy time. But he does have a free move into Paris, so it's a stab. It's a proper stab. Is it going to work? Well, I don't know. I just don't know. If you had your time again, why wouldn't North Sea go to Belgium?
Yeah. Yeah.
On the other side of the board, Turkey's position, it's that once they're out of the corner, they're always going to be a threat. Greece looks very solid. Serbia, Budapest, Austria is in a lot of trouble now. So I like the Turkish position a lot.
All right, let's keep on going here. Fall of 1905. Siobhan, talk us through it.
I mean, a little bit of hate that Andrew's always right, but with a free walk to Paris or a free walk to Marseille available to him, John in Germany decides to take Belgium instead.
Oh, wow.
Which is a choice.
And then it supports himself into Sweden. Wow, the West suddenly became as messy as the East was in the first year.
And the winner, it turns out, despite losing Belgium, is Ed Sullivan in France, picking up Liverpool and London brilliantly.
Yeah.
Because Liverpool goes to Wales?
Yeah, presumably.
Or from London. We'll talk about that another time, Noam. And Tommy Anderson survives in Romania. Well done, you. Elsewhere in the East, blah, 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 lots of supports and not much.
We got to point out Silesia to Munich as well.
Thank you. I actually completely missed right in the middle of the board around all the chaos.
That's just crazy that move exists, but it does.
So Morgante's going to have 2 builds, only has 1 home center open. I'll
bet on an army in Moscow.
I'm thinking a fleet, Andrew.
Wow. So, Eugene Hitaro takes both Serbia and Budapest here with help from Bulgaria, from Timothy in Bulgaria. So overall, what's the big picture of 1905? How would we summarize what happens?
Russia must be doing some superb negotiation and maybe being helped by John jumping backwards and forwards. The flip-flop is rarely going to be successful. But also, what Siobhan was saying is spot on. How did France get 2 builds there? That's
Rome, London, Liverpool, down Belgium.
So Siobhan telling me how prescient I am for 2 years and then being right all along. Yeah, I would have taken France too now, Siobhan. So, and again, Italy's position is good, and it's fine, but the Turkish position is just that's how. If this game goes for 15 years, Turkey's going to get 15 centers. It's just a matter of how quickly they can go.
Yeah.
All right, let's head on into, first we got to see the builds here. We get a fleet in Marseille, no surprise, army in Paris, because who knows what those black units are going to do next. We need a little bit of prophylaxis here. Timothy Crosby in Turkey puts down an army, seems sensible, and Morgante laments only being able to put down 1 army here, while Tommy keeps the 1 unit that does not border the lone center that he has, but gives him a chance to do something.
Yeah, and Gene in Italy with a pocket build with nowhere to build that +1.
Yep. Well, Noam Brown forfeits Edinburgh here and looks like it wants to take some revenge on Denmark. All right, we go into 1906 here, and let's stick with this model that we've got going here. Andrew, take us to the spring.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is that Turkey is making the moves here. Getting that army up into Serbia, getting the fleet into the Ionian. They're a hard force to stop now. Having said that, they seem to be working with Russia, which is good. I don't know what John is doing. Baltic to Livonia. I'm sorry. I don't want to. Maybe there is a plan, but I don't understand that move at all. North Sea to Yorkshire is a really clever move. It does actually protect Edinburgh in a circumstance where it looked really hard to protect. So I really rate that as a little bit of tactics, but it's defined by Turkey making moves and making strong moves, and Germany making moves and making not quite so strong moves.
All right, and if France losing Rome, and looks like won't be able to take it back. Fall of 1906. Siobhan, talk us through this one.
Yeah, indeed, France does lose Rome, but takes Belgium back to counter that loss. Germany continues to make choices that confuse me, I will say, a little bit. So maybe France and England have made a little bit of peace here, and France has said, okay, you know what? I'm good with Liverpool and London. I'll leave Edinburgh alone. I'll stay away from it. You go back and do this. Maybe we'll just carve up what is left of Germany. And in the East, I mean, Turkey's the winner this year. Picking up Serbia, holding that way out of the box in a superior position, poised to make all the decisions for that side of the board. And I love to see it. Also, Turkey in the Mediterranean Sea, always a good sight.
What happens in Sevastopol is just funny because I feel like Sevastopol has been Morgante's like nemesis the whole game.
It's been its Achilles heel.
Just can't get it right,
I kind of feel like Ukraine went to Sevastopol to cover it, and Black Sea was like, no, actually, I'd rather if you were just there. Thank you.
Yeah, expecting a soft bounce maybe, and just wanted to prevent Sevastopol from being open for a build. All right, England's going to get a build here. Please be an army, please be an army, please be an army. Are you guys with me?
I'm with you.
Army, yes. Yes.
Did John just have to go to bed? Was he?
I feel like we've seen this from John before. He, just finds it wants to take revenge, or finds a different motive. Sorry, go ahead.
Wild, those disbands. Wild.
I know.
John pulls both armies in the middle of the board, keeps the two fleets, which can do a whole lot of nothing. And elsewhere we have Jean Hataro getting to build. Congratulations, Jean.
Still one in pocket from the lack of build last year.
Yep. Timothy Crosby puts down a fleet in Constantinople here, which is interesting and suggests that Timothy does see future growth to the west, perhaps to the north and west, but not the north. Morgante gets to put down 2 units and puts them down as armies. Does not take the opportunity to build a fleet in St. Petersburg. Do you guys like that?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I think both moves have benefits. Maybe Germany's wild play is also being told over the board, in which case he's trying to get armies so that he can flood through Germany. It makes sense. But a fleet on the south coast of St. Petersburg, I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen that. Morgante's, I think, playing well in a difficult position here.
Yeah. And I think at the same time that Morgante needs Noam in England to keep France back if he wants to really break through the center of the board, and building a northern fleet isn't going to do England any fuzzies, like warm fuzzies here.
It's also a good prophylactic against Turkey getting any sneaky ideas that maybe north is an option. Doesn't look like an option to me now.
All right, let's carry on spring of 1907. Siobhan will give you the spring this time. See what you can do with it.
Okay, so that army in Edinburgh, which was poised to take Liverpool, decides to instead convoy itself to Holland. So me thinking here, maybe Russia wants England on side to keep France down. Not the case. France is instead positioning themselves to take more position and more dots off of England. Well done. Position on Holland, position for Edinburgh, position for North Sea. So many options for the next season. And John Jameson, nice to know all your dots have gone to other people. We've got a Russian who was occupying the entirety of the German homeland.
Russia got support from Denmark and Baltic into Kiel, so 4 against 0.
Yeah, I
think that's
John supported him into his own home center. And again, I think the story of the board, though, not to bury the lead, is the Turk, who's getting support into the Western Med and just position in the Austrian home centers. This is phenomenal from Timothy Crosby.
Yeah, it's this was very prescient of Andrew several turns ago. Not surprisingly, followed 1907. We get it. We get the switch. Andrew, talk us through it.
Wow, I mean, Western Med to Tyrrhenian Sea is crazy just to start with. I really like Italy's play there. Italy had to do something. So I'm not familiar with Gene at all, but that's good play. So hat tip there. Just as you begin to think that England and France might have got a deal together to work together, France takes Edinburgh and doesn't help England into Kiel. So Russia now really, really does own all three of the German homes.
And occupies them as well. Fantastic.
I mean, wild.
So fighting in the East, does this benefit does this benefit Ed Sullivan the most? Who's the winner out of 1907?
Well, Ed was the big winner there because if Italy and Turkey had kept coming, he had problems on his southern border. Now, unless they can patch things up, there's French fleets going to head north, and that's a very traditional gunboat style of French, very tactical, effective game for France to play from here. I kind of hope Italy and Turkey can patch things up because there's a lot of potential for them. But
it's hard to see.
What Siobhan said, to be a fly on the wall, wow. It's so much a negotiation game rather than a tactical one.
All right, well, let's see the builds. I wonder what John Jameson is going to disband. It could be anything. In fact, it's everything. We get Ed Sullivan dropping an army in Paris. Timothy Crosby puts an army in Constantinople. It's a little interesting just because it's hard to see how we can deploy that effectively right away. You can make a good argument here for Fleet Smyrna. And then we get an army in Moscow for Morgante, who's got to be thinking, like, what do I have to do? Yeah. But as it stands, this game is finally balanced. Ed Sullivan at 9, and then the next 3 players tied at 7. So the board top here is still very much in play if the 3 Eastern powers who have just all fought each other in the last year can get their act together. Do they? Siobhan, tell us if they do.
Oh, I don't think this board is ever going to get its act together. So now we have a wintergreen forming against the Turk, who we've let out of the box. Piffing Romania, walking into Greece, stranding that Turkish unit out in Western Med, who can now not find a friend to save its life. Meanwhile, Ed Sullivan just doing his best to reposition, but I think losing to Morgante in the end, because Morgante in Holland.
Well, he supports Morgante in Holland here. So double support, but let's not skip over the convoy, Holland to York with an undefended Liverpool.
I mean, Noam hasn't been able to find a friend for several seasons now and is like, screw it. If none of y'all want to help me into anything, I might as well go back home and take my dots back.
All right, fall of 1908. Andrew Goff, tell us about
it. And he does. He takes Liverpool back. There's Russia's descending back towards the corner. Turkey, it's a big mess over in the east now.
Galicia to Bohemia.
I want to say that Russia and Turkey should really reconsider what they're doing here, but I don't think they will. Italy and Russia trying to squash Russia back whilst there's this huge France threat. That's a risky play. I know Russia and France are working together, but if France gets over the top of England here and you haven't killed Turkey, there's a big score here for France. I'd be very surprised, even with England taking Liverpool, if France doesn't top this board.
It's worth pointing out here, at least for the moment, so forget about the long-term prospects, but Jean Hitaro in Italy has taken 2 here. And so with France going down 1, it's going to be Jean Hitaro who jumps into the lead. So, ask you guys. Andrew was just picking France here long term, unless there can be some diplomatic work done by. Well, I think the options you were offering there was that either they get their act together diplomatically, or Italy and Russia take out Turkey as quickly as possible. Siobhan, who do you like on this board?
All of a sudden and out of nowhere, I love Jean's position. I mean, building to Turkey down to Russia's only up 1, but we've had some cooperation in the last few seasons. If Jean continues to play the way that they've been playing, this is a phenomenal game right in the palm of their hand.
All right, let's see what we got. So that Army in Bohemia comes off, which is a huge bonus to, especially to Italy, but also to Russia as well. That really was just a problematic unit. Jean puts down 2 armies, one of them in Naples. Bold and fun. Timothy pulls that army in Bohemia and also that fleet in North Africa. So 2 units that are in fun locations, but not useful for the task at hand, which is defending the homeland. Interestingly, Ed Sullivan pulls Edinburgh. That strikes me as an alliance play, a bid to get an alliance with Nome back together. I see Andrew shaking his head. Real quickly, why don't you like that?
Why don't I like it? I was going to say before the builds, it's always a good sign when you have a disband and you've got lots and lots of options as to what it is, and none of those options.
None of those options was Edinburgh.
Edinburgh would have been almost the last unit I would have considered taking off the board. Spain, Marseille, even Mid-Atlantic. Edinburgh was. It's got to be an alliance play. There's got to be some kind of discussion going on there about it.
Yeah. All right.
Now I think I prefer Italy a little bit over France.
Just because of the disband.
And that Bohemia disband, I think, is better for Russia than Italy. So now maybe Russia and Turkey could come to some kind of agreement.
Oh, wow.
And, I don't think they will, but Russia really should be considering it.
Yeah, because without a fleet in the Black Sea, Russia's potential gains in Turkey are limited. So, all right, let's push forward, see how it goes. And Siobhan, let's stick with you in the East for the whole of for the spring. Yeah, keep going.
So what I see is this late blooming wintergreen between Italy and Russia continues on, taking Romania. Turkey pulls back to be as defensible as they can be in the corner. Timothy Crosby, I mean, you're doing the best you can at this point, but I mean, we've lost Romania, we're losing the Aegean. Ed has a whole bunch of red arrows chaining around that Marseille, Piedmont, Spain MAO, which is just unfortunate and I think kind of unnecessary at this point. And we see the fruits of the labor in disbanding Edinburgh. We just lose it and can't.
Yeah.
We don't take Liverpool at this point. I guess we can in the fall. That's fine. But we do take North Sea. So good on you for that, Ed.
A lot of units doing nothing for Ed Sullivan, though.
Yeah.
Could still top this board, but it's not going to be the most efficient play we've seen.
I'm not sure why Belgium would go to Burgundy either. That's an unusual.
Why Belgium would go to Burgundy instead of convoying the army you kept in Spain to Clyde to anything like.
Yeah, there was so it went to Liverpool, but also went to York. All right, let's keep on going. Fall of 1909. Andrew Goff, tell us about it.
There's your convoy, Siobhan. Spain.
Yay! Thank you, Ed.
That's a pretty good move. It's hard to argue against that one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Russia and Italy are just working together. I don't see what's in it for Russia after this, though. So you've got to like Jean's position there. Well played to get out of what looked like a really tough bind.
Mm-hmm.
Still, strategically, France has got it if they want it. But I suspect we're getting close to a draw here, that they'll take out the Turkish centres and then agree to a 3-way.
This is a moment where I think if you're Jean Hataro, you got to think about sending these back over west, right? What would be the harm in doing that?
Maybe unless you've sort of agreed to that 3-way principle. If you've pressed the wrap it up button here, it's fall 1909. You're just going to go Russia, Italy, France, and call the draw. Then you don't make that move.
All right, but this is a scoring system where board topping is significant. So,
Mhm.
all right, we get an army in Rome, we get an army in Warsaw, and a fleet in St. Petersburg, finally. This one lands on the north coast. All right, spring of 1910. I'm going to call this out, see if we can move this forward more quickly. I'll get you guys' thoughts at the end of the year. We have the Italian units deploying further west, while we got some bounces with the French in Western Med and Piedmont potentially arranged. But the net effect here is to get an Italian army into Constantinople, which you prefer to have it in Smyrna, but it's a good start. But we got some developments. We get the Russian army in Warsaw dropping into Galicia, which the Italian can't be too happy about. We have France snagging Munich in a way that is immovable, while also keeping Belgium free.
While the French convoy Holland to Denmark.
While the French convoy, the French convoy Holland to Denmark. So this is a fascinating set of cooperations between Morgante and Ed. Can you guys make any sense of it now?
Got all the hallmarks of agreements everywhere
To end the game.
Yeah.
Every single one of these players needs to get in touch with me because I want to talk about what was happening in negotiations so I can do a write-up about this for Diplomacy World.
But I will say, I know that Morgante and Ed, don't know Gene. Gene's a new player for us, but I know that Morgante and Ed are fully capable of arranging a three-way draw. A three-way shared board top, I should say, especially in an earlier round in a tournament. I think it's going to be their second score, top two count here. That's the sort of thing that they would do.
You can bet on it. They've actually got the ability to take out just about everything this turn. England can almost die here. In fact, they can.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is definitely looking like a three-way agreed draw to me.
Yeah, Edinburgh should be lost. The question is whether, so whether Norway and Sweden both fall. All right, well, the answer is, and I will finish this off. No, Norway and Sweden, no, sorry, Norway falls, Sweden is held on to. Edinburgh somehow is held on to. That shouldn't have happened. That's just bad tactics on France's part. Although I suppose that North to Norwegian was meant to allow Norway to be successful, to be guaranteed to be taken. Elsewhere, we do have some Italian-Russian strife now. Galicia takes Vienna, which was guaranteed. But Morgante also gets Ankara, while the Italian gets another army into Turkey. So now the Turkish, so we say goodbye to Timothy Crosby, who has had one hell of a diplomacy day, by the way. This guy definitely got his money's worth of diplomacy action today. Just lots of back and forth, ups and downs, betrayals, and friends for a while.
I even think Vienna might be agreed.
Oh, I see. Oh, in order to bring about the shared board top, sure.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, we also have France taking Kiel. Interesting. All right. So this is where things stand. We now have. Well, Morgante has now gone +3 here. Gene is only 1 behind, but now Ed has fallen significantly far behind. So if there's going to there is a possibility here for, forget about what they have agreed upon. There is a possibility here for Morgante to go for the lone board top himself. And for Gene to possibly do it as well. So still more to play for here. Morgante still has to bank 1 because it only has 2 home centers open. So we get 2 more Russian armies. We get another French army. We get another Italian army. So everyone building armies with their units. A lot of Italian armies. My goodness.
You kind of love to see it, don't you?
Look at this line. That is beautiful. All right, let's see what Gene does with it. Spring 1911. Turn it over to you guys. Siobhan, talk us through what happens here.
So we see what I imagine is a lot more arrangement. We trade Ankara for Budapest. France picks up Edinburgh. We're probably setting up for Ed in France to take a couple more, or a shared 2-way board top with Ed not far behind. Again, this all feels too like we've agreed upon this. Let's get England out of here, and we'll figure out what the dot count's going to be.
But if you're Morgante, why do you do that? I mean, you've got centers in the center of the board that you need to get units over to hold. So maybe it's just that it's not really a defensible position. All right, I'll talk us through here because it does look like there's a lot of cooperation. Except, I mean, look, this is a big deal. Getting a fleet into Constantinople that can go to the Black Sea. That means that all these are going to be at risk. We have We've got
That
France.
looks pretty arranged.
This looks pretty arranged. We got France
Yep.
taking 2 Russian dots, while Russia self-bounces in a French dot.
Mhm.
All right, so the net effect of this is France now jumps on top, 12, 11, 11. But the possibility of a 3-way shared board top is now gone because they need a 4th player to be around with 1 dot in order to make that work. So somebody has to top this board. And now the question is, do they keep playing? And the answer is they do not. So this is how the game ends. It presumably was arranged to end this way. Why they would agree to give Ed Sullivan the board top? The net effect is that Ed gets 38.8 points. Gene and Morgante are not too far behind, but 8 points is not insignificant in the scoring system, while everyone else just gets points for surviving for a while.
In the comments, I see that it would need to be pointed out that Ed was also playing 2 boards at one time when this happened.
Wow.
I want to tip my metaphorical hat to Gene Hitaro here. Fantastically played game. You're new to our broadcasts. I don't know you very well. I don't know how much experience you have in diplomacy, but I want to see more from you, and please keep playing with us because I loved every step of this game.
I'm very impressed by Gene. I'm very impressed by Morgante as well. This is the sort of game where he excels, and being able to cut Turkey out there. I mean, look at that graph. He just collapsed the Turkish position, and it was opportunistic, but it was just executed so well. That's really unlucky for Tim Crosby, but full credit to Gene and to Morgante for making that happen. It was really good play by them rather than bad play by Turkey.
All right, congratulations to Ed Sullivan for getting the board top, and to Morgante and Gene for a 2nd place finish, which is worth something in this game. And we will leave it. Oops, sorry, go
ahead. As a quick novelty, at one point Russia had all of the German centers, and at the end of the game, France has all the German centers.
That's right. Well, Italy has all of the Turkish centers as well.
As you do.
That's pretty fun.
And at one point had all the Austrian centers.
Indeed. All right.
Chaotic game.
Very, very fun. Thank you all for that board. We are going to give Siobhan a break here. Siobhan, we'll see you in a little bit. And bring back to the stream Mr. Doug Moore. Doug, welcome back.
That was a great game. Nicely done to all the players on that. That was a dynamic, fun game from the start to the end. I really enjoyed watching it.
All right, well, the fun continues. Let's dive right into our next board, which is board number 2, and this is named after Edward Garrick. We are going to bring Siobhan back onto the stream to tell us about it, about who Edward Garrick is. Siobhan, tell us about Mr. Edward Garrick.
Hi, hello. So Edward Garrick, I actually had to look him up. I'm not big into American history. I was a history major, but European history. He is a not as often talked about feature of the Boston Massacre. He was an apprentice to a wig maker in Boston and called out a British Captain Lieutenant Goldfinch, who we'll talk about a little bit later on the next board, for refusing to pay a bill. Goldfinch claims that he had paid the bill the day before. There's a little bit of a tussle back and forth with some of the British soldiers saying, no, he's a gentleman. If he said he paid his bill, he will have paid it. Edward Garrick decided that wasn't good enough for him. This wig maker that I'm working for, I trust him. I said you didn't pay this bill. And a drunk, it is reported, Edward Garrick and his fellow wig maker apprentices started taunting and poking at the British Captain Lieutenant and others the other soldiers in front of the Boston Common House. And then Garrick was struck by a musket, drawing the first blood of the Boston Massacre, and he ran off to tell the story and spread word of his injury to the crowd, and the chaos that happened as a result of it is said to have been brought about by Edward Garrick.
Drunk wig makers, you just can't trust them.
You can't.
Oh God, how many times have I heard that? Thanks for the information. We'll see you in a little bit. You actually do get a break. All right, this is round 2, board 2. In Austria, we find Evan Sweetheart out of Cincinnati, Ohio. In England, we've got Larry France finds Karthik Kaneth, DBN's own Karthik Kaneth, coming in with a gaudy #2 ranking in the DBNI standings. He is the winner of the DixieCon tournament, most recent champion on the tour. He's coming to us from California. In Germany, we have that guy, Ed Sullivan, who was playing this game simultaneously with the other one, coming to us from Houston. In Italy, we've got Christopher Ward, Mr. Wardy, out of Chester in the UK, playing a second game of the day. Russia finds Stuart McDonald, playing his first game here. And in Turkey, we've got Melinda Holly, out of properly spelled Phoenix City, Alabama. That is how they spell it there. All the people out there are already writing in to suggest a correction. All right, let's dive right in here onto the board. Here is the map. And let's see if we can continue picking up the pace here. We started to get good at the end of that game. We'll start off with East-West just for 1901, and then we'll move to warp speed. Andrew, let's put you in the East this time. So Doug, you are in the West. Tell us what you see.
Oh, I love the Karthik opening here. Run away! Sometimes that's the best thing to do is like get the hell out of there. I enjoy that opening sometimes. The rest of the West is interesting. I think it's really dominated by what's happening with Karthik, and it draws the attention. Germany is very standard. Larry is very standard. Italy is focusing on the East. So now you have Karthik, who is making a play for being friends with everybody, and it puts Ed in actually a difficult spot, I think, to make a decision as to whether or not you take 3 dots.
All right, and I see some fireworks in the East. Tell us about it, Andrew.
Well, I think Melinda Holly has been around diplomacy a long time, and not bouncing her in the Black Sea. If I saw Melinda Holly in the Black Sea, not because I don't necessarily trust her, but because this opening has been around for 30 years, and it's unsurprising to see it. Go Melinda for reviving this one. I think it's strong, and if you can convince the Russian to hold in Sevastopol, it's really strong.
This is exquisite. She's guaranteed Sevastopol here. To get black in Armenia in the first. We've got France and Turkey both getting off to ideal starts from their perspective. They both had diplomatic triumphs and got away with it.
The key to the game as Turkey is to somehow convince someone to work with you, and this opening is one of the best ways to do that. Doesn't always work, but it's a great shot. So well played. For
Austria or Italy, it's a love letter. You're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's move ahead here into the fall of 1901. And Sevastopol wasn't guaranteed. I'm sorry, I spoke too quickly on that. Andrew, talk to us about the East, if you will.
The bounce in Romania is one of the stranger moves that I've seen, and obviously the love letter didn't work. It was seen as a little bit too stalkery, perhaps. Italy gets Trieste by agreement, and in return for that goes to the Aegean. So that tells the story of the East, I think. It's
actually a bit of a risk by Italy there, especially given how friendly Turkey might look to Austria. Austria could have bounced Trieste here, and Italy would have been left with no builds. All right, but Wardy.
Sorry, there's another little risk there as well, and this is stealing Doug's thunder a bit, but Mid-Atlantic to Western Med was an option, and boy, Ionian. Wow, that opens you up, but it didn't happen. So Doug, how do you feel about that? Karthik?
Well, I was looking at the 2 armies there, and if you're going to strand your armies that far away, it's generally that you're going south with your units. You're not really trying to attack. You could attack England from there, but you're going to be 2 fleets against 2 fleets. Why not go to the West Med in that situation? Okay. I really like, if you're trying to put your pedal to the metal here and get like your maximum pace, that's a good play here, particularly because you had Italy and Tyrolia, which might draw Germany back. You're just not sure how that friction's going to play out. Sometimes that could be a lot of fun. The West otherwise, for me, the thing that's really interesting is the no bounce in Sweden in this instance. What is Ed playing? What is Stuart talking about? Like, normally I don't like to bounce, but if you think that Turkey's going down or has an advantage, you might want to bounce in this situation. Really? Put another fleet down and make your own attack on Russia, combine with Turkey and meet in the middle.
Interesting. All right, winter of 1901 finds fleet in Brest, army in Paris. So Carthage definitely has northern ideas here, and that's why that mid-Atlantic to west didn't happen. Ed Sullivan puts the army in Munich, which can't make Carthage too happy there. Elsewhere, we get pretty much expected builds. Melinda had a decision to make here. It was going to be fleet, whether it would be Smyrna or Constantinople mattered. And putting in Constantinople actually makes things makes the tactics easy for the AI here. Elsewhere, Stuart MacDonald puts down an army in St. Petersburg. Had the option for a fleet, but opts for the strategically flexible choice here. All right, let's see if we can push this game a little fast here. Let's do give you guys a whole turn at a time. See if we can do that. Might be a little bit too much. I'm sorry. There's too much going on the board. Let's stick with East-West here. Doug, go for it in the West.
That's pretty much every black arrow in the West. None of the moves failed. I don't know that I've ever seen that. Well done, everybody. But it's a full-out attack by Carthage on England here. He gets to the Irish. He gets to the Channel. He's moving to Picardy. Germany at the same time is going to Skagerrak and Denmark. And you have a situation where you have a full-out sea lion. And you also have Russia participating in the north. So, England has a lot of work to do here in order to stop this.
So FG really got the jump here on England. What about the East, Andrew?
Well, Munich to Bohemia is the only dark cloud on the horizon of this big Austria-Italy alliance. Turkey's getting squished by everyone. Russia, I don't know. It's still a more precarious position for them. But if I'm anyone, I want to be in the Austria-Italy alliance here. So I'm trying to hitch my wagon to that pony ride.
Austria to Vienna to Trieste is interesting. Let's see what happens in the fall. Whether Austria somehow finagles. A bounce in Vienna here would be oops. It does not happen. And Austria is going to no. So sorry. You know what? I'll let you do it, Andrew Goff. Please.
Yeah. Austria covers Vienna, gets Trieste back, but obviously gives Greece to Italy by agreement. And it's the three-way alliance is on, and Russia also picks up Norway. So the three-way alliance on the other side of the board, Doug, I would say might be on as well.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, Goffy. This is very clearly, the all-out sea lion here, and the only question is, how does it sort of break down? They look really committed here.
Yep.
All right, let's see what we get here. Germany does get a build and puts on Army Munich here. Interesting, potential friction with the FG over the Munich.
That's going to Tyrol, yeah.
You would expect so, yeah.
Yeah, there's no percentage in attacking France here.
We do get a Southern Fleet build here from, we get two fleets from the Russian North Coast St. Petersburg, which, I think there's a good argument for. The South Coast in Sevastopol is fascinating. It says, I really want Black Sea. But that is a bit of a love letter to Austria. It puts down army in Budapest. So Austria kind of has a decision to make here, doesn't Austria?
I wouldn't have thought so with those German armies coming. I think the decision is taken out of their hands a little bit. I think the big decision is for Russia because there's two three-way alliances on the board and they're in both of them. So whose side are they on is the biggest question in the game, I think.
All right, let's see if we can find out. All right, let's move to one person running over the whole board. I'll go first here in the spring of 1903. In the south, we have the swan song for Turkey along the way. Both Constantinople and Smyrna fall. The Black Sea also falls, which is sort of guaranteed to happen. But Russia in the north gets to deploy a bunch of units, and that is something that could pay dividends in the long run. Elsewhere, we have Edinburgh and London both falling. Carthage guesses right with leaving Mid-Atlantic open, although he had pulled the armies back to cover just in case. Interestingly, though, Carthage takes London with the army in Wales, not the fleet in the English Channel, which is going to make it harder to take Liverpool. Although presumably he'll get some support from the German. That's about it, actually. Elsewhere in the center of the board, there's a whole lot of bouncing. Germany tries to take Tyrolia, doesn't get it. But Italy and Austria don't cooperate in a way that would enable them to put an army in Tyrolia. So it's possible miscommunication. All right.
Yeah. Keeping in mind here that Ed is playing on 2 boards in Germany, I think that you're seeing him, Karthik is probably driving this for Ed, because you don't have enough time to focus on 2 boards.
Sure.
So, this is really a great scenario for Karthik, I think, in this moment.
All right, let's talk about the fall of 1903. And Doug, we'll go to you on this one.
All right, taking a look at the West, Russia wanders off, and Germany pops up to Skagerrak, making a play for Norway going forward. We get a bounce in Liverpool. That's just a matter of time at this point. It's fine if it doesn't fall right now. You don't really care. But I just see the perpetuation of the FG, and Russia walked away and sort of ceded their play in the West. I really don't like that. I really don't like that move right there.
Doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
You if you've got your advanced fleet into the Norwegian Sea, you kind of want to stay there.
All right, let's move ahead into winter of 1903. I'm going to call out the builds, and then Andrew, I'm going to ask you who you like at this moment. So for builds, we've got an army in Munich from Ed Sullivan, an army in Marseille from Karthik Kanath in France. Larry pulls the fleet. I'm pretty sure Tommy Anderson would have kept that fleet. Elsewhere, Melinda, thanks for playing. That was a flashy start, and you get to go relax for the rest of the evening.
She took a shot. It was a good shot, but didn't work.
When you get ganged up on, nothing you can do.
The story of that opening: if you don't buy the ally, then you're dead, and that's what happened here.
And you get to go to the bar if you're at the tournament.
I like the moxie, though. I think it makes for quick, good games. You get a result, and you get to go to the bar, as you say.
All right, Melinda, a legend of the hobby, in fact. Look forward to seeing you back on the board, hopefully in the next round. Christopher Ward notably only puts 1 unit down here. You guys like that?
I mean, yeah, sure. There's interesting subtext here. I would love to hear what Italy and France are negotiating, because it looks like a big France-Germany versus Italy-Austria and Russia probably now on the Italy-Austria side. If I was Germany, I'd be a little bit nervous about Army Marseille and that approach.
Especially playing on 2 boards, being a little distracted.
Then you see Italy not building a second unit.
Yeah, it feels very unholy alliance. You spread that way, I'll go this way, and let's keep out of each other's way, and you clear up your side of the board.
My spider sense is tingling if I'm Germany here, but if he's on 2 boards, he might be in trouble, I think.
Well, especially with Tyrolia, Vienna, you can't stop France popping up to Burgundy and taking Belgium. Yeah. You just don't have the units available. So it really puts Karthik in a dominating position in the West.
All right.
I really like his position.
Let's keep pushing ahead here. Andrew, I believe it's your turn to call out the moves.
Look, I love what Karthik is doing here. What a great play. Yes, you can sneak up to Burgundy, you can put pressure on Italy, but instead it's all about advancing the position. Now you've got a French fleet in the North Sea. Your potential here is just huge. So I really love Karthik's play. The West seems to be messing around a little bit. If you have a good explanation for all of that, you're welcome to it.
I don't.
It looks like it's fidgeting rather than moving. So let's see.
It looks like, unfortunately, passive play from Chris Ward, who has he's done a wonderful job of creating opportunity for himself, but doesn't appear to be seizing the moment.
Maybe passive, maybe just biding time as well, but it's a nothing move for the whole of the East there.
But yeah, if Wardy's trying to draw the Russian fleet down to Bulgaria here and, work a little bit, there could be something there. I don't see it because it puts 3 on Khan. The downside here that I see for the East is really just like how many units are down there. If you want to zoom in, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units, 9 units, including Ionian. You don't need all those units there. Like
they're all fleets, not armies. So if France, Germany sticks together, that's a problem.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep pushing forward and see what happens. I guess it's my turn. The answer is a lot of wackiness. So I think the thing that stands out here is Greece going up to Serbia and stealing it. Russia and Austria have played to a draw with Romania and Bulgaria, but Austria takes Warsaw. So is going to end up getting the advantage over Russia, but that unit is transferred to Italy through Serbia. I kind of wonder why Venice doesn't go to Trieste here if this is a complete stab. Elsewhere on the board, we have Ed Sullivan taking Sweden here. So this is a really rough turn for Stuart McDonald in Russia, while Marseille sneaks up into Burgundy. I'm going to call out the builds here, and then I want to hear who you would pick, who you like at this moment. We have a new fleet in Brest. We got a new army in Munich. We say goodbye to Just Larry. Thank you for playing. While Stuart McDonald picks up a fleet in Baltic and an army in Ankara. Chris Wardy puts down both of the units he has available to him this time, a fleet in Naples and an army in Rome. All right, guys, who do you like? Doug Moore, start with you.
I'm going to stay in the West. I think Carthage just has I really want to go with Wardy because I love the guy and he's really fun to play with. But I got to go with Carthage. He just has his foot on the accelerator. He has no enemies on the board. And I just think he can clean up if he wants to. He can extend all the way to St. Petersburg. Easy.
And Andrew?
I mean, there's a strong case for France, but Italy's not that far behind. If Italy can find the speed to match what France is doing, then I'd take Italy. That disband in Ankara is just a gift. So Italy could just go, I'm taking all of your centers now and let's have a race with France. So
I think that's what they're doing, Coffee. I think that's what they planned, and let's keep out of each other's way and let's just go to the races. Yeah,
it's a race situation. It's interesting Germany's in the lead and neither of us like that position.
I have to give some props out here to Carlos Camaritas, who has noticed that Tunis at the end of 1904 has still not been taken. Well done, Michalis.
Good point, Michalis. Good work.
It is pretty funny that Germany is topping the board and we're just like, ooh.
Well, I mean, like France is in the North Sea and Italy is going to be in the Black Sea pretty soon, I would think.
Doug, I'm sure as a great German player, if you were given a position with Galicia, Tyrolia, Sweden, Norwegian, and Edinburgh as Germany, you'd think you were doing all right. It looks a little bit more brittle than that.
Yeah, I mean, the downside is that you can't defend Belgium, you can't defend Edinburgh,
Holland.
Or Holland. You're in some pain here. Yeah.
All right, let's push ahead here, see how we do. Doug Moore, it is your turn. It's the spring of 1905.
Yeah, I'm going to start west and move to the east. You know, Carthage starts making his move. He takes Belgium. He's deploying up to Yorkshire. Interestingly, to me was it looks like Ed is moving out basically and like, yeah, Carthage, you're going to top this board. That's fine with me. I just need a reasonable result and I'm going to attack Russia. That's a lot what that position feels like to me. Maybe it's making the best out of a bad situation. I really do want to key in here on just a fascinating, really, really good move in that center of the board. Tyrolia supports Vienna to Trieste. A+ move by both Evan and Ed there. That is really, really, really strong. They also combine in Galicia and Warsaw to Ukraine, forcing the Russians back. Like this is really, really excellent play. Wow.
Very much seems to answer the question who's going to go faster out of France and Italy as well, because that's Italy coming to a dead stop.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like having Ed Sullivan as your on your side as your proxy is a pretty good way to do well. All right, fall of 19.
If you go back just one step, before the move. Look at where everybody landed. Just look at all of the shifts in the east versus the west. The west is everything advancing. The east is everything sort of still like locked up, just things moving around, and that's not to anyone's advantage. So it's just Karthik is just going to roll.
All right, here are the moves back on the board. Andrew, tell us about it.
Looks like a Karthik party, doesn't it? He's pulled back from the North Sea, so I think he's going to keep Ed as an ally. That's what I'd do if I was allied to Ed. But he still manages to take 2 centers off him. That's the kind of alliance I like.
Yeah, seriously. And Ed's going to stay even because of this.
I was going to say maybe Vienna is a guarantee for Germany. He went for both. He got one of them. Munich to Bohemia is possibly a better move, but the East is now in disarray, and the France-Germany alliance is coming. So,
this was
good play by Ed on 2 boards to stay in it, but Karthik's in a great position.
Yeah, now it just feels like Karthik is going to roll here.
It feels like push the pieces and do the math.
Yeah, and so the kind of the only question here is like how far can Karthik get in the Mediterranean? Italy has the pieces to hold him back, so it's not guaranteed to get anywhere. But the other question is whether Karthik actually goes north and takes anything off of Ed.
Karthik just needs Tunis here, and then he's got like an absolute board top. He does not need to get into the boot in order to prosecute this, because all of the northern stuff is going to fall if he wants it.
Yeah, if he wants it. But am I wrong? But wasn't there a oh no, because he didn't have a fleet in Naples, he had a guess over Tyrrhenian Sea or Tunis. Guess is right, actually, but then vacates Tyrrhenian Sea because he wants to pop that French army. Very interesting here.
I'll take that for you.
That's a really good scramble by the East. A year ago, I thought the West was going to crash through. That's back to line ball now.
So there's a whole lot of mixing and matching going on here. The net result, I believe, is that Austria is going to pick up one and it's going to be even because it loses Constantinople. But Italy is going to get a build here in Naples, so that should enable them to hold the line at Tunis. But Tunis is a goner here. So this is where things stand at the end here. I've got, let's see. Yeah, it's just showing the things automatically. So Russia is disappearing, while Austria and Italy have definitely created a line in the south part. The question is how to make sure that Warsaw and Moscow would get secured. But interestingly, we get a build of a fleet in Brest, right? So this reopens the possibility of a northern jaunt by Karthik. Question is whether he thinks he will need it or not. Ed gets a build in Berlin, and the way things stand here, Karthik has a small board top of 9, only 1 center more than Germany and Italy, who are tied at 8. Kind of well done by Ward to stay up at 8 at this point, given all the time.
Yeah, Ward, Wardy has played a really strong game. I was hoping in the previous game that he would break out as Germany. I thought Goffey, you alluded to this before, getting that line back and the scramble that they made, like that was really well played by them. And, Ward was in a position like, yeah, he lost the race, but he didn't lose the war. He's still in this game. You can't assume that Ed isn't necessarily going to turn back at some point. You keep in this game. So Ward's got a shot.
And actually, with this fleet in Tuscany, there's lots of strange tactical possibilities here. I mean, Karthik can guarantee that he takes Tunis in the spring here, and should be able to guarantee, I believe, that he keeps it for the fall. But beyond that, actually, there's the possibilities get harder to predict. So let's keep on going here. Doug, spring of 1907. What do you see?
They down in the south, Karthik did the logical thing, which is guarantee Tunis. And, he also moved down to Spain and Portugal, which I think is right. No reason to spook Ed. And really the story for me though is Austria like moving into the Black Sea. What are you doing? What's going on with that? You guys at this point the East has FG stopped at Tunis. Maybe they lose Moscow, maybe they lose Warsaw. Okay, they're over the line, but you still have a pretty strong stalemate position. I don't see how this is ultimately going to be beneficial for Evan in this situation. I think this is really going to be good for the West. So I could be wrong here, but like this looks like a diplomatic coup.
This is a very, very Australian sort of thing to do. Set up the stalemate line at Sevastopol and sorry, Moscow and Warsaw, you're extra to our requirements. So I'm looking at Tyrolia supports Bohemia, and then if Vienna, Galicia, and Romania all shift northeast, that's the game. That's your stalemate position.
All right. That indeed appears to be what's happening here.
Yeah, this game. I think this game is over. They're not going to keep going at this point, I suspect.
And I don't think Germany and France are going to stab either. I think 10-10.
They're probably
really well defended by the East.
All right, we get a few more armies on the board, and the game does end with Karthik Kanath and Ed Sullivan sharing a board top here. This means that Ed played 2 games at once and got 1.5 board tops.
That's really well played.
That is very, very hard to do.
Karthik, I suspect, was a driver in that game as well, and well played to him. I'll give a hat tip to the East, though. I thought France and Germany were through, and well played indeed to stop that happening. Well played.
Yeah, they really reacted very rapidly and with excellent tactics to move back to the line and resolve their differences. And then, Evan executed just the death knell and said, yeah, like you said, Goffey, whatever, Warsaw and Moscow, there's no reason to draw this out. Let's take this draw now. Let's call it.
Should Karthik Kanath have topped this board?
You're asking the wrong guy for that, man, because of course I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, probably. I also just, for any new players who are out there watching this last year is a really good example of setting up stalemate lines, because what Austria has done there isn't quite perfect. It could be broken down. So if you want to have a game to look at to maybe improve how you play later in games, this is a pretty good one to review and just see how you might have gone about it. Particularly for the newer players who may not be used to getting 10 or 7 centres, this is a really instructional position. Well worth your review.
Yeah, this is not a stalemate line.
This is not a stalemate line. And if Ed and Karthik want to break it down, they can push them back, just dot by dot.
But it could have been, but it isn't. And that's a really important rule in stalemates. So I think it's much more instructional than just looking at finished positions. The whole last year in this position, how you go about it from here, really great opportunity to get better at this part of the game.
All right. That is not our job, however, because we are here to cover some more games. Well done, us. We got through that game in 28 minutes, almost half of what we did with the other 2. All right. That does mean, however, that we are ready to move on to game number 3. I believe, if I'm not wrong, that this means that Andrew Goff gets a break. That is correct. So let us go back to our main view here, and we will see Andrew Goff when the camera returns. And back to the stream is Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome back.
Hello, hello.
All right. Let's move on to our 4th game from earlier today. This is the 3rd game in round 3, which was played in the morning North American time, the evening European time. And here is if I can do it right. Let's see if I can get it right this time, which would be the first time I've gotten it right tonight. Yes. Board number 3, named after John Goldfinch. Siobhan, you're here to tell us about John Goldfinch.
I absolutely am. So picking up on the story we talked about last time with Edward Garrick, the wigmaker's drunk apprentice, who started a fight with a man named John Goldfinch, who was leaving the wigmaker. And this is often termed by historians as the consequences of an unpaid bill. He was called out by Garrick for not paying a bill to his employer. He claimed, I paid the bill yesterday, I'm all settled up, we're all good to go. Again, this scuffle. And Garrick, from the last story, poked him in the chest and caused insult to the British officers who responded to this disrespect and really resulted in the scuffle that became known as the Boston or the Bloody Massacre, which we'll get to a little bit on the next board.
All right, so the genesis was a supposedly unpaid bill. That's what.
Always pay your debts.
All right, on the board, John Goldfinch, we have in Austria, Andre Janeko out of Lisbon, Portugal. In England, we have Peter Lebeau out of Mankato, Minnesota, playing the second game of the day. In France, we have Saren Kwok playing her second game of the day out of London. In Germany, we've got the one and only Jason Massbaum out of Los Angeles. In Italy, we've got Liam McLean playing from Boston. Russia finds I Did It for Johnny Gillum out of Seattle. And in Turkey, we have Tornado Teutonic 2-year Tommy Anderson. Should last longer than 2 years this time.
I saw in the chat 2 disband Tommy as well.
Tell me you're going to have 200 nicknames by the time this broadcast is over.
That'll do. All right, so in the previous game, we managed to get through that in less than half an hour. I'm going to challenge us to do that here as well. Let's get going then. The map is as such. Or let's do 1901 and 1902 split, but let's see if we can do it quickly. Let's switch you guys up so that Siobhan is in the east and Doug is in the west. And here we go.
But before we go, I was going to say let's pick a favorite in this game. I mean, we know Siobhan. Where are you going to go in this one?
I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for the Boston native, who I don't know very well, but Liam McLean. We're talking about Boston Massacre. They're all themed around it. You're from Boston. I'm going with you in Italy.
Just to create some drama, I'm going with Jason Massbaum.
Ooh.
Yeah, see, last time I went with Jason, he actually did well, and it was really disappointing for me, so I can't do that.
All right, I'm going to pick, actually, my heart kind of wants to go with Andre Janeko, but I'm going to go with Saren Kwok. I feel like Austria's having a bit of a hard time in the virtual face-to-face right now. But France seems to be doing just fine. All right, so here we go. Let's get those orders back on screen. And I'm sorry, Siobhan is in the west, so tell us what you see.
Okay, I'm in the west, and my eyes go to Saren sneaking into the channel. I can't imagine that's super arranged, but it seems like a play for Belgium, giving up 1 in Iberia to pick up Belgium and Spain this year. Seems pretty smart, and kind of love the Tyrolia Venice Crawl by the Italian and Jan, English player, Peter Lebeau. Sorry, it's kind of boring. And I'm not even going to talk about Jason.
Doug.
I love Liam's opening here. Aggressive, go for it, get in the game. Nicely done. The rest in the East, we have a couple of the standard bounces. Johnny and Tommy, the wise, bouncing into black. So nice. Let's see how the East plays out. I think it's going to be driven actually by Liam at this point in the game.
Let's give credit where credit is due. Thank you, Ben Kelman, for pointing out that this opening is the Hood Hog, named after our very own David Hood. And and we'll see how it goes. It's an aggressive opening, and Saren is a player who has shown the ability to play aggressive at times. I think that's a skill that Saren has honed over in the gunboat and speedboat world. All right, let's push ahead here. Fall of 1901. Here are the moves. Doug, back to you in the East.
Wow. This is nasty. Liam supports an attack on Trieste and gets cut by the mass bomber, ruining the effort.
Wow, this is crazy, actually. Both supports get cut by foreign powers.
Wow. Crazy pants. That is bizarre. Wow.
Amazing.
In the meantime, I think actually for the long-term strategy of what's going on here is look at Johnny. Come on down to Romania and Galicia. And Tommy with the bounce, nobody goes to the black. Do we have an RT to start this game?
It's hard to argue. Siobhan, what about the West?
Unsurprisingly, Saren takes the opportunity to support herself into Belgium, taking 1 off of Iberia, kind of exactly like I called. Loving the attempt to convoy to Holland by Peter LeBeau against the Masked Bomber. Always love bouncing Jason out of anything I can as early as I can. Jason, you know I love you.
But this is a Leviathan with a capital E.
I mean, it's got to be, right?
Can we pause here for a second?
Yeah.
Like defending on the Sea Lion for new players, this is the right move. It is to bounce Germany and Holland. That's your correct play right there. So that was really, really well done by Peter LeBeau.
No, actually, 100%, Brandon, you highlighted that message, like Sea Lion incoming, and Peter either sniffed it out or was just like, might as well try for anything I can get here, and went for it. And you love to see it, because sacrificing defending London, covering Wales, whatever it is else that you might have done if you were concerned about Saren, this was the right call, and we can see it in action.
I'm with you guys, but I have to actually question the tactic of the convoy, because I believe that if North gets displaced here, that convoy never happens and the bounce doesn't happen as well.
Yeah, I just think it's unlikely that you're going to get the channel supporting in. Most players doing the Sea Lion don't do the support from Denmark, because then you don't get Denmark. You're in the channel. You give up your opportunity for Holland and Denmark and Germany.
Yeah, it's better
unless you're sitting in Ruhr, you're probably unlikely to do that. So I think it's a canny move.
All right. Yeah. Let's keep on going here for the builds. What stands out is the fleet in Brest, plus an army in Marseille. Everything else. Oh, and we get an army build. Oh, yes, thank you. And an army, a fleet north coast from the Russian, Johnny Gilham.
I revoke my favoritism for Jason Massbaum, who just made what I would classify as a blunder.
We're talking about the army in Berlin.
Yeah, you don't need an army there.
Well, resident Germany expert Doug Moore, would you like to tell us why that was a terrible mistake in 10 seconds or less?
Because now you're fighting France.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you can do is fight France.
Or Russia.
Or Russia, yeah. Either way, that's not good, because you've chosen England as an enemy. All right, let's move ahead here. Spring of 1902. And I'll start in the West with Siobhan.
I mean, I love to see the moves on Jason in Germany. We've got a move into Helgoland, into Ruhr, into Burgundy. Okay, we're going to pick up Portugal, because what else is that unit in Spain going to do? Because Italy is not a threat at this point. I mean, you love to see it, but England loses Norway without even contest. I mean, Russia supported, but kind of love Johnny's position at this moment.
Yeah, it's an awkward set of moves for England. Doesn't look like England thinks that the EF is as solid as they might want, because you could have gone to Skagerrak and then backfilled north from Edinburgh and then had 3 on Denmark.
This seems like a suboptimal set of moves in this case, and
But Saren is in Ruhr and Burgundy and getting a build. Also,
you gotta love this channel.
All right, we're luxuriating too much. Doug, tell us about these.
I like Johnny's position in the east as well. He gets into the Black Sea, which is positive. There looks to be a bit of a miscommunication on what's going on with Bulgaria, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because Tommy gets destroyed. And you've got Liam and Andre fighting, which is great for Russia, because you really don't have an enemy in the south. Maybe you just picked one with Turkey, maybe not. But I like what Johnny's doing over here.
All right, let's push forward into the fall of 1902. We'll stick in the east with Doug.
Well, look at Johnny taking Bulgaria and forcing that back, walking out of Norway, which is intriguing, and the rest. We still have some Italy and Austria fighting, and Turkey makes it known that they're going to sit at the table and helps Italy into Greece. So, we've got Austria starting to pull, and yet Tyrolia and Venice can't make it in. So, I don't think anybody's really working with anybody in the East at this point. It seems like they're all kind of fighting each other.
Yeah, well, Italy and Turkey, but we'll see how long that lasts. In the West, a fascinating set of moves here. Siobhan, talk us through it.
It took me a second to sort of uncode what was happening around with all those dotted arrows. So thank you for letting me a second. But What I really love here is that Belgium supported London to Holland, Holland supported London to Belgium. So the English player, Peter Lebeau, had the choice of who to work with.
Mm.
And it turns out that this was just a heartbreaking turn for Jason Maspalm. I mean, loses Kiel, doesn't get to keep Holland, loses Munich.
Well executed. That was well
It was
executed.
well executed, and the Russian walked out of Norway.
Yeah, that's the jewel in the crown.
That
here,
is
isn't it, for
like
Peter
the
Lebeau.
cherry on the top, and you love to see it.
Now you
Can I
get
call
two
a
goals.
timeout right here? And Jason, why did you not build the fleet?
To be fair, he did say sorry to you, Doug, in the comments.
All right, let's move ahead here for builds. We've got a couple more fleets for Saren. Interesting. Could have made an argument for an army here, but she's got the master plan. Elsewhere, we've got Peter Lebeau in England dropping a fleet and an army, and Johnny puts down an army in Moscow to go with his regret for vacating Norway. Elsewhere, we got some pulls. Jason pulls the fleet. I'm sorry, the army in Ruhr. Brain's already starting to melt over here, and Andrei Janeko pulls an army in Budapest. Interesting. Keeps the forward-facing fleet. Okay, let's keep pushing ahead here. Spring of 1903. Let's see if we can do a whole turn at once. Siobhan, you want to take a swing at it?
I mean, oh my god, I love this EF that is forming in the weirdest of circumstances. Like, but with Russia also just like sneaking in with Jason's help, because now we're chaos monkeys as a GR. So Russia sneaks into the North Sea. You kind of love to see it, but England also just marches east through Berlin and Kiel, and I guess England and France are friends. And meanwhile, in the east, Italy's setting up to have some position in the Med, but France is anticipating that. We're going to see them come to some sort of headbutting stalemate in a minute. And, oh, Tommy Anderson picks up one slightly out of the box. Let's go, Tommy. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you.
This is where Andrew...
He's going right back in the box.
He's right back in the box, Tommy.
I think Goff would. This is a moment where Goff would pick Turkey to win the game, and I'm not going to put you back on screen so you can deny that, Andrew. All right, fall of 1903. Doug, talk us through it.
Oh, this is fantastic! Look at that. The Italian fleet gets pipped in Greece, clearing that out, retaining it as Russian. Turkey gets a build. Russia gets a build. The RT is back on, and in the north, Johnny gets the mammoth. Norway is mine. I did not mean to. I should not have done that. And fantastically, gets dislodged from the North Sea. Retreats to Holland.
That's so
my
great.
goodness gracious.
Oh, no.
This is, look, I think it's pretty clear the alliance structure at this point. We have a pretty strong EF. They're doing really, really well. I think they may have taken their foot off the pedal a little bit here. And they, their tactics were not perfect. That's going to be okay at the end of the day here. What they probably should have done is like Belgium to Holland, London convoys. London goes to Belgium convoy to the English Channel, for example, to prevent that if you're going to dislodge that. But they're still okay. It's not the end of the world.
London may have been expecting that. Siobhan.
Well, I mean, that's a thing I'm going to comment on that it took me a long time to learn is it's not just learning how to get the units out of the spaces that you don't want them in. It's remembering where they can retreat to, whether it's strategic or a dot of yours. And that took me years to figure out. And so this is a case where it's like, we don't want the Russian North Sea. Great. Oh, oops. We left Holland open.
Well, we've seen Saren do really well, and we saw a previous game where Peter Lebeau was doing really good, strong tactics. The question that I have at this point in the game is, Russia's really the strong power here. Is Russia in a strong enough position to hold against Peter and Saren for the long term? And I don't think that's the case. I think the West is ultimately going to wear down Russia.
Yeah, and the question I have is whether this was sort of a savvy move, a deliberate move on France's part, Saren's part, to keep England as a junior partner.
I've been allies with Doug Moore enough to know that he would do that to me. So
I mean, it's an impressive, machination if it is. All right, let's keep on moving here. I'm going to call this one out, and we'll do a 3 rotation here. We got Tommy Anderson breaking out. Fleets everywhere in the south. Italy tries to reorient. France gets into Bohemia across the stalemate line. So if we are looking now long-term, these games are untimed. So long-term solos are very much in play. That fleet had a little joyride in the Russian fleet in Holland is now destroyed. And Johnny in Russia moves around some units with a little assist from that lone Jason Massbaum fleet in Denmark. I think what we're seeing here at the moment is what Doug was talking about, which is EF having positional advantage and now flexing that muscle. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Fall of 1904. Siobhan, you are up.
I mean, oh my goodness. He can't help but love what Russia's doing. I mean, we're taking Berlin. We're getting position in Scandinavia. We're holding off against the English. You can't help but what the heck is happening in the middle of the book? I start at the top of the board. I'm like, okay, great. Like, fine, England takes Holland. And, I mean, I'd love to see Italy and Tyrolia at this moment. That's exactly where you need to be. You need to have voice in the middle of the board. And elsewhere, I mean, Doug, let's talk about what's going on around the Mediterranean, like Tyrrhenian Sea, Leon and Wes. What do you see?
Yeah, I mean, so for me here, Johnny obviously has a really strong position in the north, but it's completely dependent on other players, smaller players, and Liam and Andre really making sure that the line gets held and to drive it back. And, Johnny's diplomacy has clearly done that. He is able to keep Tommy, Liam, and Andre doing what Johnny really needs to do in this situation. So clearly that's a diplomatic triumph. He's pushing forward. He piffs the English fleet in Berlin. And, it looks like Galicia, that's a bad thing. It's not. That's to start driving back the French with their advanced Bohemia army. So this is let's call out Johnny here for a really strong play here.
Yeah, no, 100% agree.
All right, the net effect is that Johnny is going to get a rebuild here. Just exchanged Holland for Berlin, but had that piff in Holland. Same thing with Peter Lebeau. So they both had army units that were piffed, and now you have to rebuild both fleets, in fact. And that's the only action in winter of 1904. And we get 2 more fleets in the north. So fleets just got transported Star Trek style. All right, let's keep going. Spring of 1905, I believe, Doug Moore, you are up.
Okay, look at the north going into the Barents Sea, and then you have the English going into Skagerrak. That's going to spell the demise of Denmark for the long term. Obviously, England can win this position, but the slowdown that Russia creates and the drawback and the amount of time it's going to take is really, really important. I don't. The thing that I think was the miss here was the lack of support into Bohemia right there. That is an army that should be destroyed in this instance, because Baltic should be enough to hold Berlin. So that's a miss right there. The rest is kind of deploying. And if you want to flag Albania for a second, that's significant, because that goes to the Adriatic. And at the same time, it is combined with the Mid-Atlantic going to North Africa, which means Tunis is going to fall, which means not good things for Italy. Austria is fixing to replace Italy right here.
I'm not loving picking Liam at the beginning of this game. Sorry, Liam. You're great. We haven't met yet, but
let's take a moment to compliment the tactics of Saren, because she's going to get Tunis here and doesn't have to give up Tyrrhenian Sea for it.
I think Saren is playing such a fantastic game.
Yep.
All right, I will call out fall of 1905. Saren does get Tunis, keeps Tyrrhenian Sea, loses the guess over Roman Naples. So there was a guess there, could have gotten another unit out of it. Elsewhere, we have Russia getting back into getting a fleet further north or forward in the north into the Norwegian Sea. We've got Jason Mastbaum finally being eliminated from the game. You're welcome, Siobhan.
Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate your service on this board. We can call it now. Game over.
I'm not ever picking Jason again. You disappoint me. I tease.
But thanks to some good tactics on Johnny Gillam's part, gets the better of the EF and is able to take Kiel out of it. So that would have netted Johnny another unit if they hadn't either given Romania away or simply lost it. And that just about does it. While Tommy Anderson is content to hang out in the bottom of the board with 4 units. All right, winter 1905 finds a new army in Paris, a new army in Budapest, and that takes us into spring of 1906. And Siobhan, you are up.
So, I mean, I don't want to luxuriate too much, but are we sure that this is an EF, or is it just Saren playing England along for the long run, and it's really just France and Russia kind of rolling this board and revealing tactics to each other? Because this feels too coordinated, like the retreat into Holland a few years ago. Like,
could be.
Saren is good enough to play that kind of game, and so anyway, back to what is actually.
If they're playing that game, that like.
Yeah.
Let's do a golf clap right now, because that's awesome.
Kind of what I'm starting to see shaping up, and whether it's incidental or whether it's actually happening. But anyway, to the moves on the board, you see some moves back for Saren to, I guess, recapture Holland, Kiel, some of the stuff closer to home. Liam is doing his best to cover what he can, trying to find a friend just about anywhere. And instead of the Turk taking his support in the Mediterranean Sea, the Turk rightly just convoys himself right into Naples. And, it's... Johnny's starting to come into some issues, but not so many that he can't overcome them, I don't think.
All right.
If Saren and Johnny are working together, Denmark and Holland are going to fall right now, and possibly Norway again. If they're working together.
I'm either proven right in this next turn, or I'm just talking out of...
All right, here is a moment where Siobhan thinks the deep alliance may be exposed, and the answer is, yeah. Certainly there's no Leviathan anymore. We've got Doug. This is for you. You take it away.
So what was starting to be a bit of a fracas in the east between Austria and Russia looks like they resolved that, and now you've got a Russian unit in Constantinople. That's kind of a big deal, combined with Greece at the same time here, and Naples. All of a sudden, Turkey it looks like they were about to grow. Now they're down a net -1, and Italy is also not building because although they took Trieste, so this looks like ultimately pretty good for Russia. All things considered. Andre's playing a very canny game, though. I just want to single that out. The West is a mess, and Saren's gonna roll over them both eventually. That's pretty clear at this point. So, this is just well done by Saren. There's nothing that Peter can do about it. Holland falls, Liverpool's gonna fall. You are at the same time completely engaged with Russia. Nice work by Saren. She set this up.
Peter is getting a build here. It's worth saying. Siobhan.
One thing I want to point out, go back to the moves, and I want you to highlight it, is my favorite move of this turn is Munich supports Holland.
Yeah.
Yep.
There goes my deep alliance conspiracy theory in my brain. That's just brilliant. And I see a lot of people blaming Tommy in the comments for I don't even know what. You leave Tommy alone. He is the sweetest diplomacy player ever to hit this circuit.
But this is a case where Tommy left the tornado at home because remember he's playing 2 games at once here as well. So this is probably the game where he probably siphoned all of his chaos into the other game, and what was left was this delightful, pleasant afternoon in the park.
He just went for a picnic and that was it.
Yeah. All right, let's push ahead here. Winter 1906 finds a defensive army in Liverpool, another fleet in Brest. Boy, this is Saren's game to lose.
This is fantastic.
We've got Johnny pulling 2 units, finds a couple armies that might be superfluous, might not. The Silesia army, I think I'd like. Well, I guess if he's got an alliance with Austria, he doesn't need it. And Tommy Anderson keeps the army in Naples and pulls the fleet.
Tornado Tommy.
That is delightful. That's just delightful. Okay, let's push ahead here. And yeah, does anyone want to make an argument here for why Saren doesn't top this boards by a significant margin?
The only thing that could happen is Johnny could make a recovery here as Saren starts falling. I'm sorry, as Peter starts falling in England. You know, so, that, right? You know, there's a couple of dots there, but I don't. There's not a lot of growth potential otherwise. I mean, it's just trying to capitalize if you're able to. I'm just trying to find something.
All right, let's keep going here.
I'm Team Saren all the way.
Spring of 1907. Doug, is it your turn here, I think?
Sure. In the meantime, Austria is helping Tommy retake Constantinople because, of course. So we have some fun. England and Russia trade dots, Kiel and Norway. But France sets up with 3 Holland, Ruhr, Munich to set up. Italy sort of retrenches and France follows, gets into the mid-Atlantic. This is the writings on the wall here. Yeah.
All right. Fall of 1907. We have France getting into the North Sea. That is the one that sticks out to me.
France gets to the North Sea, but loses Munich.
Ooh, that
I feel like there was a better set of moves around Kiel if you actually wanted to take it, Saren. Which, like, we've done these seasons of setup where you've gotten England on side and you've been kind of helping them limp around, and there you're trying to argue.
Yeah, Munich to Kiel with the port of 3.
Exactly.
Well, it's not guaranteed because Baltic, but
I mean,
trading Munich for North Sea is not a bad deal, is it?
It's not.
Well, it depends on if you want a solo.
Oh.
I mean, it kind of feels like the solo's gone. We're tapping Liverpool, we're taking North Sea. You can make the argument that without the tapping of Liverpool, that a lot of this is here to help the English player in this case, while taking Kiel is like, well, I didn't want the Russian to have it. Wouldn't you rather have your friend have it?
I would rather have Russia go down. England go down super fast and let the Russian take those sort of unsupported. He's got an army in Kiel. So what? I would rather hold Munich in this situation and say to Russia, like, hey, dude, I'm super happy to support you in Kiel if you support me in Munich. How's that sound? Because if I really want that and I really want to play for the solo, I can go get that at the end of the game.
In any case, the Munich goes to the Austrian here, but the Austrian loses Greece to Turkey thanks to support from the French in the Ionian. So Tommy Anderson is building 2 here.
Saren helps the Turk into Greece.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So, you can make the argument that Saren's done a nice job of keeping things messy in the East.
Delightfully chaotic.
Yeah. And it's Tommy Anderson getting the builds. Yeah, there might be a longer-term problem with the Turk, but, that's one you can deal with later. All right, but Saren does have a decision to make here, what to pull. Pulls fleet north. So now it really wasn't worth it. It definitely wasn't worth losing Munich. And Peter gets a build in Edinburgh, and so now that the island is harder to crack, although London would have fallen, and it wouldn't have been recoverable. So, I guess you got to ask what else. North Atlantic would have been anyway. Idle speculation. Let's keep moving ahead. Johnny Gillam, as you can see on the chart, has been suffering a 2-year downturn now, while the yellow line is shooting upward. Let's push ahead here and see how it goes. Is it my turn? I think it's my turn.
Go for it.
All right. No, I just went, I think. Siobhan, it's your turn.
Okay, fine. We're letting Tommy even further out of the box yet again. That yellow line's going to creep upwards because why not? Elsewhere in the West, I guess the French and the Russians and the Austrians have all decided, hey, we're cool where we are. Let's not do anything about that. Nobody wants to help anyone against anyone. And the English move their armies around the mainland
yeah, that's
to a place where they can't be convoyed off the mainland.
That's a very strange turn. All right, let's keep going here.
But
Sorry, go
there's
ahead.
St. Petersburg and Norway.
Oh yeah, thank you. I didn't even.
Yeah, now we've got this. Well, this is intriguing. The English Channel gets dislodged and instead of retreating, pulls the unit. At the same time, we've got France helping Turkey into Rome and bouncing Naples, the Italian attempt to take Naples. Well, that's fascinating. In the meantime, like, we've got the Austrian armies are just like, what? There's no opposition here. Give me!
What?
As they ravage the Russian homeland. Johnny, I'm sorry, Johnny, like, just got his defense, like, the back has been broken. I don't even know why you supported it in there. You could have walked to Moscow and tried to Seb, go for two. Yeah.
And covered from Serbia. But keep in mind, Johnny Gillam has taken 3 dots here off of England. So despite losing Sebastopol, it's still going to be dropping 2 more units here.
This is insane.
Let's just look how chaotic this chart
What is this board
in this moment. All right, so Johnny's putting 2 down. Peter's going to be pulling 2. Saren gets a rebuild, and Tommy Anderson
can't even build his 2.
Tommy has to bank one. I feel like we've said that before tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if Saren pulled back, like, there's an interesting opportunity. Well, it didn't matter. Peter pulled north and hell.
Yeah, Peter is on a mission, I think is what we've got. So, all right, looking at this, we've got, looking at the scoreboard here as well. Say we've got Saren and Johnny tied at 8, but it feels like they're moving in opposite directions. And Tommy Anderson at 7. All of a sudden. Who do you like on this board? Real quick, Siobhan.
I hate all of this. I think if I had to pick someone, I would pick Johnny Gillam in Russia.
Doug?
I love chaos in this game, and it has vastly entertained me because there's so much fun that's happening on this game. I'm going to stick with Saren in this because I think at the end of the day, it's just France, and it's hard to take anything off of France.
It's hard for me not to like Johnny's position. I'm with you. I think I'm with you, Siobhan. But if this were Tommy's only game, he would have been eliminated by now. But since it's his second game, and maybe he now can pay attention to this.
I just think that we are cruising right now for a Serenity style curse your inevitable betrayal as Russia and Austria attack Turkey right now.
Right now.
Yep.
All right, call it out, Doug.
Well, they didn't, so because I'm always wrong.
I would like to point out that in the back channel, Goffey would like to say that in 1902, this is where Goffey would support Turkey's position when we said it was all but terrible, and so he's being smug in the back channel.
We've got a ton of black arrows moving here, so there's a lot of movement that's happening. Yeah. So it really does feel like Austria and Russia are working together, pulling into Ukraine, dropping back to Sevastopol, sort of drawing a line in the sand. The action in Turkey is really reorienting forces to potentially be offensive. But the action really is down in Italy, where you got France going into Naples, taking one off of Turkey. Which is then going to set up a situation with Rome.
With, I believe, Turkish support.
It's so tight. It's hard to tell.
Yep, I am.
Yep, that's fascinating.
Although that may have been on purpose to get into the Ionian. They may still be coordinating, but this may also have been an attempt to thwart the double self-defense.
It could be, but I don't see any world where Andre feels that at this point Trieste needs to be anything other than his, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so here's how things stand in going to the fall of 1909. I don't think I see Austria-Russian cooperation. It feels like they're at loggerheads here. But Tommy Anderson getting his units into place to do something. Let's see what happens. Fall of 1909. We have Russia taking Romania here. And also Ukraine taking Warsaw, and then Romania retreating into the Ukraine. So trading of those 2 dots along with some position here.
Well, it's net 1 for Russia.
For Russia, right.
But look at Munich, because then Russia
Mhm.
helps France in, so that's -2 Austria.
But Austria now slips into Burgundy, so hopefully Austria will keep that.
Keep that.
So maybe they heard you from the previous game where that came up. All right, but otherwise nothing a whole lot happens here. So France is going to pick up 2 here. So suddenly Saren's position has improved considerably. While Peter now is just happy to go back to the basics. All right, this is how things end in winter of 1909. Saren is taking the lead, gets 2 builds, puts down 2 armies, which is, that's a message to Peter that we're good, man. While also saying to this army that you're not going to be able to
You are not getting anywhere.
All right. Well, so Andre pulls 2 armies in the Russian area, which is a boon for Johnny. We now have a race being set up between Saren and Johnny. Interesting question to think who has the advantage. Real quick, who do you think has the advantage here?
Before we call that out, nice job by Johnny to make a comeback. That was a really, really dire situation. Johnny did a great job there.
Love it.
All right. So who do you like between the 2 of them, Siobhan?
It's hard not to love Saren in this moment. So,
Well, just because you pick Saren, I'm going to go with Johnny because I love the comeback. Everybody likes an underdog,
It does
and
feel
Warsaw's guaranteed. So
I feel like Johnny has more room for growth, and if Andre is not going to care too much about his home centers, then it just comes down to whether Tommy's going to fight Johnny for it or not. And Johnny's got black if he wants it. So yeah. All right. Let's see. The answer is, I think whose turn is it? I've already lost track.
I don't even know anymore.
All right.
yeah,
Sure, it can be mine. So I see Tommy Anderson in the comments. Andrew Goff is rooting for you from the backstage. So don't you worry, Tommy Anderson. You've got a fan. Whole lot of it's okay. So we've got Venice going to Albania, courtesy of Adriatic. I mean, we're shifting some stuff around. You love to see Tommy pick up a couple of things, but for the most part, it's just the demise of Andre. Is the story of this turn.
Yeah, Vienna and Warsaw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we still have this little
And
nugget
Serbia.
in Armenia.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Sorry, did we have an okay, fall of 1910. Doug, you are up.
Go, Tommy. Take Sebastopol. Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Tommy takes Sebastopol and Serbia.
And Naples.
And Naples. That's
Tommy.
Tommy's at 9. Let's see here. Russia goes up 2, holding Vienna and Warsaw.
Uh-huh.
And
We've got a whole lot of
Saren goes down because of Marseille and Naples.
But picks up Venice.
Well, that shouldn't have happened.
Oh, that's thanks to support from Tommy, although it wasn't contested anyway. All right, here's the net effect. Is it possible we've got a 3-way conversation going on here between these 3?
It's certainly possible.
All right. Well, the net effect here is how things stand. We do not get a fleet on the Black Sea here, so that tells me that Tommy is not intending to fight Russia here. So either Sebastopol was borrowed or simply agreed upon. Johnny puts down an army in Moscow, which tells me that he at least wants to arrest any further progress. Maybe he wants Sebastopol back. We'll find out. Whereas Andre pulls a couple more units, but keeps Fleet Adriatic.
France is going to retake Marseille, but can't hold Venice at this point. So that's going to be even. So if that goes to Turkey, Trieste can't be held, Budapest can't be held.
Unless this is a really kind of disgusting 3-way negotiation about how we're going to top the board. You can't hold Venice without my help, but Turkey's going to help you.
All right, spring of 1911 finds some pretty obvious moves. The elimination of Andrei Janeko via coordination between Russia and Turkey is in effect, as well as the retaking of Marseille. No evidence here at all that there is any lack of coordination between the 3 at the top here. It's looking like an FRT. kind of all the way here. Fall of 1911. I'll just keep calling it out here. We've got France now taking Trieste, which is interesting. But they do have, with Peter still in existence on an odd number, it is possible for the other three. Is that right? No, you can't divide 31 by 3 evenly. So there's a numerical problem here, which leaves Sarah and Kwok ahead by 1 dot.
That's a big jump too.
Mm-hmm.
She picks up 2. Let's see.
That's like 8 points different in the scoring. So
yeah, it might be 5 points. I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh no, you're right. There you see. Oh, that's where the game is. Sorry, you were looking at the scoreboard. So that is 8-point differential between first and second. So this is where the game ends. It's another sort of definitely prearranged ending here. Sarah and Kwok ends on 34.6. Johnny Gill and Tommy Anderson tie with 26.9. Congratulations, Tommy, on getting a result. It feels like it's been a little while. And the other 3 end up with consolation points. These consolation points are not correct, by the way. There's a flaw in my software, which is giving them, presenting them as if they were all eliminated at the end of the game, which isn't right. So it's pittance. It's 1/4 of a point for each year of survival. Okay, is this a good result for this game, Siobhan?
In the sense that they negotiated it out and then executed it, yes. You know, they wouldn't have ended up in this position if they hadn't all agreed to it.
yeah, no, I agree. This has clearly been negotiated for several game years here, and I just really want to point out that Peter LeBeau, for someone who had to stick around for what feels just like an awful eternity doing the same thing for a while, well done you for getting yourself to the end of this game, because clearly you did something better than Jason Massbaum.
who is #1 in the DBNI rank? Is he, or is that Sullivan? I can't remember. Anyway, Jason Massbaum is Ed. But Jason won a tournament. I think he's #3 in the rankings. Something. He's in the top.
We don't talk about that.
You know, I think Johnny or even Tommy could have topped this board, but again, like, it was pretty clear as the last 2 years prosecuted out that they had made an arrangement. They're not letting Saren take Trieste unless that's agreed. But she, you know, that's not holdable.
And
like
Tommy's Lazarus act here is really impressive. I mean, he was down and out and recovered in Peter McNamara style. All right, let's call it a day on round 3 here, and I'm going to bring back Andrew Goff onto the stream here while we have a look at welcome back, Andrew. While we have a look at the standings as of, you know what? Hold on a second. I'm going to reset. I need to reset something first. So, hello, Andrew. Tell us a story.
Okay, tell you a story. That game should not have been drawn. I was watching. That was an interesting game, but there were chances in that game.
Who should have topped?
I don't even know who should have topped, which is one of the reasons why it shouldn't have drawn. It was obviously agreed. I've got to ask, was it getting quite late? Because it's a 1912 game already, where people just tired and therefore wanted it to finish.
I mean, so Saren, you know, she was playing in her evening, so it could have been late for her. But the North American, and Andrea is in Portugal as well. The North Americans were all playing a morning game, and I don't think it was running up against the start of the next round, because there were 10 hours separate, or 9 hours separating the two.
Fascinating final position. I'm not taking that draw if I'm Russia, Turkey, or France. I think that's the kind of position that's volatile, interesting. Maybe you take the draw for tournament reasons, but strategically, anyone could still have won that game. So I don't know if I take the draw there.
If you were France in that situation, Saren, do you tell Russia and Turkey, if you don't take this, I'm going to go kill England? Because that might be the leverage that could be played there to let them take that chop. Even though
Russia has lots of northern fleets, though. See, that's almost that's the key point, that France can grow here, but there's a counter pressure there. But if the counter pressure comes there, then Turkey can attack Russia from the south. But if Turkey's attacking Russia from the south, then France can maybe not lose stuff in the fascinating. I get that it was an agreed draw and why it happened, but wow, there's a lot of opportunity left in that game.
Yeah, it seems to me. It seems to me your point is that collectively between the two of you is that it's an unstable equilibrium. So it's interesting that it's unstable. It's also interesting that it is an equilibrium as well.
Equilibrium by agreement. If you want to get 18s in tournament diplomacy, that's where you vote no to a draw.
Right, but this is a situation where the 18 is not, maybe doesn't feel as necessary. And that may be culturally with the sort of generation of players that are playing right now. They may just not be looking for 18 the way that people have been while you guys have been playing.
I bet they will when it's back to face-to-face.
If I was Tommy, I was voting that drawdown. I'll just say, because I have nobody that really can do anything to me at that point in the game, and I can munch a bunch of Russian dots. And the only thing that stops me is the threat of a French solo.
Of Russia throwing a French solo.
Yeah, but even that, I don't think Russia can really throw it fast enough.
Fascinating final position.
All right. After well, in any case, this leaves us with after 4 boards, 2 rounds. Ed Sullivan, familiar name, familiar face, is sitting atop the leaderboard with 38.8. We have Farron Jane in second at 36.8, and Saren Kwok in third, 34.6. I don't know if Saren is going to play in round 3 though, because that would be very late at night. That would be early in the morning. I think they started at 10 or 8 o'clock Eastern time, which would be like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning for British time. All right, but still lots of possibilities on this leaderboard. Lots of big names and some new names like Jean Hitaro, who impressed us with their play.
It's a tough top 10, so let's go for the underdog with Jean.
Indeed. All right, and let's dive into round 3 here. Who is up now? Who gets the break? I know Andrew's coming back on.
I believe it's Andrew and I, because I've only been on for 1 game.
It is indeed. So Doug, his internet went out, and it was well timed.
I just assumed you booted him without even saying goodbye.
I didn't. He just disappeared. He
has gotten to the internet in Portland.
Doug Moore vanishing suddenly is something that I think many a diplomacy player have wished for, and now it has happened. Maybe not in that context.
I got confirmation his internet blinked was his exact wording.
Yeah, that is what he said. All right, let us head on over to the first game in round 3, which is going on right now. And I can confirm that all 3 of these games are still in progress. So we have caught up to the tournament, but not to the games as they are being played at the moment. In any case, let's head on over to board 1. This is named after Hugh White. And Siobhan, would you like to tell us about Mr. Hugh White?
I absolutely would. And this is someone that I had never been familiar with before I had to do some research today. But he was a British soldier who was standing guard pretty much by himself on King Street in Boston near the Customs House. And he was the one that saw from our last story the lesson of the unpaid bill, or the consequences of the unpaid bill, John Goldfinch. And Garrick, who was provoking him, he told Garrick to be more respectful to Goldfinch because Goldfinch was a gentleman. And Garrick responded that there were no gentlemen in Goldfinch's regiment. So we have the clash between the colonialists and the British soldiers. And when Garrick did not comply, Hugh White was the one who drew the first blood and the musket to the head, which I spoke of last time that I knew we would get to, and has been credited with really setting off the bloody massacre in Boston that day.
So my understanding is that implying that someone is not a gentleman was a major dig in the 18th century.
In 1770, especially to a member of the British regiment that was in the colonies at the time, yes.
Yeah, all right. Times have changed. In any case, the board named after Hugh White finds Austria housing Carthage Coneth Definitely a big dog in the world of diplomacy, the reigning Dixcon champion, and also in 6th place in the tournament. England finds I did it for Johnny Gillam. Is he playing his 3rd game of the tournament?
I think so.
I think he is. Well done, Johnny. Coming to us from Seattle in 7th place in the tournament. In France is Farron Jane, who is in 18th in the DBNI ranking. Although Farron messaged me and said that that she hasn't played, so shouldn't be in the ranking. So that's interesting. I'll look into that. Anyway, Farron is in Austin, Texas, in 2nd place in the tournament. Germany is Timothy Crosby, who has played all 3 games, all 3 rounds today. Pretty sure about that. Out of Interlaken, Florida, in 9th place in the tournament. And in Italy is the biggest of the big dogs, Ed Sullivan, 1st place DBNI standing and 1st place in the tournament. Fascinating to see how he will play with a target on his back. Pulled the country, I think, all of us would want if we had a target on our back, and at least wanted to control the beginning of the game. Italy. In Russia, we have JJ Raymond, a very skilled player, a young kid, I believe, coming out to us out of Santa Monica. I think he's a high school student who just graduated and is now coming to Notre Dame to start his undergraduate degree in the fall. Turkey, we have Sabiha Houja, a brand new weasel in Chicago, getting ready to play their first in-person face-to-face game ever on Wednesday. The Weasels are coming back live, and we have 7, and I'm looking forward to meeting Sabi in person for the first time, and also seeing if I can bank any of the credit I got from the time that Sabi stabbed me mercilessly in the virtual face-to-face game.
Sabi, do not give him any credit whatsoever. It's not worth it.
But look at this face.
No.
All right, let's head on over to the board. This is a fun board. We've got 5 players in the top 10 of the tournament, plus 2 other players who know what they're doing and like to have fun on the board. This could go anywhere, and let's see where it does. Spring of 1901, let's put Andrew in the west, Siobhan in the east, and let's take it away. Andrew.
Chris Martin would be proud about that English opening, and everything else is very much standard in the West. You probably don't think English Channel is a direct attack even on France. It's just a move that you make because you can. The most interesting thing in all of the West is St. Petersburg, and I'll pass over to Siobhan to talk about that.
I mean, yeah, we get a great northern opening from the Russian, just pulling the army straight up north, and looks like they're going to have something to say about Norway in the fall. I love the lack of bounces, except in the one place where I wouldn't expect to see it, which is Armenia.
Almost certainly arranged, right?
Oh, 100% that was arranged. They didn't want each other in the Black Sea, but they're just like, maybe we can play off that we bounced in Armenia and Armadity. No, that's not going to play for the rest of the board if they're even half savvy, and Karthik Koneth in Austria is not going to let that fly.
Yeah, against real beginners maybe, but against Karthik and Ed
and Farron and no, they shouldn't even be trying to play that off as antagonize.
Too cute by half.
But this is clearly an ART, isn't it? I mean, it looks to me like Karthik is in on whatever the plan here is. With Vienna, Galicia being successfully DMZ'd, Vienna going down to Trieste.
I smell a rat here for sure.
And with Ed Sullivan leading the tournament, right? Like everyone has incentive to kill him. So Italy is a hard country to attack out of the gate. But this is one way to do it. Now, the interesting thing here is that there's a more aggressive opening for Karthik if he wanted it, which would have been Adriatic and Tyrolia and Trieste, and then he would have been guaranteed Venice. But this way he gets Serbia and Greece, so it's a little more secure for him. All right, let's push on ahead into the fall of 1901. And I did it for Johnny's opening. Chris Martin would be proud, but it's harder when it's combined with a Russian opening north. And so the answer to the question, does Johnny get a build, is
Johnny gets, well, I suppose it's the West. That's Andrews.
The answer is yes. I actually like this play from England that if Russia wants Norway, let them have Norway, and what next? Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Piedmont is going to Marseille. If there's a rat, maybe it's Russia, Austria, Italy, Turkey as well. This is weird play from Italy. I don't see why you'd pick a fight with France after that opening. But
Well, I mean,
again,
arguably couldn't it
sorry,
be?
Siobhan. The most interesting things in the West are in the East. So I'll pass it over to you.
I mean, but you say, why would Italy go to Marseille at this point? I mean, maybe he just talked to Farron, who wanted to stay in Burgundy but wanted to leave Marseille open, and they arranged the bounce there so that Farron could arguably remain in Burgundy. That's the only way I can see it making sense. I don't love this play from Ed at this moment. It's fine. I guess it's a rat. We've opened up Trieste for a build if we're going to go hard for it. Now we're going to see a fleet from Carthage really early. I don't know.
I feel like Trieste to Budapest signifies that Carthage got off that bandwagon if he was on it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
because Tyrolia is where you would go if you wanted to keep up the attack on Italy, but wanted to.
If you're really on board, but I mean, I think if you're Carthage, you're understandably anxious about Sabine and JJ Raymond coming for you.
From the builds.
Yeah, well, but I have to say, well done, Ed Sullivan, for negotiating Venice being open and getting away with it, because with that set of openings would have been hard. All right, so the builds find two armies in for Austria, Vienna, and Trieste, which should give Ed a little bit more comfort. Probably still has some worrying to do. JJ Raymond puts down two armies, one in Warsaw, one in St. Petersburg, which is very interesting, and suggests that maybe he wants to get the ART back online. Sabiha Huja puts down a fleet in Smyrna, despite the fact that that JJ slipped into the Black Sea. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to do some funny business to get that Russian fleet out. Elsewhere, we've got Timothy Crosby with the consequential decision to put an army in Munich rather than keep those units up in Vienna and Berlin, or Kiel and Berlin, I should say. And Farron puts down two fleets, which could be used in either direction, north or south, but cannot be used in the easterly direction. So very friendly towards Germany, though.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we saw this game of diplomacy 1 million times in Australia in the 90s and early 2000s. This looks very familiar. But
how does it normally end?
EFG versus Russia, Turkey versus Austria, Italy, and it usually ends badly for everyone.
When France wins, is that how these things usually go?
Nobody wins this game.
All right. Oh, it just ends in a stalemate early on.
Just ends in tears.
All right. Well, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1902, and Andrew, let's start with you in the West.
Again, it's largely as expected. The only surprise is North Sea supporting Belgium to Holland. Obviously not by agreement, but there's very little happening here. Russia is really encroaching on the West. Do you mind if I talk about that, Siobhan?
Oh, no, go for it. I'm just got my eye on the corner of the board right now.
Really neat little move there, convoying St. Petersburg to Sweden with support. That's a nice way to get the army over there and boost yourself for tempo. So it really looks like England and Russia will fight, which makes that move to Holland even more odd because you really want Germany on your side for that. Otherwise it looks like an EFG for all money except for that Holland move.
All right, the East has got fireworks. Siobhan, tell us about them.
I don't know what to say about this rat that isn't a rat and is also not art and tar and whatever other acronyms I can come up with here, because we've got Russia convoying themselves to Ankara while Budapest backfills into Romania, and Turkey's just sitting there trying to support people but is getting kicked out of Aegean because Austria and Italy are working together.
just speechless.
What?
Austria, Italy, Russia teaming up to try and stop the EFG that is approaching would be my hot take.
I guess.
Yeah, but they're trying to take out Turkey first. It wouldn't surprise me if this army in Budapest and Romania now actually walks through and ends up in Bulgaria.
All right, so we're guessing on an error here then.
Yep. All right, and the answer, no. Whoa. There was a walking out, but not the one we expected. Not the one I expected, anyway. All right, Siobhan, we'll start in the East.
Okay, well, good on you, Karthik. You're finally in Tyrolia. Love to see it. Wanted you there for a while now. Ankara wants to be in Armenia because why wouldn't you?
I can only think that JJ got the heebie-jeebies from Karthik that Romania wasn't going to be moved out. But
yeah,
in any case, Karthik picks up a dot and also has a rebuild. So Karthik's going to have 2 more units to put down to go along with that very alluring Vienna to Tyrolia.
Yes.
Andrew, tell us about the West. There is a fair amount of fireworks.
The West is making a very strong effort to become the East. The most interesting move here, I think, is Munich to Burgundy, cutting the support of Burgundy for Belgium, meaning Germany gets Belgium. So did Germany know what all the orders were and just do it anyhow? Or was that just a really insightful piece of play by Germany to figure out what was going on? England retreats to the English Channel. Surely you'd be tempted to disband it and rebuild it if you're working with France, but who knows? It's a fairly dodgy England, France, Germany, but I think it is going to stick together, and we'll see another German army build here.
Oh, you think it's still a Western triple? I mean, it feels like Germany just doesn't have an ally and is going it alone.
Let's find out.
Indeed. We got an army in Berlin. That will be unsurprisingly perceptive if that's what happens. Of you, I should say. All right, let's. Otherwise, we do get 2 more armies in Austria, which are Russia facing, and the game is on. Let's go. Spring of 1903. Let's see if we can. Pick up the pace a little bit. I think we still need to go. Yeah, not much happens in the east, right? Venice falls to Austria. Let's try to go 1 whole turn per person now. Andrew, we'll start with you.
Well, starting in the west, the most interesting move is Western Med back to the Mid-Atlantic. I think France has probably seen that there's nothing to be gained from this EFG. But on the same turn, they've supported Tyrolia to Venice, which has worked. And maybe that was an arranged bounce by Austria and Italy that France is just running interference on. But if you're going to do that, then the whole pullback seems premature. It looks like France was worried about that fleet in the English Channel, which was silly, should have been disbanded and rebuilt, because every other move on the whole western side is EFG oriented. The Germans have attacked the Russians with everything. The English have attacked the Russians with everything. It looks like an EFG versus whatever the East puts up at this point.
All right, let's find out. I'm curious to know if Johnny follows through with that. St. Pete isn't guaranteed, but Sweden is. But you could also pull for Denmark.
St. Pete is pretty guaranteed.
Oh, if Bothnia, if Bothnia helps them. All right, and let's see if anybody in the East cooperates with anyone else. Fall of 1903, Siobhan.
The Turks are cooperating with themselves to take Greece, but elsewhere, we're sneaking into Ankara. And I suppose some repositioning in the East is happening, but that guaranteed St. Petersburg doesn't happen because the Russian helps the German into Sweden.
Yeah.
Which is a choice. And I guess we have an EF and a GR and an I don't even know what down there on the bottom of the board.
Gotta love Thomas Holds.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I try to have more insightful commentary usually, but what is happening here, people?
JJ takes Ankara again.
This time for realsies.
For realsies. I mean it this time. I do.
While supporting, the support of Bothnia into Sweden is fascinating.
Gee, Germany missed an opportunity there as well with Warsaw. I get that they're going to be unhappy with losing Belgium, but there's a chance to crash through there.
All right, winter 1903 finds a new army in Paris. We lose the army in Tuscany. Those are the only two adjustments here. And gosh, so we're 3 years into this game. I think we'll go another year. But does it still look like the Austrian-style game that you've seen 1,000 times?
The Australian-style game.
Australian, thank you.
Yeah, usually the EFG lasts 1 or 2 more turns, and then England and France try and kill Germany. But maybe it's happening already. You wouldn't give Italy's problems to a monkey on a rock. That's a horrible position. So yeah, very, very a path well trodden.
Yeah, so to me, the question is whether anyone in the East finds an alliance that they can stick with for a while. So I don't know.
Let's give credit to JJ in Russia there. I actually think that support of the German to Sweden was a very clever move that might have just bought him an ally. And if Germany and Russia can keep it together, then maybe, just maybe, they won't get squashed. So I think that was a top quality move, that one.
And let's see if JJ can find an ally in the south. That would be the trick. But it kind of looks like Carthage. Maybe Carthage can turn Seville around, and after the dotting ankle. Let's find out. Spring 1904. And Andrew, let's go back to you for this one.
So Russia and Germany still working together, and the German blows up the English army in Norway, and that's got to be seen as a win. So good play there by Germany, even as France is lining up on the southern border. So maybe Germany and Russia is a chance. This game is a bit weird though, because as soon as you say that, Berlin to Prussia. I don't understand. I don't even understand why you would move there to attack Russia. Silesia just seems to be such a natural move if you're going in that direction, either to help or hinder. There's a whole lot of supports being offered, and Russia's decided that Ankara really, really, really was a mistake and has moved out. Ukraine is annoying, but otherwise not much to see. And as per last turn, you don't want Italy's position here. It's not good.
All right, let's move on to fall of 1904. Siobhan, take us away.
Whole lot of nothing over there in the east aside from Russia covering Moscow. We get Russia taking Sweden back, not even needing the cut support from Denmark, so nobody can agree what's happening in Scandinavia. I'm going to give it to the Germans. I'm going to take it back. The Germans care more about taking Denmark. I guess they keep Norway after all that kerfuffle. And the net result is France is the winner of this turn, taking Rome and Tunis. Well done, Farron.
And JJ picks up a dot here as well. But yeah, Farron just advances.
Yeah.
Great play by Farron there.
All right, so this is where things stand in the winter of 1904. Farron is picking up 2 and taking the lead here. I suggest that we pause the game here and head on over to another game and then come back to this one. You guys good with that? All right. That means that if I can pull this up, we are going to give Siobhan a break and bring Doug on back to the broadcast.
Before you let me go, I think you need me for a history lesson.
We need you, Siobhan. We need you for so many things, but one of them is a history lesson. All right, so let's bring back Doug Moore to the stream. Welcome back, Doug. And we are heading on over, if I can pull it up, to Mr. Paul Revere. I think some of us might have heard of before.
Even I've heard of him.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about Paul Revere. Tell us something we don't know.
Well, I am going to tell you actually a few things you don't know about Paul Revere, because what we all know him for is the Midnight Ride ahead of the Battle of Lexington Concord during the Revolutionary War. But 5 or 6 years before that, he published the story of the Boston Massacre and is credited as one of the first really great American propagandists of war that happened. He was the one to name it the Bloody Massacre in King Street. It was engraved into a very now famous engraving depicting the British soldiers as the vicious men oppressing the gentlemanly, decent colonists that were just trying to live their lives under the oppression of the British Empire. And it's really thought of, and historians really see it as the most effective American propaganda that has ever existed. And so, you got to say that Paul Revere, 5 to 6 years later, what he's most famous for is not really what launched his career. He's the one who really set off the war.
with some good marketing.
Oh, it's all marketing. Diplomacy is all marketing, so we have a thing or two to learn here.
All right. Thanks, Siobhan. We'll give you a well-earned break. We'll see you in a little bit. All right. Welcome back to the stream. Doug Moore will put you in west position here. And the game we're going to observe for Paul Revere finds Austria, played by Larry, who has a DBNI ranking, even though he has not. This is the first time Larry has ever played. All right, so clearly something's a little bit off with the rankings. It might be doing some combination of last year and this year. I'll have to look into that. In England, we have Dennis Peskov, who has played before. And in France, we've got John Jameson, a guy that some people have heard of. Germany, we've got Morgante Pell out of Vermont, sitting in 4th place in the tournament. In Italy, that guy out of Los Angeles, sitting in 14th. In Russia, we've got Saren Kwok out of London, playing again. So this is the middle of the night for Saren, going for the tournament win, which would be her first. She is in 3rd place coming into this game. And in Turkey, we've got Jean Hitaro in 5th place. Jean is a new person to us. So we got some people in contention on this board as well, and some new player, a new player that we're interested to see more of. Let's dive in and see how it works. All right, Doug, you're going to be in the West. Here are the orders. Tell us what you see.
Not a lot. It's oh, we're all friends. Oh, we're friends. No, we're not. But we're going to open like we're friends. That's what we have in the West.
And Andrew, how about the East?
Yeah, that's the most boring West in the history of war, which isn't bad. That actually suggests everyone is just keeping their options open. The East, on the other hand, there's a little bit more nonsense going on over here. Ankara to Constantinople it's another one of those aggressive sort of openings that either works or it fails catastrophically. Let's see what happens. Combined with Italy's opening of Piedmont and Venice, which once upon a time meant that they were attacking Austria and trying to be tricky about it. But surely everyone is awake to that now. And Jason, if anything, is a great student of the meta. So I can't believe he would have the chutzpah to try and go Tyrolia and Trieste here and think he could get away with it. But if he does,
I do like that. I do like that opening for flexibility. If you don't know what's happening and you want to make something happen, look at France. You're forcing John Jameson to make a decision. There is something fun with that.
I mean, it could just be Jason trying to annoy John. I mean, he could walk both of those armies over to the West now, and that would be very funny.
I love Andrew. I love the way you said that you don't know if Jason has the chutzpah to pull that off, and what you meant was that you're certain he has the chutzpah to pull that off.
The thing that I would want to just flag here is, I haven't seen an Italy go west effectively in a long time. Almost, and it works when it works, and when it does work, like you clean up.
The other thing I haven't seen for a long time is Black Sea convoys Ankara to Romania. I used to love that opening.
All right, well, let's find out if either one of them happens, and the answer is no. We do have Venice to Trieste, however, combined with. I'm sorry, I'm stepping on your toes, Andrew. You tell us about it.
Looks like there's an issue with Austria here with all units. So that's unfortunate.
That's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, you almost think that Venice to Trieste could have been by agreement after that Russia-Turkey strong opening, but all units hold is, something's obviously happened there.
So they missed an NMR of some sort.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably going to define the East, I think.
Combined with the support to Rum and the walk to Gal, I mean, that puts RT in a real strong spot.
That's a super solid. Here comes Fleet Smyrna. Here comes Army Warsaw. He gets Sweden. Seren, gets Sweden. So really strong Russia-Turkey. Piedmont bounced Marseille, so maybe John and Jason just doing it for the memes.
It could be the thing that the West really indicates. There's not really much to talk about. It's really the lack of trust that you just see from Germany here. Supporting yourself to Holland is something that you do when you're like, I don't trust you one bit, England. That's the only time you do that.
Yeah, and even added a invalid support from Denmark just for emphasis. Right. And this combines, so Dennis convoys without moving Norwegian to Barents. So there's, some splitting the baby, I think, going on here. But the net effect is that John Jameson pulls 3 dots in 1901. And I don't think John is the waving type. Correct me if I'm wrong. So let's find out. You guys want? Do you think either of you think he waves there?
If he waves all 3, I'm leaving the commentary team.
I don't think so. I think he's building 3. I do not think he's the waving type.
The answer is he does wave.
I'm always wrong.
He does wave, so he proves Doug and I wrong, but not enough waving to force Andrew Goff off the air, so we get to keep you around for a little bit.
Well, I think that the wave of Brest indicates that Morgante might have been onto something. He supported himself to Holland because he was fearful of what was happening with England. That build tells me that Morgante sniffed that out.
7 fleet builds as well. That's some serious
overall. We've so Jason had a decision to make here and ended up making a 2 fleet build decision, and that could go either way. We do have a fleet in Marseille that he has to worry about. Elsewhere, Saren Kwok puts down a fleet in St. Petersburg, north coast, which certainly signals intentions there. Only surprise here, I think, is that Jean Hitaro puts that fleet in Constantinople rather than Smyrna. So that suggests that everything's not totally copacetic between Saren and Jean. All right, let's move ahead and find out how things work out. Spring of 1902. Andrew, we'll start with you in the East.
So I think fleet in Constantinople is a very common move for newer players. The first instinct is it's the right place. The second instinct is, I should have built that in Smyrna, and that's what we see there. I think that looks like a very big, very strong Russia-Turkey alliance. It's to be expected after Austria had that unfortunate NMR. It looks like Italy and France are just going to go at it from here, and that should be an entertaining fight. Let's see how it plays out.
And in the West, a lot of bounces.
England ends up with a whole bunch of bounces. Denmark and North Sea bounce in Skagerrak. I think that's very significant, just to call that out. I don't love the chain here. There was so much dependent on England succeeding in a move. If you're putting your fleet or your army in Norway here, you've got to be planning to use that army for something. I would have preferred the fleet because then you can support yourself to Skagerrak. You can build a fleet and go Edinburgh. It's a similar situation, I would say, to building the fleet in Constantinople. The place where England really wanted to build here was Edinburgh, because that gives the flexibility to cover the Norwegian Sea. But now it's kind of a jumble.
All right, here's how things stand in fall of 1902. And moving ahead, Doug, why don't we stick with you in the West? Still a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, Yes, but there is an agreement that was made here between France and Italy, obviously. I mean, not retreating to Piedmont, locking the fleet back in Marseille gives Italy a lot of space. You have that friendship with Russia, whatever that is, that Morgante may have had with Sarin is gone by going to the Baltic Sea and popping down to Bohemia. So I think Morgante is like struggling to find an ally and is doing everything he can here to get Dennis on board. That's what this really feels like here.
And over in the east, Andrew?
Russia, Turkey, go. Again, sometimes diplomacy games hinge on that one critical moment, and that Austrian NMR. I mean, it's obviously terrible for Austria. I think they're down to one centre now. But for every negative effect there is in a game, there is a positive effect that bounces off somewhere else. And Russia and Turkey are just off to the races here.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that with the units Larry had left, he sent them west towards Jason, so that made the RT's job even easier. But
yeah, you hate to see it for Larry. I mean, I can't imagine he deliberately put in a set of NMR orders, so it's not his fault, and he's now trying to survive, which is what any good player would do.
Do you want to pull back for just 1 second, go back real fast? Andrew, take a note of what the North Sea did there.
Yeah.
That's interesting to me.
I think England and France are probably working together, but who knows?
Yeah, there's this.
Yeah, I think that's by agreement, though. I think London goes to English, goes to Belgium, so that England gets some kind of motion to fight off Russia. If you've got strong players, then they will be looking at that Russia-Turkey and going, strategically, we got to work together to stop that now or soon. The tactics of going to the English Channel, it doesn't threaten John. He's not going to be worried about English Channel. He's going to be worried about Russia and Turkey being on 24 census by 1905.
Yeah, but I think he wants these fleets over the top, right?
England and Germany can defeat Russia and France simultaneously if they put their mind to it.
Mm. Interesting.
They could take Sweden and Belgium, like both of them, right here.
All right. In any case, here's where things stand. What's it?
I'm not doing that. You're a braver man than I to pick that fight.
I actually agree with Andrew on this one. I would be love to be educated on how that would work. But this is not the moment. We need to push ahead. We've got a new fleet in Brest. We've got an army in Moscow, and the 2 new fleets in Turkey to keep an eye on here, along with the new army in Venice, which may not last very long. All right, here is how things stand in spring of 1903. And Doug, let's start with you in the West.
I think that they might be tripling up here a little bit just to wait and see what happens. France isn't making a move into the Mediterranean at all, and they've got a bounce going on in Belgium while England moves to the north. You still have Germany, doesn't trust anybody, is clearly struggling for an ally, crying out for it, and you don't have like anything. It's just Russia is the only person that's giving Germany any opportunity or love. So, it's interesting to me that you see the Russian support into Denmark while they both walk away from each other. This is where John's lack of aggressiveness in the Med, I don't know where he's got growth if he's not going into the Med and he's not going after England. What is he doing? Because he doesn't have the armies to go into Morgante.
He's protecting Portugal, though. I mean,
very important center.
No one's getting that. Andrew, what's of note in the East?
Here is a key lesson. When you have more units than the other side, you tend to do better. You can... I actually really like Jason's play here, that rather than trying to fight 4 Turkish fleets in Syria and, you take the retreat there and it's isolated, he's pulling back to make the position as defensible as possible. Trieste to Albania is a really, really good move, because if you allow that, time is ticking and you're finished. So really good defensive move by Jason here, but it's not enough. Russia and Turkey will crash through, and it's just a matter of when rather than if.
There's a guess here to hold on to Vienna. Vienna is now firmly on the Italian side here. Let's see if they're able to make it happen. Fall of 1903. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I assume the RT would actually tap Trieste there, which didn't happen. All right, I'll just call this out because it's relatively straightforward. The Turks are allowed to get their units into better position, and now are able in position to take Ionian with 4-on-3 in the next season. And that's really the only thing of consequence. There's another double bounce in Belgium, which seems to be happening all the time. Oh, I'm sorry. The taking of North is also very significant. Germany has taken North from the English, whereas England and Russia continue to fight over Norway and Sweden, but only go to a draw there. Well, John Jameson, there was a game where we saw him keep 2 fleets in mid-Atlantic and Spain, I think, or might even have been Portugal, for like 4 game years, and we were fascinated by it. Now he has upped the ante by keeping 3 fleets over in the Iberia mid-Atlantic area.
I like this.
A very risky play there by John, not supporting Portugal. It could certainly have fallen to something I give up.
I actually like this. I think John has now a really flexible position. Next year he can walk up to Liverpool. He can drive into the Mediterranean. He could be in West and Naf and take Tunis, draw the line there. This is not a bad play. I like this play a lot.
I agree.
Who do you guys like on the board then? So you like John's position. He has flexibility there. Do you like him to top the board from this position? Doug, start with you.
No, I'm going to steal Andrew's thunder, and I'm going to take Turkey. This is a magnificent Turkish position right here. I love this position right here, right now.
Andrew?
You'd almost bet on Turkey and Russia sharing a board top.
Mm.
I agree with what Doug has said. It's my theme of the day, so I should be going with it. But Russia's position is almost as good. That the two of them working in lockstep here, there's no reason for that alliance to stop. There's just so many more centers for them working together than if they attack each other.
All right, let's go another year here. Spring of 1904. Doug, can you call out the entire season here?
All right, we've got a lot of black arrows starting in the west. I think the most significant thing that happens is the convoy to Yorkshire. That's a backbreaker that's underway, combined with mid-Atlantic to the Channel. And at the same time, you have the one fleet going to the Western Med. So now I think you've got an FG, and they're going to fairly rapidly take down England, is what it looks like to me. And that's probably the right play for them. Otherwise, Turkey is pushing forward. Russia's pushing forward. They're chugging along and doing what they need to do at this moment. I will just say, really fast, the move here to poke Budapest and slow down Russia was a pretty strong move right here as well.
It's the risk you have to take if you want to protect Vienna, and Sarin got the tactics right in order to counter it.
Yeah, this is a strong tactical play by Jason, supporting Adriatic to Trieste to create the potential bounce, and then Budapest to maybe cut the support or stop Romania. That's a good play. This is good tactics by Jason.
God, what if Trieste had actually been allowed to go into Budapest? That would be devastating, wouldn't it? Of Turkey and the Adriatic. Sorry, I'm speculating. I'll leave while we don't need to.
You can't defend it all, is what I would say. That would have been nasty.
Again, it's like Fermat's last theorem. I have a proof for why that's not actually the right play for Russia, but it's too big to fit in the margin.
Right. All right, let's push ahead here. Follow 1904. Andrew, take it away.
As Doug promised, England is going down. Looks like a good France-Russia too. It's sorting out its differences pretty well there. The biggest thing remains just how fast this Russia-Turkey alliance is going. It's 1904. They've cleaned up Austria. There's a Turk in Apulia and Ionian. The Russians are in Norway and Sweden with fleets. This is just a huge Russia-Turkey alliance, and be interesting to see how far it goes.
All right, let's take it, because I think the way this game is going, at least for the moment, is relatively. It does seem clear. All right, we have a fascinating problem here from Morgante Poe, who tried to build more units than he was allowed to, and so the backstabber algorithm chose Berlin over Kiel. And we also have a new army for John Jameson. We've got a new army for Saren Kwok, who didn't have the space open to build anything else. While Jean Taro did have a decision to make and chose to rebuild that fleet that was piffed and also drop an army in Constantinople. All right, let's keep going with this game, spring of 1905, and Doug will have give the whole turn to you.
The East has just a lot of black arrows, which just indicates the strength of their position. Everywhere they're advancing. And, you have Saren now converting England into a friend, putting England into Denmark, which weakens Germany's position. They're popping up into Silesia, which is nice. And you're forcing Jason here to withdraw from from Trieste. You're just driving this train forward. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit slow for a little while, but unless John Jameson commits another fleet in the south, I don't think he's getting there. I'm not sure what he got with that army build in Brest that he wouldn't have gotten with a fleet build in Marseille, because France doesn't really need those armies if they're going to stop the Turk.
Can I throw out the idea that even an army in Marseille, if you're there to help Italy, you want Army Marseille to go to Piedmont to defend Venice, and that looks like a better play to me there. But it's the sort of build that, again, maybe it was negotiated, that if we all work together, I'm not going to build here or here, I'm going to do this. And sometimes you have to do that kind of thing for an alliance.
Right. And so I see some distrust here. There's no really good reason for Morgante to be convoying Holland to Edinburgh. Why would you do that at this point? You don't need two German armies in England unless you aren't totally on board with John and you don't know what's happening there. So that's indicative there of sort of like, yeah, maybe. And I think that's going to cost Germany because I'm not sure he's going to get those back home.
Yeah, Liverpool to Edinburgh is just a better move unless you have trust issues. That's
right here is what we're talking about, what that fleet's going to do.
Yeah. I mean, I think they need that fleet, though. This is the right move by John. He needs to go to NAO because they need to go to the Norwegian Sea.
Yeah.
They need to contain those.
Love this, though. Saren supporting Dennis back into Denmark here and cutting potential support in the north. All right, let's keep going here. Fall of 1905, and Andrew Goff, you are on tap.
I did think that maybe Italy and France were working together, and they certainly are with that set of moves. There's also a little bit of distrust here as well with moves like Bulgaria to Constantinople. That's don't be doing that. You need to go fast in these circumstances, and just even ignoring all of the pieces. If you slow down as Turkey here, then what happens is Russia gets all the black arrows, and suddenly Russia's on 11 and you're still on 7, and then you have a problem instead of an alliance. Yeah. So I don't particularly like that Bulgaria back to Constantinople move, and particularly combined with Italy and France working in lockstep, that's not Turkey's most successful move of the game so far.
Yeah, I'm with you. I really want also Russia should be going to Tyrolia here, and Serbia taps Albania. And then you free up Greece and the Aegean to prevent France from getting into the Ionian.
Depending on how you're playing, though, as Russia, maybe you actually don't want Turkey to go fast here, so you don't want to be in Tyrolia. If you're in the North Sea, Germany has gone back to Denmark, you might actually be thinking about an 18 in this circumstance, in which case slowing Turkey down is, I mean, if you do it actively, you'll get attacked. But if you do it with passive moves like Vienna supports Trieste, that's, I think Russia's got stars in their eyes a little bit there.
And, Saren is a player. We saw her playing France in the previous round, and we wondered whether she was sort of deliberately slowing her English ally down in kind of indirect ways. So that would fit the profile that we're creating of Saren. The net effect.
Unfairly.
What's that? Yeah, perhaps unfairly. Fair enough.
Perhaps unfairly, but it looks like really good play to me.
She's certainly clever enough to do it. Whether she is actually doing it is another question. All right, so the net effect, though, is that Saren jumps out to a lead here of 2 and pops down another fleet, North Coast, St. Petersburg. You don't like it?
Oh, South Coast.
South Coast. Yeah.
South Coast.
Agreed.
Right unit, wrong coast.
Yep. She is in the North Sea. Do you want to give a quick blurb as to why you prefer South Coast here?
I prefer South Coast because that fleet can get stuck pretty quickly if you're not careful. This is a circumstance where it could be okay just because you're going so fast. But South Coast just guarantees that you'll crash all of Germany, and from that position, you're just winning. You're certainly board topping.
Yeah,
this one,
I agree.
Yeah,
it is hard not to think of 18 here, though, with the fact that there are no fleets here at all, right? And you're already in North.
Remember when I flagged that convoy over? Now there's those 2 German armies. Yeah. You would kill to have one of those armies right now sitting in Ruhr. And even if you dislodge the North Sea, Russia's going to forward retreat to the Channel, and France's position is crushed. I mean, I'd probably go to the Channel anyway.
West has to go back to Mid-Atlantic, surely.
Yeah.
It's looking good for Russia.
All right.
Great for Russia. I agree.
Spring of 1906. Here's how things work out. Doug, you want to take it away?
Yeah, this is a canny move in the North because Sweden is irrelevant right now. If you're getting Sweden, you're getting Sweden. Fall back there, but going to the Channel into the North Sea is exactly the right move. And John made the right move from the Norwegian Sea to the North Atlantic. That's fine. But I think that needed to be combined with West Med to the Mid-Atlantic. And you just have to sacrifice Italy here to Turkey to try and be a counterbalance to Russia. I'm not sure, honestly, about Silesia, Galicia, and Prussia to Livonia. Maybe that's to give a little false space. But also, maybe not. It's interesting.
Yeah, this feels like a deal with Germany that they've worked some sort of arrangement.
Maybe it feels to me like a little bit of nerves that you're looking at ways your position can collapse.
It's like a convoy to Livonia.
Convoy to Livonia, Bohemia to Galicia, and you push forward to Berlin. It looks not so good. So, yeah, that's the sort of move I'd make if I was feeling a little bit. Oh, I could get an 18 hat here. What do I do if that could all go wrong? I better.
Well,
it
also
feels very nervous.
This is where the South Coast move really made a difference. Getting the fleets out into Norway is good, but the Germany crusher in that situation is going to the Gulf of Bothnia. And you at this point, if you're Russia, your growth really is taking Germany down, and you just have to go in with everything you can. France is split and weak. Saren has an opportunity here. Go kill Germany.
You're on 9 centers. There's 5 German centers you can take fairly easily. Do it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Saren opted differently. Also, it should be noted, slipped into Bulgaria here. It's hard to imagine that wasn't arranged. Given
surely to blow it up now.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Answer is indeed. It is deliberately disbanded rather than retreated. Elsewhere, we have Saren getting into London and advancing fleets further forward. So now Russia has 3 fleets west of Norway. Fascinating. And that's about it. Saren loses Sweden, but is going to be able to be put another unit down with the rebuild. Elsewhere, nothing else really happens here except for France retreating in order to get some position. So
looks like Russia is trying to cut some kind of a deal with Germany,
or just separate France and Germany here. Like, if you can separate France and Germany, now all of a sudden you're in position to just like wall up.
If you want to. We get another fleet north coast. That is fascinating. And we get a fleet from Germany. So whatever deal Russia thinks that they had with Germany, maybe Germany had other ideas. Who is in best position at this point? Who would you pick? So we've got, just to give a reset here, we've got Russia topping this board at 9. And remember that we have got, let's see here, here's the player list. We've got Saren in 3rd place, Morgante in 4th place, and Jean in 5th place. So the 3 biggest players on this map are the 3 who are in the top 5. And Saren has the lead right now, which is substantial. Who would you want to be if you were on this board? So.
There are 3 very good positions in this board, and I think that the thing that's going to tell is the strength of people's diplomacy, and it's impossible for us to know. So just to be a little different, I'm actually going to go with Morgante here, because although it looks like it's kind of a weak position, Morgante has the benefit here of interior lines against Saren, where Saren is trying to wrap around. And ultimately, it's just very difficult to sort of apply the force to do that, especially with sitting in Sweden and Baltic right now. So I think Morgante is got a really nice position.
Andrew.
It's a lot to think about there, Doug. The first impression is not Morgante, but you make a very strong case. And I mean, I would take Saren's position, but maybe it's a little overextended now. Turkey must be looking at this and going, well, I can't get back into the Ionian. I can't get Venice. So I'm absolutely locked out here. If Turkey gets it all twitchy, then suddenly Germany's position could explode. I still like Saren's more, but it's not as clear-cut as it was a year ago.
Yeah, and I do think that is a runner-up that we should always consider here is, with everybody fighting and France sort of like playing a defensive position and holding the line, if there's that turn, it's pretty easy for France to make some relatively quick gains and get themselves in a strong position, since they have that edge of the board situation as well. There's a ton of play in this game. This is a really good game. And I hope that they don't just sort of lock into a quick alliance and just call the game. I really want them to play this out, because this is a fascinating situation.
I bet it does draw, just because that's how tournaments work. I want to just throw out Norway to Picardy as a move as well.
No, that would be fantastic.
That means Russia is super overextended, but you'd take that any day, wouldn't you?
It would still be delightful. All right, Spring 1907 coming up, and here are the orders.
I agree. Oh.
In fairness, though, I think Saren deserved that board top, and I commend her alliance with Turkey. What a fine piece of taking advantage of a mistake or an unfortunate thing that happened. So well played to Russia and Turkey.
Yeah, I completely agree. They came out with a strong game long alliance. I think this board was filled with really good play, all things considered. Not much you can do. Larry NMR'd, but look at Jason Massbaum actually did a strong job of drawing the line, working with John Jameson. John Jameson came down, locked down Turkey. Morgante played really strong in the north, maybe made one or two mistakes, but still has a solid position. Really good play on this game. Everybody in this game.
I feel a bit sorry for Gene, actually. I don't know how much play or experience is there, but 9 times out of 10, you're absolutely through Italy in those circumstances. You really rarely see 2 French fleets and a French army come to Italy just to be friendly.
And I think Gene Goffey, to reinforce your point, I think Gene had a couple of piffs on 50-50s, like back to back, where 2 units were lost, where you normally wouldn't anticipate that would happen. Yeah. So I think a little unlucky there as well, or a little lucky for Jason, depending on your perspective.
Well played to everyone. I agree. I think Larry obviously unlucky with that NMR. I don't know if England did particularly much wrong, even though they got eliminated. So tough game for England as well. But yeah, I think that was a really high quality game. I wish they'd kept going.
Yeah. All right, we're going to leave it there. This is Saren Kwok's second board top of the tournament, which makes her the clubhouse leader. So we are going to leave this game here. We have 1 full game left, plus a half of another game, where we're 4 years into the first game. This means that one of you guys gets to take a break, and that is, if I can pull it up here, that is Mr. Andrew Goff gets a break, but we will bring you, he's already gone. All right. See you in a bit, Andrew. And we welcome back to the stream, Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome back.
Hello. I just want to say real quick, I'm disappointed to see that game ended where it did. I was really curious to watch it play out. I do see in the comments that Gene in Turkey had returned from some technical issues in the middle of a draw vote, and that may have actually been a factor in how that ended.
Oh.
That's right.
I'll let the commentary debate that and leave that on the side, but either way, impressive first showing from Gene that I've seen. I have no idea how much experience they have in this game, but you were playing amazingly. Please keep coming out, play in VDL, play in virtual face-to-face. Come find us in tournaments. We need to see more from you.
Yeah.
I love everything about that game, and the only thing I don't love is that they're not still playing, because that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Really, really strong play on that board.
Agreed.
And we have Saren Kwok leading a tournament for the first time, as far as I know.
Yes.
And in earshot, has the chalice in her grasp. Shouting distance. Thank you.
It's in her hand.
Thank you. Can you see my brain leaking down the sides of my face? All right.
In my hand. No.
You're liquid. You got the liquid brain.
Exactly.
That you were
in the chat. They are letting us know that Gene's name is David.
Oh, good to know that Gene is a handle for an online.
Yeah.
All right.
So, well done, David.
Well, David, reach out to us. Let us know where you're based, how we can hook you up with tournaments, because we need to see you at face-to-face when it comes back.
Right. Unless you're David Hood, in which case, don't.
Yeah, in which case, no, we've had enough of you.
Yeah. Go get some barbecue and sit in a corner and pet your dog. All right. Game number 3 of round 3 of Boston Massacre 2021, a diplomacy tournament. Coming at you. Thomas Preston is a figure in the Boston Massacre. Siobhan, tell us about Thomas Preston.
So this is the last historical figure of the Boston Massacre that I get to tell you all about tonight, and we're going to talk about a few that we heard earlier. So I hope you all have your quizzes ready or ready to answer all your multiple choice questions. But Thomas Preston was a British officer at the massacre. He was called to defend Hugh White, who I believe was 2 boards ago, the one who came to defend the man who was accused of not paying his wig maker, and y'all remember that moment a bit ago. And so Thomas Preston and 7 other British officers went up against the colonialist mob. And he was essentially defamed by Paul Revere, who we just heard about in this propaganda expedition, and was said to have called for the fire upon the American colonialists. He never actually did that, it turns out. Historians have agreed he never called for the fire. One of the British soldiers did fire into the crowd, but Thomas Preston did not call for this. This is just propaganda that has come to us later. So the British did fire on the colonialists who were throwing all sorts of rocks and dirt and sticks and stones at the British officers. They were brought to trial, and John Adams, I know him, did represent Thomas Preston along with a number of other of the British officers in this case. And one of the most interesting things I found about this, not Thomas Preston himself, but two of Thomas Preston's men escaped actual death penalty by pleading clergy, which was a thing at the time, and were not sentenced to death, but were branded on the thumb with a hot iron with the letter M for murder. That was their punishment. I don't know why I find this fascinating, but this is the kind of reason I study history. He was eventually acquitted. John Adams represented him. We've learned all of this, but Paul Revere's story won out, and that's all she wrote for the American history.
Thanks, Siobhan. So our last board is named after Thomas Preston, and it's a bit of a confusing parable, isn't it? I'm not quite sure what the moral is to draw there, other than that history is complicated, and American history is especially weird.
I'm going to channel Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and rename this board Bill S. Preston Esquire.
All right, coming to us, board number 3, named after Bill S. Preston Esquire, finds in Austria some guy. In England, we have Tommy Anderson, who needs yet another nickname. How about 5 boards in one day, Tommy Anderson? So it needs to start with a T.
He's killing it today.
He is playing his 4th board. Wasn't he in the overnight board as well? Overnight round? I can't even remember. What was that? What day is it? Anyway, Tommy Anderson.
Tommy.
Too many games, Tommy. Thank you. In England, coming to us from Massachusetts. He is in Boston, by the way, massacring himself. In France, we have Melinda Hawley, still in Phoenix City, Alabama. In Germany, we've got Evan Swihart in Cincinnati, Ohio. Italy, Noam Brown out of New Jersey. Russia, Liam McLean out of Boston as well. So 2 Bostonians in this game. Turkey finds Aiden Lewis out of North Carolina. All right, let's dive in and see some moves. I think Doug should be in the east, and Siobhan is in the west. We've got spring of 1901 move. Siobhan, tell us about it.
So opposite of a couple of boards ago, or was it last board? I can't keep them straight anymore. This time we see France going straight into the channel again, presumably in an attempt to make a play for Belgium, foregoing both Iberian builds for now, which I don't hate. Like, keep a build in pocket. You know that's going to be there for you. Like, you don't need them both right now. England is very, very standard. Meh. Germany is very, very standard. Boring. Italy, very, very standard. I'm bored. Doug, take it.
Don't you know you're supposed to entertain us, not play good diplomacy, people? Come on now. No, in all seriousness, the East is a little interesting. You know, we have a hold in Venice, which is significant, but Nome at the same time sort of positions for that convoy to Tunis potentially. We've got clearly an arranged bounce in Warsaw, and a move that we used to see a lot is putting the fleet in Romania, while you have Ankara go to Constantinople. So another play here for an RT. The challenge with this one will be that putting the fleet in Romania really limits your ability to attack Austria. So on the surface, that could be good for Turkey, but actually long-term bad. So Peter has an opportunity here to try and convert Russia into his side. So interesting opening here.
All right. I just want to point out, by the way, that Melinda Hawley has played 2 games today, and in one she successfully got Ankara into the Black Sea in spring of 01, and now she has successfully taken the English Channel in spring of 01. So well done with some good diplomacy, Melinda, at least for getting what you want in spring of 1901. Here we go into fall of 1901, and Siobhan, let's start with you in the West again.
So in the West, again, we see some interesting moves where we just put the German right into North Sea, and it's a sea lion, or at least some semblance of it. So France just walks into Belgium unopposed, no support needed. We take England out of the North Sea. Holland remains unowned for now. Fine, meh. All kind of good. I mean, if you're Tommy in this moment in England, you're not loving this, and you are negotiating your butt off trying to make something work in your favor.
Well, this is the classic sea lion, right?
Yeah.
Like the one that was actually written about in the article. And they did what, Doug, you recommended doing when we saw potential sea lion previously, which was to bounce Germany and Holland and make Germany pay for their part in this. In this case, though, it's not by convoy, it's by moving the fleet, which the convoy would not have worked in this case. Doug, tell us about the East.
The East is intriguing here. We have, it looks like it's a misorder, but of course it doesn't matter because Bulgaria can never support a fleet into the Aegean Sea. So that signals to me that something is going on there where, Turkey wasn't comfortable offering another support somewhere else or didn't want to irritate Russia. So, but has that fleet into the Aegean combined with that convoy over to Tunis and Trieste. So Italy clearly throwing in here with Austria. The question that I have is what's Russia doing? And how does that play out? Because Turkey's done a good job trying to put, build that defensive barrier. Is Russia going to help, or is Russia going to drop into the Black Sea, for example?
All right, let's find out. First, we get to see some builds. Let's find some non-standard stuff. We do have a new army in Venice, so it is possible that the taking of Trieste was not agreed upon. If so, the one army in Venice isn't going to be enough, but we'll see if it does something else. Aden puts down the fleet in Smyrna, which is consistent with the RT. Liam puts down a fleet north coast St. Petersburg. We're seeing a lot of those tonight, but this, I think, is the first one we've seen this early in a game. Elsewhere, we've got a fleet in Liverpool from England from Tommy Anderson. So now Tommy is looking to punish France a little bit while leaving Edinburgh open for the moment. Otherwise, you know what? We've got that army in Munich we got to talk about. That is not part of the traditional sea lion continuation.
So, someone's on board for the Sea of Marin, but someone else is not, and chaos reigns.
Wow, fascinating. All right, so what looked like it looked like what Melinda lacked in the previous game was an ally, and it looked like Melinda had gotten one here, but maybe that didn't last very long. All right, let's push forward here, see what happens in spring of 1902. And Siobhan, we'll start with you in the West.
Yeah, absolutely. So that presumably sea lion-ish set of moves seems to result in France taking Burgundy as Germany very optimistically convoys over to London, and the English Channel doesn't help. Just doesn't.
Germany earned Paris to Burgundy by putting the army in Munich. Germany
100% earned this, and I don't know if there was a breakdown in communication, if one side was like gung-ho sea lion, but the other side didn't understand it. I don't know what went wrong here, but something went wrong, and Melinda and Tommy seem to have worked out their differences because that fleet Liverpool is crawling up the other way and getting out of Melinda's way. And
well, Melinda's a fantastic player, so let's also just say that now, she is in the catbird seat where she has, the opportunity to go either way depending on the offers that are there.
Yeah, 100% love this for Melinda. Like, she hasn't, aside from being in the English Channel, actually angered Tommy and has full reason to force her way into Burgundy because of the build in Munich, and has convinced the German to go eastward, which I'll let you talk about, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, Bohemia is not the worst thing here. If you're trying to demonstrate that you're not trying to antagonize France, I don't really understand why you just don't go to Holland and hold in Munich here, because Holland is more critical because that's a supply center and all. The East, Nome is not on board with Peter here.
Yeah, I think we've got confirmation of that.
Yeah, that convoy over to Albania is, sending a signal of your dots, they all belongs to me. And at the meantime, Liam isn't doing a whole lot for, advancing the position. The fleet here, this is where the challenge of putting the fleet in and guaranteeing yourself around comes in, is you really can't stay there, or unless you're committing everything to the north. So with 4 units in the south, but the fleet in Romania, you can't effectively attack anybody at this point. So Liam basically needs to make a play and drop to the Black Sea, or coordinate with somebody to blow that fleet up to unlock this position. Otherwise, Italy is really going to get the benefit of what's occurring here for the long term.
But I mean, look, Peter McNamara looks like his goose might be cooked, and that he's going to have a hasty exit from this game, which means he's probably going to top the board, right?
Oh, he's 100% going to win, and I'm throwing my hat in that ring now that you said that.
I never count out Peter McNamara. Not only is he like a tactically perfect player almost every game, but he's also an incredible diplomat. So no, don't count this guy out right now. For all I know, he's going to somehow persuade Italy to give him Trieste while he takes Romania at the same time.
Oh wow. Well, it didn't work out quite that way this time. Tell us about it, Doug.
Well, yeah, you're right. It doesn't. Liam does what I suggested, which is like walk to the Black Sea. Then he, pushes into Galicia and Romania. This is nice. Turkey, makes the play for Greece and gets it. This is good news for Turkey. But this is bad news, generally speaking, for Peter. Although I will just say, he is sitting in the Ionian Sea.
Right, with Tunis undefended. But he's now the tip of the spear kind of player or a position if he's going to stay in the game.
It's pretty tough to be tip of the spear here when Turkey and Russia are right there with everything.
Yeah. Siobhan, tell us about the West.
Melinda is playing ping pong. I'm going to position myself against England. I'm going to position myself against Germany. I'm going to position myself against England again. And Germany, rightfully so, pulls back to Munich to cover it, takes Holland, needed to happen. Melinda had to pick up Portugal in this moment, but also convoys herself to Wales. And it's just like, okay, I'm going to commit myself there with Wales and Irish and build another unit, and I've got no concerns in the south, so why would I even bother with that?
Yeah, it's good to be Melinda right now, isn't it?
Yeah, she's got a great position. She's taken Liverpool and London, and that's not going to be stopped. This is a great position. Love it.
All right, and so Melinda gets another unit, puts down an army here. Might be a little surprising. That suggests that whatever détente she's worked out with Germany is it needs some reinforcing with units. Elsewhere, Aidan Lewis in Turkey puts down another fleet, and Liam McLean in Russia puts down another army. We do get another fleet from Evan Swihart, which was perhaps a long time coming. All right, moving on into spring of 1903, and let's go to full turn calls here now. So Siobhan, call out the whole board if you will.
God, just everything is coming up Melinda here. Like, I talked about the ping pong, which was expertly, masterfully executed by her the last couple of turns, and there goes Germany again, the other direction, and I'm only in Belgium. This is fine. I'm pulling some armies around. They're not doing anything. I'm no threat to you. I'm in position to take the English homeland. Fan-freaking-tastic. Peter McNamara, tip of the spear. Talked about this. Just slipping right into Tunis.
Of course he does.
Why wouldn't you? But behind him, Turkey can't get into the Ionian, and Italy can't get into the Ionian. Oh, whoops. How did that happen? Everybody needs to talk to me now. We lose Serbia, so it's not great for Peter. All around, there's a lot of awful that's happening, but looks like we're going to stay even. Loving Aiden's position in Turkey, though. Yes, we're a bit locked up around the Ionian. Some repositioning, we could fix that. Aiden, let's get there. And then, up in the north. Oh, go ahead, Doug.
I was just going to say, look at the convoy to Norway. I mean, Tommy just gave up the homeland there, and
I'm just gonna yeet myself right out of here. I don't need this.
Right, and that's fascinating. that's going to be really interesting to see how that sort of plays out.
I'm just curious what Melinda has promised. Like, oh, I'll keep you alive. I'm only taking Liverpool. Melinda's not only taking Liverpool.
Right.
I know. Melinda's taking London right now as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Everything, and maybe even Holland. Like, does Melinda even need Germany for anything right now?
No. I mean, if I'm sitting there in Kiel, I'm telling France, if I'm going to Holland, you're welcome to bounce me if you'd like, but I'm going to Holland. Like, you have to.
All right. Answer is no. Ben would have had it.
Just London. Okay.
Wow, that's very trusting.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, Doug, take us around the whole board.
Yeah, I mean, Melinda's playing for the long-term ally here with Evan, and it's working for both of them, and he's going to continue going east. And now she's moving herself in position to go south for the long term. I think that's very clever. The rest of this is like we have a full-on Russian move south against Turkey into Bulgaria, no support in Serbia, which was probably expected, which allows that Turkish army to get blown up. And Peter McNamara is putting himself in a position where he's useful with Nome. So the two of them, AI, they've got some play here.
Yeah. All right. But I'm a little. I would think that Melinda doesn't need Evan at all anymore.
She does not.
Yeah.
No, I mean, possibly, and I've been here myself, where it's like, okay, growing 3 right now might just alarm the rest of the board, and growing 2 I can get away with. But
I mean,
I don't want to alarm the rest of the board right now.
Oh, I would have done it in a heartbeat. I'm not saying that
they're not doing anything here. But maybe she's thinking 18, right? In which case she does need to go get Tunis before the rest of the board can even think about getting their act together. In any case, we get 2 more fleets here. So yeah, there is a firm commitment on Melinda's part to sticking with the FG for now. And
colonies disband. I'm sorry.
What, disbanding York?
I'm just like, I'm not even gonna try.
We do get Russia pulls that fleet in Skagerrak, and Evan drops another army in Munich. And he's got those 2 Russian armies on his porch. So, all right, let's go forward here, see how quickly Melinda can move. And now it really does become a tactical battle, sort of on Melinda's part. Diplomatic to keep Evan on side, and also to see how many units she can sort of sneak up north to set up the possible stab she wants to go for. All right, Siobhan, take us around the board, if you would.
So it seems like the thorn in Melinda's side right now is the tip of that spear, Mr. Peter McNamara, who's decided that one little unit in Tunis is just going to make you take an extra turn to get into the Western Met, which is smart by Peter, who is looking at this and saying, y'all, if you don't stop this now, I know how this ends. And you got to keep me alive. You got to keep me in this game. Like, I am here to help you. I will talk you through these tactics, because if anyone knows them better than Peter McNamara, I'm not really sure who it is. And Andrew Goff, you can flame me in a private chat later about how you know better. But, and elsewhere, Peter McNamara's getting up into Bohemia and Galicia. I'd love to see him there. He's like, you know what? If you're just going to take me out of this game, if you don't want my help, do it. But I'm putting myself into lines. I'm making myself really important. And meanwhile, Russia's like, I like Turkish dots.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got a convoy into Livonia here with a completely unprotected Moscow. This is a mess.
To poke Brandon, since we talked about the time to move to Bohemia, this was not the time to be hanging out in Bohemia.
Yeah,
this
it really wasn't.
Exactly why I don't like being there as Germany, because it's just too easy to blow you up. You've got nowhere to go.
Yeah, well, these tactics were definitely suboptimal. So, all right, let's keep on going ahead here. This is a messy board.
I love it.
And Melinda Holly is like she's sitting at the slot machine, right? And the numbers are coming up, and they're all friends.
I just gotta say, I'm sorry, Melinda. You just need to stab Germany right now.
Right?
I'm one-dotting Holly. Evan right here. Evan, I'm sure you're a very sweet person. We don't know each other very well, but Melinda needs to stab you.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not in position to protect Munich. You needed to be in Ruhr or Burgundy to do that. Well, Evan doesn't do anything for you here. It's time for Evan to exit stage left.
We've got, all right. My question for me is whether, it's along with whether Holland happens and, Brest heads north here, but also can these four figure out how to divvy up the spoils here? Because
I have not seen ahead, but I'm going to go ahead and say spoiler alert, no.
Baltic can support Berlin, and Livonia can walk to Moscow, which is just amazing.
That's guaranteed, right? So question is who gets Munich? Does Peter McNamara get a build this turn? And maybe two, right?
That would be very wrong, but very awesome.
All right.
I would hate and love that.
Answer is no, he doesn't. Oh man, this is a delightful set of moves. All right, I'm gonna take the whatever the conch here and walk around. Lots of fascinating stuff here, starting with Melinda walking out of Edinburgh. This does not get Tommy a build, but allows him to keep a forward-facing unit. I just don't know why Melinda needs it. She also gets super tricky here and convoys over to Tuscany while moving to Piedmont. Very active turn.
That's a great move.
Very active. So she's creating places to grow here, but it's in the south, not through Germany. Meanwhile, Italy and Austria do agree on who gets Munich, and it's Italy. So Italy's going to get a build here, but is still completely exposed with no other units around. And I'm sorry, Italy's getting two builds, so that changes things dramatically. Actually, Italy can put two armies down, and actually then doesn't have a line, but has a chance at holding up here. Bad news for Turkey. Germany does get Moscow here, so Germany's going to get a rebuild in Kiel because they stayed even and had a piff. Has Melinda missed her chance?
No. I think this is actually incredibly savvy on Melinda's part. Tommy's here, spearheaded in the north, like fighting that fight, pulling away from Germany, not taking Holland off yet. Hasn't made too many enemies. Yeah, okay, I'm not building this turn, but look at my position down in the south. I still love it. I think this is just prescient, and this is thinking a few steps ahead.
Well, if Noam and Peter continue to work together, they've got her stopped actually in the south. And they are holding Munich. So, she doesn't really have a solo play here. But what she does have is I don't really have to care about all of this stuff. I can fall back to Mid-Atlantic and Marseille and let you all fight it out while I go kill Germany and England and take the whole north.
In the move of our fantasies that she takes care of it. All right, what we do end up with, is a fleet in Rome, which means that Venice can't be defended in the spring in any case.
No, it cannot.
Yeah, it could if you order Venice to Tuscany, supported by Rome with Tyrrhenian Sea cutting Lyon. If you're trying to.
There are options here.
All right, let's see if that's what happens. Spring of 1905. Melinda guesses right. So there was a 50-50 guess here, and Noam anticipated what you guys recommended, and Melinda anticipated that. Noam anticipated that and got it. Although Noam does pull back a bunch of units, so should be able to retake this in the fall. All right, Siobhan, take us around the rest of the board.
I mean, I think I'm seeing what I was talking about just a bit ago, which is Melinda trying to make long-term allies out of England and Germany, even though they're down on their luck. Supporting Germany back into Munich. Yes, not going to be able to hold Venice right now, but expecting some help later down the road and thinking that those German and English dots are there for the taking later, especially Edinburgh. London hold, Liverpool hold. What do I need to go anywhere with? I don't want to look threatening. So we'll see where this goes.
Props to Russia for bouncing Livonia here, getting the tactics just right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's solid.
I'm sorry, Germany. I'm sorry, Germany is the one who gets the props here because Germany is the one defending Moscow. So,
Oh,
Yeah, I
fair.
mean the key up there is like that is a big move, but then also getting that army into St. Petersburg now means that they can hold Moscow for this year while they try and push into Prussia because they vacated Munich. So this is a good turn for Melinda and Evan. And like, at this point in the game, Melinda, look at Liverpool and London just kind of hanging out there. Doop a doop a doop.
I'm not doing anything.
She's got those spare units that are crucial when you want to make your play. And she's got at this point, if you're Evan, you're like, yeah, I'm with you. I'm there.
I'll do whatever you want.
Yep.
You think? I guess I wonder a little bit here if this has worked out better for Evan than it has for Melinda.
Oh, I'm 100% on Melinda's train right now.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
She's in great shape.
Let's pull ahead here. So Evan's going to pick up 2 dots here, but is only going to have 1 home center open for a build. It's a little unfortunate on his part. So, all right, Doug, take us around the board.
Okay. Ultimately, it's not there right now, but it's going to happen. The moving Ionian to Apulia is going to set it up so that they are eventually able to retake Venice, because it doesn't look like they were able to. There's a lot of arrows there, but I see red. So they were unable to successfully knock her out of Venice, which
it was a 50-50 guess again. She won it this time.
She won it.
Right. So she moved. It looks like she guessed the tactics like we were just talking about, where she went to Tuscany, supported by Leon, which gave up, the shot at taking Tunis instead. But it's all a lot of big guesses.
Tyrrhenian Sea.
I want to. I actually want to focus on the excellence that has happened for Melinda right around the Med here, because yes, there was a shot at Tunis. Yes, there was a shot at Tyrrhenian Sea. But Peter McNamara executed a really superb set of orders here, and Melinda presciently just saw them coming and was like, no, I just want to stay where I am. I could take Tunis, but I don't want to let you into West. I could take Tis, but I don't want to let you, like...
Yeah, and the thing that, is really bad is Peter McNamara's building. He took Romania.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I swore.
In the meantime, Germany is pushing forward, all the way to the east, which is great for Melinda. I just think that she is in just the driver's seat here for the rest of this game.
Yeah. Getting this build is huge. All right, let's England is not building because that went to Germany. So now there's a unit that doesn't exist in the north, right? So that's even better for Melinda. But Melinda's got to make the move if she's going to do it. Right now she's sort of taking herself out of position. So what does Melinda build? The answer is fleet in Marseille. Not sure about that.
Army Tuscany gets disbanded. That's got to be good.
Yeah. So Noam had 2 disbands. One was in Tuscany, and the other was in Greece. Aiden, thank you for playing. Both of those units went to Russia, who gets a build but has no home center open for it.
Yet again, everything's coming up Melinda.
Yeah.
England stays even, so no northern unit gets built. Germany goes up 2, but can only build 1. Russia doesn't get to build their 1, and okay, sure, Peter gets 1 build.
Peter gets a build. All right, but I do.
This is a good turn for Evan. Evan is still in this game. Evan could take St. Petersburg at any point, and Melinda can take Edinburgh. That's great, but Evan's in position to take Warsaw, and it's going to be hard probably to stop that from happening, is my guess. Mm-hmm. You might forward put England in there. So Evan is, Melinda's being a good ally to Evan here, and I think that it's going to lead to her topping this board. But she's also being a fantastic ally.
Yeah. But now don't we start to wonder whether Evan has the opportunity to go for it against Melinda?
I don't think he can afford a 2-front war. I think that history has demonstrated that Germany getting in 2-front war leads to bad things.
Spring of 1906. I'll take this one for us. We find the German units progressing quite fast on the Eastern Front. As Siobhan suggested, the English army is pushed forward into Warsaw, while Evan also gets into Silesia. So Evan now has four armies bordering these eastern provinces, can now take St. Petersburg and Warsaw. if he wants, and presumably he wants. Elsewhere, we have Italy popping the unit in Venice, actually, which is disbanded rather than retreated to. No, it didn't have Tuscany open for retreat, so it wasn't.
Yeah.
But Melinda replaces that with Tunis. So and that was guaranteed once the one of the fleet. Anyway, so here we go. Elsewhere, we've got Russia hoping vainly to open Sevastopol for a build. More likely that army in Smyrna is headed there. So this kind of feels like Germany and France are advancing, and the rest of the East is hoping to be able to set up a line somewhere. And then the only drama left is which one of the FG actually tops, and whether either of them decide to stab. Doesn't feel like either one's really moving in that direction. Fall of 1906. Siobhan, tell us about it.
So Melinda has some repositioning to do after losing Venice, which was that was a painful piff there, losing Venice. Piedmont is forced to retreat, some repositioning of fleets. We trade Venice for Tunis, fine, but this Italian position, kind of like it a little more. As Tommy, you're just losing dots all over the place, but you're going to get to rebuild that piffed unit. That's going to be fun.
No, because he lost St. Petersburg. He could have retreated.
Oh, he did lose St. Petersburg.
He could have disbanded St. Petersburg and then rebuilt it as an army in Edinburgh, which would have been very, very
if Melinda knew that Germany was taking St. Pete at this point, it's hard to see why she didn't take Eddie.
No, I like that.
You do? Okay.
Sure. Because now Tommy's your friend, right? Tommy, do what I say. Yes, I will do what you say. I will tab Norway. If Melinda's goal here is to solo, she's done a great job of luring Germany too far to the east. Now, yes, Germany gets some builds here, but all of those armies, Italian, Russian, and Austrian, are going to be locking up with German armies. And that gives Melinda the opportunity, when she wants to go take Edinburgh, to take Holland, to take Norway, Sweden, Denmark, St. Petersburg, and see if she, gets a big result. At this point, she just needs to sit down in the south and let the chaos reign for a little while.
All right.
Gosh, you don't like Germany's position here?
I love Germany's position, but Germany can't do anything against France, realistically.
No.
Really?
Not long term.
Denmark to North. He's going to get North Sea here, puts down another fleet, an army, and can get Belgium.
The instant that you do that, you've lost Munich, and you're losing Moscow, and then you're losing Warsaw. If you are going against France, you just don't have the forces.
All right. Well, 2 armies down, plus an army in Paris. And here's how we move. We lose that fleet, that well-traveled fleet in the south from Peter McNamara, who sadly had to disband after getting built. All right.
Wow.
Melinda!
This game ends with Evan Swihart at 10, gets the board top, and 29.8 points, which is not particularly large, and Evan didn't have another score to go with it. So Melinda also didn't have another score to go with it. So it's possible that Melinda said, "I'm not going to solo. I've sequestered all of my fleets in the Mediterranean rather than put them in position to take the north." So that's how this game ends.
I quit.
It's only 1907. This game has a ton of play left in it. If Melinda wants to do it, it's just a question of desire, I suspect. If you want to or not. Because Edinburgh is always there. You've got a 10-10. Why not just take the 10-10, right?
Yeah. It at least eliminate Tommy. No offense, Tommy. I see you in the comments. But
I feel it's obligatory to eliminate Tommy here.
Guess who agrees with you? Tommy Anderson.
The thing about France in this position is, to solo as France, once you have Tunis, it's all about Munich, because you can get the rest of the north. But you can substitute Munich for other dots, potentially. You have this opportunity, and she has the fleets to hold the south. there's really no reason not to go for it if you're her.
So we're seeing in the comments that Melinda is the nicest diplomacy player in existence. That is from Ed Sullivan.
Love you, Melinda.
And then we also hear from Tommy Anderson. Yeah, she lied to me constantly. We have somebody, Sabi, popping up with Tommy is charming. And we have created a new slogan, at least eliminate Tommy. Tommy, please eliminate me, Anderson. All right, that is a wrap for the third board. Thomas Preston in round 3 finds Evan Sweetheart on top and Melinda Hawley in second place. But neither of them will have a cumulative score big enough to surpass Saren Kwok, who is the clubhouse leader. And that's going to take us back to board number 1 in round 3. We're going to bring Andrew Goff back to the stream. Andrew, welcome back. It has you're in the middle of a solar eclipse, I believe, in Australia right now.
No, it's just getting dark. It's the middle of winter over here. It gets dark early. The lights have gone on behind me.
The toilets swirl the other direction. It's a whole different experience down there.
I don't know. I did see in the chat that somebody wants you to talk about your stuffies behind you, just for what it's worth.
Oh, that was Dave Maletsky.
The piles and piles of them.
Can we talk about the fact that someone won a whipping bear before Andrew Goff did?
I wonder if it's in the background. No, it's hiding over there. Shall I go and reintroduce you, Siobhan?
No, it's fine.
Do you want to introduce our viewers to anyone in the background there? We've given you a full screen here.
Oh, over here we have Captain Tumbles. Very, very important panda. He's very good at tumbling, and he always lands on his feet, which is a very good impression. And perfect for diplomacy over here, we have Mr. Chompy. He'll eat anything. He's on the chessboard at the moment. Someone told him there were prawns there, and he's very disappointed. Otherwise, I mean, there's random stuffed toys everywhere. My partner is a huge fan of Stitch, so you can see about a dozen Stitches. That's it matches the personality pretty well as well. So there's that. And very quickly,
one more.
Aussie Rules Football up on top there. My football team is currently winning, which is very, very unusual. So let's hope this game wraps up reasonably quickly. I can go and watch on in disbelief as my football team doesn't lose terribly.
Which football team is it?
I go for the Carlton Blues.
All right. Well, thanks, Andrew Goff, for giving us a quick tour of the inner workings of your mind. Back to the task at hand. I believe our first game was Andrew Goff and Siobhan. So, Doug, we're going to give you just a little break here, but stick around. We'll bring you back on for final thoughts for the tournament, all right?
Really quickly, I see a pretty good reason for Melinda taking the draw there, and that's, my goodness, I want to ally with Melinda next time.
Oh, yeah.
Setting the stage for future work. Ed Sullivan knows something about that. He spent 6 months doing it last year. All right, to remind us how things were standing in board number 1, named after Hugh White, we had 5 players in the top 10, including the top 2 coming into round 3. That was Ed Sullivan in Italy and Farron Jane in France. But Karthik and Johnny and Timothy were all in contention. JJ and Sabi would have needed a solo in this game. And here's how we left things at the end of 1904. We had Farron picking up 2 and also gaining some position. Had worked things out with Johnny after some fisticuffs. But Johnny and Timothy, Germany and England, were fighting each other, and Farron had just taken Tunis. So I don't think, no, we didn't play the game of who you liked in this one, but I'm going to show you guys the builds. We have a fleet in Brest from Farron and an army in Marseille. We have a new army in Warsaw from JJ. So as things stand, Farron is up 8-6. 3 other players tied at 6. That's Germany, Austria, and Russia. But Farron has taken Tunis, has Rome, and doesn't seem to have a whole lot of opposition in the south. Do you guys want to vote for anyone here besides Farron?
Nope.
I mean, no, but if I had to root for someone besides Farron, I suppose I'd toss a tiny hat in the ring for JJ here.
All right, well, let's push forward here. And
Maybe Sabi.
Sabi, because she's in Turkey, and the answer is always Turkey.
Go.
All right, we have
it's absolutely Farron's to lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed. All right, so Farron has. I'll call this out, and then I'll let you guys have it. Farron moves into Turanian Sea with support that wasn't quite needed. Doesn't get into the Ionian, but crucially, also neither does Turkey. The general sense of the moves here is that Farron has advanced and taken Venice with the Italians' help, but possibly getting some English. The question for me here is whether England and Germany are still fighting, or are they finding a way to cooperate and team up against Farron? It's hard to tell from these moves. They actually do seem somewhat coordinated between England and England and Germany. But they do involve England in a German dot, which could also be a way to try to generate another unit on the Western Front.
But it's also coordinated with Germany walking into north and England walking out and Denmark walking out and England walking in. Like that has to be coordinated.
Feels like it, doesn't it? All right, let's push ahead here. We've got JJ also getting in position to take Norway, which is notable, especially with JJ being a sleeper pick for topping the board. Fall of 1905. Let's see, I think Andrew, no, Siobhan, you were the one who just came back online. So Siobhan, let's give you this one.
Sure, so JJ set himself up to take Norway and decided not to do it whatsoever. Love the guessing around London, Wales, English Channel, because that's all that 50-50. Are you going to convoy into Wales? Are you going to go straight to London? We have the guess. It looks like Farron won it this time, and so Farron is up London and Venice.
And
fantastic. Naples. Oh, and Naples. So I hadn't even gotten that far down the board yet. Takes Ionian, takes Naples, takes Venice, takes London. This is the Farron show right here.
Wow.
And meanwhile, down in like the little southeast corner, we've still got some Austro-Turkish Russian fighting that needs to stop right now if we're going to stop.
Did Turkey misorder there?
It must be. Looks like Sibi originally thought to just protect Bulgaria with the support of 3, then decided to try to pilfer Ankara, but forgot to change the support orders into a supported attack on Bulgaria.
Fair enough. And I will say that Farron does lose Belgium for all the efforts elsewhere on the board, but I don't think that's a big worry at this point. This
strikes me as just the biggest deal that could have happened this turn.
Fantastic.
It's just a wonderful win for Farron. She gets position and an extra build. Already had 2 coming, but getting another one is just crucial.
And that positive negative idea as well. Getting the extra build is good, but England now having to disband.
Yeah.
That's so good for Farron.
Because, as expected, England walked out of Denmark, so doesn't have something to offset this.
A problem here is that you don't. I mean, okay, they took Belgium, but they took it with a fleet. I think the advantage that Germany has here is armies, and I think you just want an army there in Belgium, so you can try to get.
But
Burgundy.
Germany was more concerned about getting England out of Denmark than they were about getting the position. So again, this is the conversation you need to start having with your allies when you're trying to stop someone.
And this is a case where if you're Germany, you want to give this dot away, especially if you're not having to pull a unit over here. You don't need a build here. What you need is another unit over here.
English build be in this moment?
Yeah, enormous. Well, yeah, especially if they'd kept London, right? So if they were actually putting a new unit down.
Keep London or lose London. You'd rather have the English unit than the German. I don't know what unit Germany builds that could be more useful than an English one.
Not to belabor it too much, but you spent all this time negotiating Russia not taking Norway away from you to not have the conversation about who could use the build more?
Yep.
Here we go. Farron is dropping 2 units now, so it would have only been 1. That really is big. Just really, really big. So gets to put down a fleet and an army. We get a German army. So we've now traded a British fleet, an English fleet, for a German army behind the line. Yep, unfortunate.
Love to see it.
All right, and so now the question just really is, how big is Farron's board top going to be, and is it enough to push her into the lead, actually? Coming in here, we had Farron was in second place, so ahead of Saren. So as long as Farron can hold on to the board top here, that's it.
Farron has a shot at an 18 here, but it's a case of take any draw offered because you win the tournament.
Yeah, a tournament win beats solo. I mean, solos are always great, but if you can win the tournament, take it.
All right, well then let's keep going. We can do this a little rapidly here. We just have Saren, moves the fleet down here in the south, protects Mid-Atlantic, which is what that was about, and doesn't get into the North Sea, but does keep Norway from getting into the North Sea, which protects London for at least another season. But actually, Farron's position is not ironclad, right? Needs more fleets in the north, and it's not clear where the next build would come from. So fall of 1906. What is happening here?
North supports York, London supports York to north.
They
York
must be preparing for the draw.
Belgium to north.
Well, the net effect is that Germany does get into the North Sea here, also gets into the Norwegian. So presumably the fleet could come around. We also have J.J. Raymond.
JJ, I love your style. That's
Love
I'd be
to
proud of.
see.
That is just brilliant.
Oh, that's great.
Dipsy-doodle.
Merry-go-round. We have Sabi walking out of Bulgaria, but also going provocatively into Armenia. Okay, so what we have here is Farron about to lose London.
Yep.
And also we have a German army, a fleet coming in over the top. So Farron is actually very weak here. The question is, can England and Germany cooperate long enough? And
and back the other way.
So Germany has made a decision, which is that Timothy is fine with Farron winning this.
Yeah, and I just I'm just gonna focus on Andrew Goff's favorite part of the board, which is the merry-go-round has turned around and is going counterclockwise.
That's right, the sense of it. Great.
Thank you, JJ.
Well done. But what's he gonna do for the fall?
On a serious note, this absolutely feels like they're having draw votes every single turn, and someone is saying no, and that's what that German support for the French unity is. It's saying, I'm voting yes. Let's end this because there's no motion anywhere else in the game.
All right. So does Germany take Edinburgh here? And no, but clearly Johnny was worried that he would. So we now have JJ, I think, has flushed the toilet the other direction. We have Sabi saying, screw this, and taking Bulgaria. Well done, Sabi. But right now it's 18. 18 is in play because presumably the Austrian wall would collapse. And that's what happens. We get Austria signaling that France can walk in. So if anything's going to end this game, it should be that. And
Liverpool, Trieste.
What a hot mess.
But North speaks into English.
And,
you guys.
And JJ says, not on my watch, Sabi. All right, so fall of 1908, we have France getting Greece, Trieste, Liverpool. Johnny goes to the Mid-Atlantic. And Munich as well. Timothy says
all the German units have held.
+4.
I suspect this is getting thrown, isn't it?
Yeah.
No.
And now we're done.
So at this point, this game lasted longer than the others. I think everybody knew that Saren had taken the lead and what her score was and what Farron needed to ensure the victory. And that is what happened. And Farron Jane has won this tournament. Congratulations, Farron.
Oh, I'm seeing in the comments that it was a conceded solo.
Wow. That would have been useful information, Tournament Director Alex Maslow.
Thank you, Karthik and Dave Maletsky, for that.
Yeah, thank you, Karthik. That is wow. I've never seen a conceded solo, I have to say.
You were at a tournament where I got conceded one. Thank you very much.
I actually didn't realize it was conceded. I thought you had taken it.
Oh, it was a timed round. And we're not going to talk about my conceded solo. This is all about Farron here today.
All right. Well, all right. So first of all, let's talk about this game. Do you guys have any thoughts on what happened here? What you have observed, Siobhan? Or Andrew, whoever wants to go first.
I'm sorry for the blank look and just the slow blink. It's a little past midnight here. I have so many thoughts about just the breakdown in play that happened at a certain point, and Farron played a wonderful game. I love to see it. Well done, well deserved. What were the rest of y'all doing?
I get the feeling that there was a lot of angst and anger in this game. It has all the hallmarks of that kind of result, all the way down to Turkey taking Bulgaria like that and then everything seemingly collapsing. It feels like there might have been a bit of heat in it. But some of it is poise as well, that maybe other players made mistakes, but I don't recall Farron making any really significant blues throughout the game.
No.
He just played a really solid, strong game. Conceded 18s are a factor. I think she probably gets there anyhow. So
I mean, and that's the point of a conceded 18 is this inevitable? Well, why bother playing it out if we're all angry about this game anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that Mediterranean position for France is what every French player who ever attacks in the Mediterranean dreams of getting.
It's that I literally have dreams of that position as a French player in the Mediterranean. So
you literally have dreamed.
Do you think I don't dream about the game of diplomacy?
In your dreams, do you actually finish it, or does something happen to mess it up?
It depends on my anxiety levels of the day.
Okay. But this shouldn't have happened, right? This only happened because Timothy decided he wanted it to happen, right? Because otherwise, he and Johnny could have broken down Farron's position in the north. Yeah.
So a feature of a lot of 18 centres or conceded game victories is couldas. There's a lot of things that could have been done to stop France winning this game of diplomacy, but all it takes is someone not doing their coulda, and then someone else tit-for-tatting and not doing their coulda, and then a few draw votes that are obviously someone is saying no when they should be saying yes. It's the couldas that stack up and lead to some animosity, and that is a powerful psychological weapon to win games of diplomacy. And we will never know the inner conversations of the board, but my guess is that everyone kind of still liked Farron at the end of the game and thought she deserved the win, so she got the win, and that's how to do it. So hats off to her.
100% to everything Andrew is saying here is that, us here on the sidelines, we're just looking at the board. And so for us, it's so easy to be like, well, if you just get together, then you can stop this. But we have all, between the three of us, played enough face-to-face games of diplomacy to know that sometimes the bad feelings just win out against what we should be doing. We look at it later and we're like, okay, yeah, I got a bit salty at what Andrew did to me here, and I'm still a little bit mad a couple of years later, but I should have probably stopped Brandon from soloing.
And every individual person on this board can say, well, my part of the position holds up. That, for example, Germany can retake Munich. There's no tactical reason why this has to be an 18 centre victory, but tactics is very rarely how 18 centres happen. It happens at the margin, but it's psychology and strategy much more than tactics. So, as an outsider looking in on the game, it looks like Farron everyone was happy with her winning, and that's a pretty good way to play diplomacy. So hats off.
If you can convince the rest of the board that you should win the game, that's what it's all about, and that's Eddie Brisson will tell you. It's not about actually getting to 18 on the board. It's just about convincing the 6 other players that you deserve to win.
Well, I think that we have earned the opportunity to hear from the champion herself, Farron Jane. So I'm going to welcome to the stream Farron Jane. Farron, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you. It was a surprise. This is my first game back since the Invitational, so I'm happy, but I was not expecting this happen.
Hang on one second. I'm going to bring Doug Moore back on the stream so he can be part of the interview as well. So Farron, first of all, how did you manage to win a conceded solo?
There were draw votes every single turn for the last couple of years, and somebody was vetoing it. Not me. I would have happily taken a draw at any point. And then when Sabi came in behind and dotted Karthik felt, one, that he was no longer able to stop me, but also he felt that as a matter of principle, he needed to show what happens when you don't hold the line against the board topper.
So you're talking about, so this is the moment here. But go back to the spring of 1907 here. This is where you got Timothy to support you in London while you slipped into Irish Sea. How did you convince Timothy to do that?
There were draw votes happening at this time, and a draw vote had just been vetoed, and Timothy was tired. Timothy, I believe, had played in all 3 rounds, and he and I had actually played in the very first round. And we'd had a decent relationship. I was England, he was France. And I told him that I wanted 10 centers. 10 centers, I'll take a draw, we can be done with it. So he supported me in London so that I would stay on 10 centers and be satisfied with a draw.
Yep.
Got it. So he was ready to finish. And did you know that 10 would be enough to win the tournament for you at that point?
No, I didn't. And it was a bit of gamesmanship. I actually wanted like 11 or 12, but I also wanted him to support me, so I said what I needed to say.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's
10 would have been enough. 14 was certainly enough, but a conceded victory is categorically a fantastic result. So again, I'd love to discuss how you saw the other side of the board and why they were taking Bulgaria and fighting like that. Was that something you were involved with, or did it just happen?
I wasn't involved in making any sort of tension in the East. They were doing that well enough on their own. I think that Turkey and Austria were never really able to get themselves together on the same page. I think a lot of it came down to really early game, Ed was trying to kill me. In games where I play with Ed, there's a common refrain where he tells everyone that I'm a huge threat and I need to be eliminated as quickly as possible. And I kind of knew that, which is why I covered Marseille very early in the game, because I just assumed he was going for it. But that also put me in a position where once I was able to move in on Ed, and I told Karthik, like, hey, I'll support you into Venice. It weakens Ed. I don't get anything off of that except for a weekend to Italy, but that's enough for me. And I can kind of play it slowly from there. So. But yeah, I think the East just wasn't able to come to an agreement for whatever reason. But there was also a lot of fighting in the West. England and Germany were never able to get on the same page. I had a little bit of trouble negotiating with Germany at times. But it worked out, really.
So, all right, Farron, we'll keep this relatively short here, but we watched you sort of explode on the scene last year with a bang. You know, you made impressions really quickly, made the top board at Weasel Moots, I believe, right? Wasn't that your first one?
I believe so.
And then you made the Invitational and made the top board, and definitely had an adventurous time there. This is your most complete performance of all of the ones that we've watched you play. Do you think that something about your game has changed to enable you to make this happen? Do you think it was just you finally got enough reps and it was bound to happen, or how do you see your path to victory here?
I definitely don't think this was something that was bound to happen. I'm still very, very new at this game. I've only been playing these tournaments since last year, and I started in the middle of last year. So no, I don't think that me winning something is inevitable at all. Like there are a ton of really talented and great players here, and a lot of them could have won very easily. Some of it's power selection. I was very fortunate to get England, which is a power that I'm very comfortable with. I got a solo with England, I think last year, or maybe in January of this year. And France is France. But I think what it is for me is I've learned enough of sort of the tactics of the game. I still make a lot of tactical mistakes. It's not my strong point. But where my game really shines is that I'm nice. I'm a nice person. I try to be a nice person, I guess I should say. And people tend, even if someone's stabbing me, I don't get mad at them. I just talk to them and be like, hey, I understand why you did that. That makes sense to me. I have no problem with turning around and working with you. I think you saw that actually in this last game where or in my first game actually, where I turned around as England. Yeah, I'm patient and I try to be very polite. I try to be a courteous person. And I think that pays a lot of dividends in a very social game.
Do you think you were extra polite this tournament? Like what enabled you to get over the hump on this one?
I think it was I think it was a combination of personalities clashing on the opposite side of the board and being able to work with people fairly well on my side of the board. I also think that the conceded solo on this last game was just that people were tired. People were very, very tired. A lot of them had played all 3 games. They were exhausted. Whereas I had slept between the first round and third round and just skipped the second round because I wanted to be fresh. So
nice. You had a plan.
That's a very good play in many circumstances, is get a good night's sleep for the next round.
Tournament diplomacy. This is a fact. Like endurance really matters.
Yep.
And like getting your sleep and making sure you eat and you're hydrated. Like you don't think it matters. It really does. That's a smart play.
Yeah, so that's one thing I've learned. When I first started these tournaments, I told myself like, oh, your best 2 rounds count, so I'll play in all 3 rounds, and that'll be my best chance. And what I've come to realize is that, yeah, I'll play in all 3 rounds, but my third round is trash. My third round is me just desperately trying to get out of the game because I'm so tired. So I just decided this time I'm just going to play 2 really solid rounds and see how that goes for me.
Well, I would suggest that third round game was better than solid.
Thank you. I feel I'm very happy. I'm glad I'm having success in the hobby. I enjoy it. At the end, every solo I've seen is because people on the board said, we're not going to stop you. And it was this situation too. It wasn't me being a tactical genius. I think diplomacy is about the people.
Well said.
All right. Well, I'll give each of my other commentators a chance to ask a question or just offer congratulations. We'll start with you, Siobhan.
I mean, fantastic tournament and fantastic game from you, Farron. Love to see it. I think I saw you in the comments earlier tonight say that I should be contractually obligated to comment on every single one of your games, and I would be happy to do so. I'm really enjoying watching you play. You've grown so much over this last year, and this was well done and well earned all around.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Andrew?
I'm the opposite. I don't want to commentate on your next game. I'd like to play in it. I really genuinely wish that I'd been involved in that game directly, so I could have got a first-hand view of everything you've just said about the way you spoke to people, your calmness under pressure, and how that played out. That sounds like a very mature approach to the game of diplomacy for someone who's only been playing tournaments for a year or so. Very impressive at a distance, and I can't wait to be in a game with you to see it up close.
I would love to play a game with you sometime. I'm hoping that sometime soon I can actually show up to a board in person for the first time. So
That's highly recommended.
I love Andrew Goff, but careful what you ask for playing on a board.
Right. If you do, when it happens, just make sure you have those scissors in your hands.
That's the plan. It's not just a prop; it's a tool.
Just watch out for when I start waving 6 or 7 builds, then you know.
Doug.
I was just an observer of the game like everybody else in the chat. And I walked away for a second and I was like, whoa, she has all of it. I'm like, what is happening here? So I just really want to offer my congratulations. I've seen you play in a lot of different tournaments. You're an incredible player, and this was a well-deserved win. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. It's very nice of you to say.
Yeah, Farron, so you've made 3 top boards, because you made the top board at WDC and you made the top board at the DBNI, and now you have won a tournament. And in the unofficial rivalry with the other sort of a prominent active duty military member, Bill Hackenbracht, you are now tied 1-1 in tournament wins. So look forward to seeing who takes the lead next.
Good company to be in.
I didn't realize that, but I'm very happy to hear that. I know that Colonel Hackenbracht is very busy at the moment, so I'll probably have a better chance than he will.
Yeah, well, Mr. Hackenbracht is moving to the West Coast soon, and he will be running tournaments in Portland before you know it. Doug, you're welcome. You and Matt are off the hook. And Farron, Andrew, Brandon, we expect to see you all here on the West Coast with us.
I've got his car keys, so I think that at least deserves Belgium. Since
Farron, so you said that you're a nice person, and you just gave us some evidence by passing up the opportunity to trash talk Bill a little bit. We're all a little disappointed, but we understand.
Well, he outranks me. It's against the law.
That checks out.
Good thing that doesn't extend to the diplomacy board, because I've seen what happens when the two of you are next to each other.
Yes, maybe.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah. Again, I really appreciate what I appreciate what the broadcast does. It's how I found the hobby. It's how I started playing these games. I didn't think that I would be in a position like this. I thought that I would just kind of swim around the bottom and play some games. So this has been very pleasant. And thank you for what you do. You've introduced me to this hobby, whereas before I'd kind of given up on diplomacy after some bad online experiences. So.
Oh, man. Well, thank you for that, and we're really glad that you gave it another shot. And we all look forward to playing in person in general, and also with you at some point in the future.
It will happen at some point.
All right, and this doesn't guarantee qualification for the next invitational, but it definitely helps a lot. So we look forward to most likely seeing you again next February, hopefully sooner at one of these virtual tournaments, if not at Carnage, which is planning. I think that is the tournament in North America that is aiming to be the first in-person tournament post-lockdown. So that's a possibility. We'll have Dave on at some future broadcast to talk about that. But with that, Farron, we're going to give you a last congratulations and let you go have a nice restful evening. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night, and I will see you all again soon, I hope.
All right, Farron. All right, that is going to do it for our broadcast of Boston Massacre. Coming in at 5.5 hours. We were aiming for 5, and 6 was our drop dead time, so we've done better than that. I want to thank all 3 of you. Andrew Goff, welcome to the family. We hope that you will join us again for one of these. Doug Moore, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Doug. Good job. And Siobhan, thank you as well. I'm going to give you guys a chance to give a final thought on the tournament. We'll start with you, Siobhan.
I just want to say, fantastic tournament. Thank you so much to Alex Maslow for stepping up and running Boston when I know that a lot of people have left Boston, and so you were filling a void. It's a tournament that has a long, long history. We want to see it continue. So I hope that the effort in this weekend did not crush your spirit as it does for so many tournament organizers. I'm kidding. It was fantastic. You did a great job. Would love to have you on the broadcast sometime to talk about it. And to Farron's point about all of you who have come into this hobby over the last year, We have seen so much exceptional talent, and I'm so excited to get back to what I am most comfortable with, which is actual face-to-face diplomacy, and actually get to meet y'all and play on a board and stab you in the back in person.
And broadcast from in person. We're going to figure out how to do that. So I look forward to that. Doug, final thoughts on the tournament?
I thought it was great. The quality of play was excellent. You had top players on so many different boards. A lot of fun games too, not just like, boring alliances, but like, there was some dynamic play, some really strong comebacks. So, for all the players who were there, like, that was really well done. Really appreciate all the time that everybody put into it, and just had a really great time, hanging out with everyone tonight.
And yeah, it really was. Actually, the play did feel different tonight. I mean, we ended up with like some sort of three-way draw type scenarios in a few games, but the path to get there was circuitous in each of those cases. So this was not these games were not played like a draw-based system. It was fun to watch. Andrew Goff.
Seconding a lot of what Doug said there, that the variety of games and some of the creative play was really first rate. So I guess sometimes when you're in a game, you pick at the very fine details of what you could do better, or, someone made this tiny mistake over here, you're going to exploit. Sitting back in this sort of role gives you an appreciation for just how high quality the play is. That, first of all, I love it. I love the idea that there are so many new or newish players who are just first rate. We got a fantastic tournament winner, but that's just one person. There's a dozen you could name who are all going to be brilliant diplomacy players. That gets me really excited. I want to be in the United States to actually come to a tournament and meet all these people in person, and hopefully learn a bit from them, because they're doing some amazing things at the moment. And that's my abiding thought from commenting on these games. So thank you, Brandon, for the opportunity to join you. I really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure having you. And I expect, though, that every broadcast you will be required to work in a reference to Fermat's last theorem. I think I'm going to put that in the contract, just so you know.
Yeah, that was well loved in the comments when you did that reference. So,
got to prove something.
Indeed. All right, everyone. This has been real fun, and I thank all of you for watching. Please click the like button so that we can improve the metrics.
The one that looks like this.
All right. You have been watching the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. This is Game Day Live. We will be back next, I think, is the Summer Classic from the Bill Hackenbracht world of the Virtual World Diplomacy community. So go to the Virtual World Diplomacy community to find out some more information about that. It is a Discord community, and we'll put some links in the description field of this broadcast. That's going to do it for us, folks. I'm going to turn it over to Siobhan Nolan to take us home.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here with me and doing this broadcast. And until next time, stay safe and stab well.